Chapter 1, Chapter 1, The 7 Stars Align Awakened Abilities. According to astronomy experts, the rare celestial event known as the 7 Stars Alignment will be fully visible at 8 p.m. tonight. The 7 Stars Alignment is an exceptionally rare astronomical phenomenon, having only occurred 39 times between the year 1 AD and 3000 AD. Astronomy enthusiasts worldwide are eagerly anticipating and preparing for this event. Because of its rarity, the internet was bustling with chatter about the 7 Stars Alignment today. Even people with no particular interest or knowledge of astronomy found themselves paying attention, if only because, in so many novels, the 7 Stars Alignment always signified some sort of fateful opportunity. Maybe, just maybe, some lucky soul would cross into another world or awaken some hidden power. Of course, it was just a joke. But with life being so tough already, everyone needed a little room to dream. Didn't get to see the 7 Stars Alignment before crossing over, yet now that I have, I might finally get to witness it for real. But whether I actually get to see it, that's another story. Brandon White switched off the TV and let out a self-mocking chuckle, his gaze fixed blankly ahead, lost in thought. He wasn't originally from this world. Sure, this planet was also called Earth, his parents were the same ones from his previous life, and the experiences of his childhood were eerily similar. But Brandon knew deep down this world wasn't quite the same as the one he came from. For one, the world's anime was lacking. Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece existed here, but Detective Conan, Crayon Shin-chan, and Pokémon didn't. Ultraman shows like Tiga, Dyna, and Gaia were present, but there was no Kamen Rider and no Super Sentai. And it wasn't just Japanese anime. Shows from other countries, including those from China, were also missing. As for other forms of entertainment, Brandon hadn't really paid attention. In his previous life, once the industry had started down a different path, he'd lost interest in TV, movies, and variety shows altogether. And once a habit takes hold, it's hard to shake it. The only thing he could really confirm was the music. Apart from a few missing anime theme songs, not much had changed. Maybe that was just because he didn't listen to much music to begin with. At least the songs he liked were still around. History, too, was the same, no changes at all. Which probably meant that no other travelers like him had appeared here before. Was that a good thing or a bad thing? Brandon shook his head. Not his problem to worry about. He checked his phone. Only 3 hours left until the 7 Stars Alignment at 8 o'clock. Outside the window, a gentle rain had started to fall. Figures. He shrugged. He wasn't surprised. In both his past and present life, whenever a rare astronomical event happened, the weather in his city would either be overcast or rainy. Venus transits, lunar eclipses, meteor showers, it was always like this. Sometimes he wondered if the universe had it out for him. When the alignment was first reported, he'd already suspected today would be no different. And sure enough. Humph. Brandon lay back in his rocking chair, shut his eyes, and drifted off to the sound of rain. Time slipped by. In Brandon's sleep, the clock's hands crept toward 8, and the clouds outside grew darker and heavier. Meanwhile, out in the solar system, the 7 planets Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune lined up perfectly along the ecliptic. Boom! At that precise moment, as the 7 stars alignment formed, a stream of energy existing somewhere between fantasy and reality, completely undetectable by humans or even nations, shot straight toward Earth. Ding! Detected, Earth is a keyword from a work of fantasy. Analyzing Earth's energy. No significant mystical traits detected. Life energy is average, does not meet the criteria for an invitation. Traces of world consciousness detected. Initiating communication. Communication successful. Spiritual energy recovery commencing. In Ventura City, Brandon, still lost in sleep, suddenly felt something odd. His once blurry dream sharpened, as if the entire background had shifted. An ancient, Boundless land stretched out before him, verdant, solemn forests pulsing with life, and towering peaks that soared into the clouds. A whole new world unfolded. Somewhere deep in his soul, a nameless emotion welled up, so profound that words couldn't describe it, leaving Brandon feeling lost and awed. Sky, cloud, seas, forests, mountains, rivers. He gazed through teary eyes at these scenes, so near yet utterly unreachable, and his heart ached with a bittersweet longing. Vaguely, high in the sky, an enormous eye appeared, silently watching over this world. With its gaze, countless golden lights began to flow from every corner of this realm, weaving together into the very laws that governed the land, almost as if declaring their loyalty. No, not just loyalty, there was also joy at new birth, a deep love for this world, and reverence for its creator. He didn't know how he could sense all this. And right now, he didn't want to think, he only wanted to watch, to keep watching forever. Never in his life had he felt so wonderful. It was as if a fog had been lifted from his soul, impurities flushed from his body. Deep inside, he felt a seed take root, and under the gaze of that vast eye, the seed slowly began to sprout and grow. He didn't understand what was happening or what kind of blessing he was experiencing, only that these once distant scenes now seemed to embrace him, welcoming him home. Crack! Suddenly, the vision shattered. Brandon jolted awake in his rocking chair, gasping for breath. What was that just now? A dream? Or something more? No, it couldn't have been a normal dream, it was far too vivid. I don't think I could imagine something like that. But if it was something supernatural, why me? Because I'm a traveler. Brandon frowned. If it was really about him being a traveler, why hadn't he felt anything all these years? Why only tonight? Was there something special about today? The 7 stars alignment? Could it really be connected to that? He glanced at the clock, 10 p.m. already. Rain still trickled down outside. Maybe it wasn't the reason. Wait, but why did he still feel this way? As he watched the raindrops outside, that overwhelming emotion from his dream threatened to break free once more, elation and wonder nearly impossible to contain. He didn't find these uncontrollable feelings pleasant. In fact, they scared him. He had to know what exactly happened while he was asleep. End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse. Read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 2, The Interdimensional Chat Group. Ding! Candidate group member detected. Brandon White's consciousness is now awake. Ding! Would the host like to join the interdimensional chat group? The sudden robotic voice left Brandon bewildered. What did he just hear? Interdimensional chat group? Was this one of those chat group cheats straight out of a novel? Was my transmigration your doing? Brandon didn't immediately agree. The appearance of a cheat wasn't enough to make him lose his cool. He had plenty of questions he wanted the chat group to answer. Ding! The host's transmigration was not the result of the chat group. Ding! The chat group detected the fantasy keyword Earth. Randomly selecting the person with the greatest fate to enter the group. Since there was no individual on your planet with exceptional fate, the group made an agreement with the consciousness of Earth. Ding! Spiritual energy recovery is being triggered by the chat group. The world consciousness has granted part of its authority to all life forms on Earth. The chat group will select the one with the strongest fate. Ding! The host has awakened the authority of nature and is the most fortunate person on Earth. Therefore, you are invited to join the chat group. The emotionless mechanical voice from the chat group echoed in Brandon's mind. So you're saying my transmigration has nothing to do with you? Brandon frowned, a bit surprised by the answer. So the chat group only reached out because of his fate. But all this about world consciousness and spiritual energy recovery, such a grand event just to pick one person to join a chat group? Besides, the gap between rich and poor on Earth is massive, and power is concentrated in the hands of a few. People lifted by the wind are constantly changing. And you're telling me there's no real difference in anyone's fate? Can you even explain what difference is supposed to mean here? What does it mean? Ding! In this world, no one is favored by fate. Everyone is an ordinary passerby. Ding! Since all are passersby, what difference could there be in fate? Ding! The chat group also finds this strange. The host has the destiny of a transmigrator according to data from fantasy worlds. Even if you're not the main protagonist, you should at least play an important role. Ding! But the host's fate is no different from an average passerby's? Even though the chat group's voice was flat and mechanical, Brandon could almost sense confusion in it, like it had just discovered something inconceivable. He didn't really know what to say. Yes, he was a transmigrator, and this world was quite different from the last, but he'd never tried to change anything. Other than maintaining a healthy exercise routine since he was a kid, his life had followed the same trajectory as before. Same schools, same friends, a simple life with its own joys. And that was enough for him. If it weren't for this chat group, he figured his future would just be about finding a decent job and living an ordinary life. Nothing needed to change, and he didn't want anything to change. Maybe it was because he didn't lack money. If he'd come from a struggling family, where savings couldn't even cover a serious illness, he'd probably have done everything he could to get ahead. But he wasn't in that situation. Both his parents had their own companies. His relatives all had some influence in various industries, so money was never a concern. Of course, there was a downside: his parents' marriage ended completely when he was 14. There hadn't been any real love to begin with, and over the years, no real bond of affection had formed either, so their separation was only natural. By the time he was 15, both had started new families of their own. But the money kept coming, not a penny less, $500,000 a month from each parent, $1 million in total for living expenses. More than enough, especially since he didn't have expensive hobbies. He'd thought about changing this outcome when he was younger, but after thinking it through, he let it go. Both parents seemed happier after remarrying. At least, happier than when they were together. He never picked sides. He'd seen videos about choosing which parent to live with after a divorce, but honestly, as long as the parents plan to remarry, it's hard for the kid to ever be completely happy. Even if the new family treats you well, once their own children are born, the difference in priorities becomes obvious. Besides, living alone was just fine for him. He had school during the week, hung out with friends on weekends. There was no way to feel lonely. Ding! Would the host like to join the chat group? Maybe he'd been quiet too long, because the group prompted him again. Join, then. I want to see if this interdimensional chat group is what I think it is. Brandon nodded. Immediately, the group's voice sounded again. Group notice: welcome to the interdimensional chat group. Your group name is being constructed based on your information. Your group name is Child of Nature. Ding! Member Child of Nature has joined the chat group. Ding! Member That's Just How It Is, Meow has joined the chat group. Ding! Member Golden Flash has joined the chat group. Come be my son, welcome, newcomer. Come be my son, didn't expect a new member so soon. Uchiha Dance King, hope this one's got some real power, not like the last ordinary person we got. Cook Daigu into soup. Cook Daigu into soup, are you implying something? Because I've got proof you are. Cook Daigu into soup, anyway, welcome, newbie. The Worst Spirit, welcome, new member. If you're suspicious about the chat group's existence, check out the group files, they've got info on every member's world. The Worst Spirit, by the way, at Ordinary Group Leader, come out and greet our guest. Ordinary Group Leader, why does greet our guest make me sound like a madam at a brothel? Whatever, welcome, newcomer. Roxy Vale glanced at the new member. Child of nature didn't ring a bell, couldn't place which series they were from. That's just how it is. Meow was a little odd too, but probably Meowth from Team Rocket in Pokemon. As for Golden Flash, that one was easy. From the same world as Uchiha Madara, the 4th Hokage of Konoha Minato Namikaze. Not bad. At least better than the first batch. Roxy Vale couldn't help but smile wryly. She'd been the first to join the group, and naturally became the leader. She'd thought it was her own golden cheat. But reality had set her straight. The only leader privilege was a 7-fold discount in the group store. No enlightenment function like in the novels, and not even invite or kick permissions. According to the group, every member was handpicked after 1,000 trials. Kicking people out would be an insult to the group itself. So who was actually in charge here? After accepting reality, it wasn't long before the group invited 3 more people. The world's strongest man from One Piece, Whitebeard. The lone Shura of the ninja world from Naruto, Madara Uchiha. And the spirit of time from Date A Live, Kurumi Tokisaki, who killed 10,000 to right a regret. These were all monsters. End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/Soren Eclipse. Read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 3, The Ordinary Group Leader. Just call me a transmigrator. None of these people were what you'd call easy to get along with. Take Madara Uchiha, for example. Apart from Hashirama Senju, he hardly acknowledged anyone in the ninja world. Whitebeard might have looked gentle on the surface, but that was just appearances. He was, after all, one of the 4 emperors. His conqueror's haki was second to none. Nobody would ever call him approachable. Unless, of course, you happened to be his son. As for Kurumi Tokisaki, there wasn't even a need to explain. Her Yandere, manipulative personality paired with that enchanting appearance made her both alluring and terrifying. But reality was never as simple as anime. She killed 10,000 to mend a regret. Most were villains, sure, but some were innocent people. Wanting to change fate for herself and her friends was one thing, but doing it by taking lives was something else. Though all 3 were notorious figures, Roxy Vale had managed to get along with them reasonably well, using her knowledge of their backgrounds and even of events yet to come. She'd even been gifted a pair of 2 Tomo Sharingan eyes by Lord Madara himself. Of course, since the chat group's exchange system wasn't open yet, and she didn't have Uchiha blood, she couldn't use the eyes anyway. So, they just sat in her inventory for now. The second batch of members only included cooked Daigo into soup. Tiga was her childhood favorite. She recognized him at a glance. Daigo had only been in the group for 3 days, and already a new member was joining. Roxy rubbed her temples, hoping for more members. If they could get 10 more features in the chat group would unlock. That's just how it is. Meow, what is this thing? Why is it in my head? Meow. Golden Flash, information directly in my mind? What's going on? Golden Flash, our world isn't the only one? There are countless other worlds, some even stronger than ours, and this chat group can link them all. Golden Flash, it doesn't seem to be an illusion. Minato Namikaze frowned, considering the possibility of genjutsu, but even the Uchiha couldn't create something this sophisticated. His strength wasn't insignificant. Trapping him in an illusion was no small feat. And besides, who in the ninja world would have such a wild imagination to invent a genjutsu like this? That's just how it is, meow, only I can see this. Jessie and James can't, meow. In the Pokemon world, Meowth checked under Jessie and James's worried stares. They really couldn't see it. Still, Meowth is not stupid. You 2 idiots, don't mess with my head. Frantic swatting noises. As Jessie and James ruffled Meowth's head, a throbbing vein popped on his forehead. Finally, he'd had enough and left scratch marks on both their faces. With a cold snort, he wanted to tell them about the chat group, but whenever he tried, he found himself unable to speak of it. The same was true for Minato Namikaze. Ordinary group leader, Meowth. Minato na mikaze. That's just how it is, Meow, you know me, Meow. Golden Flash, you are. Ordinary group leader, no need to be so formal. I'm just an ordinary group leader. I've uploaded some information about your worlds if you're curious. Ordinary group leader, just a heads up, I only uploaded part of it. I know a fair bit about your stories, but I don't remember every detail. Roxy finished uploading memory snapshots of the two. She'd watched a lot of anime, but rarely from start to finish. After all, school was always the priority. There was only so much time for anime. With new shows every year, she naturally missed a lot. If she hadn't transmigrated, she could have caught up online. But now, in a high fantasy world, the original anime just didn't exist. So no way to rewatch, really. Cook Daigu into soup. I just realized the chat group doesn't seem to have info on Dance King. Did you forget, group leader? Daigu suddenly thought of this, asking curiously in the group chat. The worst spirit, shrug.jpg. The worst spirit, it's not that the group leader forgot Madara. Uchiha just refused to let her upload his info. Uchiha Dance King, that kind of thing isn't worth worrying about. Uchiha Dance King, the future of the ninja world will be shaped by my hand. Ordinary group leader, there's plenty of time, but honestly, you should probably ask me for the info. Just saying, haha. Golden Flash, Ninja World? Wait, Uchiha. Golden Flash, judging by the worst spirits, are you Madara Uchiha? Minato Namikaze was shocked. He'd never expected the legendary Madara, founder of the Uchiha clan, to be in the chat group. But, wasn't he supposed to be dead? Golden Flash, but didn't you come be my son, Gururara? According to the group leader, Madara Uchiha is indeed dead. Come be my son, but who says the dead can't join the chat group? Come be my son, this group's power is beyond our understanding. Uchiha Dance King, humph. I'll revive from the underworld sooner or later. Uchiha Dance King, when that day comes. Minato's expression changed slightly as he read Madara's words, a hidden implication lurking between the lines. Maybe Madara's death wasn't so simple. Before he could ask more, though, the group leader began questioning another new member who hadn't spoken up yet. Ordinary group leader, at Child of Nature, newbie, come say hi. Ordinary group leader, everyone in the chat group is nice, you know. Child of Nature, you sure about that? Brandon White couldn't help but smirk at the group leader's words. Other than Daigu, the batch of newbies that joined with him were a Conqueror, a Shura, and a Yandere. How could any of those be called nice people? Ordinary group leader, ahem. Well, at least, in the chat group they are. Ordinary group leader, hey, you seem a little different. Roxy scratched her head, a bit embarrassed by the newcomer's doubts. She was about to reply when a thought struck her. Ordinary group leader, wait, how do you know? Hold on, your Child of Nature, I'm from Earth. You can just call me a transmigrator. Child of Nature, nice to meet you, fellow traveler. Brandon didn't hide his identity. He could tell from the conversation so far that this group leader wasn't trying to act all-knowing and mysterious. She hadn't demanded any price for uploading information about members and was generally very approachable. A rare, straightforward group leader. More importantly, he'd already asked the chat group and found out the leader didn't even have the power to kick members. Honestly, out of all the group leaders he'd ever heard of, she was probably the most ordinary one yet. End of chapter. Chapter 4, seriously? Awakened powers and still have to go to school? Ordinary group leader. The worst spirit. Uchiha Dance King. Come be my son. Cook Daigu into soup. That's just how it is, meow, what's going on? Why is everyone sending question marks? Golden Flash, it seems to be because of the term transmigrator. Does it have some special meaning? The worst spirit, it definitely does, but I didn't expect there to be another transmigrator besides the group leader. Come be my son, Gururara, things are getting interesting. And it looks like this newcomer also knows about our world's future. Maybe they come from the same world as the group leader. Uchiha Dance King, honestly, just being a transmigrator isn't that surprising. The chat group's invitations seem completely random among people with high fate. Uchiha Dance King, what's more interesting is the new member's group name. I don't need to explain what the group name, generated by the chat group, actually signifies, do I? The worst spirit, agreed. The group name reflects things like strength, personality, abilities, and reputation. The worst spirit, the newcomer is called Child of Nature. That's pretty remarkable. The worst spirit, so, newbie, mind telling us a bit about yourself? It wasn't just Kurumi Tokisaki, everyone Madara Uchiha, Daigu, and even Roxy Vale was curious about Brandon White. A transmigrator. Someone with the same background as Roxy. And, unlike the ordinary group leader, whose name reflected her undeveloped powers, this new member, already titled Child of Nature, must have awakened something special. That alone wouldn't have made them so interested. The bigger reason was that, according to Roxy, almost all transmigrators had their own unique cheats or golden fingers. That was what really piqued everyone's curiosity. Brandon, for his part, had no idea what Roxy had told them, and honestly, even if he did, he wouldn't have cared much. He didn't really have any sort of cheat. The authority of nature wasn't much in the grand scheme of the multiverse. If anything, the chat group itself was more of a cheat than his actual powers. Child of Nature, it's just a group name, nothing that special. Child of Nature, druids, elemental magic, nature's blessing, all these things could count as children of nature, but that doesn't mean they're all powerful. Child of Nature, also, at ordinary group leader, what exactly have you been telling everyone? Why do they all seem to know so much? Child of Nature, oh, and you transmigrated from Earth too? How did that happen? Ordinary group leader, sorry. I figured I couldn't really fool them anyway, so I just decided to be honest from the start. Ordinary group leader, hee hee. Roxy scratched her head, a bit embarrassed by Brandon's comment, but quickly replied. Ordinary group leader, as for transmigrating, I honestly have no idea how it happened. I just woke up in a new world, one of those high martial, spiritual energy worlds. Ordinary group leader, supposedly, the top experts here can destroy planets, though I don't know if that's actually true. Ordinary group leader, so, how did you cross over? Ordinary group leader, just curious. Child of Nature, can't argue with you there. Even if you gain people's trust at first, with more members joining, any lies would fall apart sooner or later. Child of Nature, but I've never seen anyone so completely upfront before. Child of Nature, my transmigration was pretty random too. Just happened without warning. Child of Nature, but unlike you, who crossed into a high martial world, my world only just awakened spiritual energy today. Child of Nature, by the way, what time is it? Child of Nature, it's already 10? Time flies. Child of Nature, let's talk more another time. I'm off to bed, got school in the morning. Ding! Member Child of Nature has gone offline. With Brandon's departure, the chat group was left speechless, a flurry of question marks filling the chat. Roxy didn't know what to say for a moment. Seriously, a transmigrator, someone who just experienced a spiritual revival and joined an interdimensional chat group. And he's going to sleep so he can get up for school tomorrow? How could anyone actually sleep at a time like this? Wasn't he even a little excited? She rested her chin on her hand, frustrated. After all, it wasn't every day you ran into a fellow Earthling here. She'd had so many things she wanted to ask. But on Brandon's end, the whole spiritual revival and chat group didn't throw him off much. No matter what, sleep was still important, and school still needed attending. Still, there were some noticeable effects from the spiritual revival. The air felt fresher, and even his sleep quality was better. When he woke up, Brandon washed up and checked the news online. Aside from reports about the 7 stars alignment, there wasn't much else. Apparently, no jokers online were bragging about awakening superpowers. Or maybe anyone who tried got their posts taken down by the government. The chat group said that after I awakened the authority of nature, I became the luckiest person on earth. But the one with the greatest fate isn't always the most powerful. Just like in novels, the protagonist's talent is often weaker than others, but fate is what lets them last until the end. I wonder what sort of abilities other people will awaken. That's what I'm really curious about. In any case, with spiritual energy returning and people awakening abilities, the world's bound to get a lot more interesting. I just hope things don't spiral out of control for our country. After all, power makes people bolder. And it's not just humans, animals and plants will start changing too, and they could be just as dangerous to people. What would the future Earth look like? Only time would tell. One thing was certain, the revival of spiritual energy would bring changes the world hadn't seen in thousands of years. Brandon shook his head, putting those thoughts aside. It was about time for school. Senior year of high school was a critical period. For day students like him, the teachers were extra strict. Being late was not an option. End of chapter. Chapter 5. Chapter 5, The most unique person in the world. Unexpected confidence among classmates. Brandon White stepped out, grabbed breakfast from a nearby shop, and greeted his neighbors with practiced ease. Munching as he walked toward school, he noticed something strange on arrival. Maybe it was due to his authority of nature, but he could faintly sense everyone's emotions. Excitement, confidence, pride. Even classmates who were usually shy or insecure now seemed oddly self-assured, their eyes shining with an emotion he couldn't quite place. Describing it as superior wasn't quite right, but that was the feeling. It was as if each person, knowing they were a main character, looked at everyone else as side characters, like they were the most special person in the world. Geez. Could it really be what he was thinking? Brandon's eye twitched. Were they also awakening some kind of power, and now believed they were the only ones? Did they think they were the main character of reality? If so, they clearly hadn't read enough novels. Just then, a familiar voice called from behind him. Hey, Brandon. Morning. How'd you sleep last night? Okay, when did asking about someone's sleep become a normal morning greeting? Anyone overhearing might think I had some wild adventure yesterday. Brandon rolled his eyes, then turned and smiled. Way, I bet you were paying attention to the 7 stars alignment last night, right? Wyatt Zhang made a face at that. I'll never get over the name my dad gave me. You know, if I could switch my first and last names, I would. Tried to get him to change it, but he's stubborn. When he's old, let's see how he likes it when I'm the one making decisions. As a kid, Wyatt never really minded. But as he got older, he realized just how awkward his name could be. Thankfully, classmates his age understood and kept teasing to a minimum. Still, Wyatt wasn't a great nickname, but it beat the alternative. After venting, Wyatt continued. I wanted to see the alignment, but with the rain, there wasn't much point. But, have you noticed something different with your body lately? His voice dropped to a whisper. This morning while washing my face, I found I could control the water. I could even condense a little water orb out of thin air. It's not powerful, but I can feel the ability getting stronger over time. Brandon's eyes lit up. Controlling water? Creating water orbs? That was classic water element ability. Not bad, Wyatt. But he was puzzled. You're just telling me? Not worried about hiding it? Wyatt shrugged, unconcerned. I did hide it. Only told you. And honestly, I don't see any point in hiding it. I'd have to be crazy to believe I'm the only one who awakened something. The alignment couldn't have given me powers and skipped everyone else. There's no way my luck is that good. Actually, there was. But only because the chat group needed a member, otherwise there'd be no spiritual revival and no awakened abilities at all. But Wyatt's attitude was rare. Most people, Brandon sensed, wanted to show off their new powers but were too afraid of being caught and studied, so they forced themselves to stay quiet. They were all waiting, developing their abilities in secret, planning to make a splash when they were strong enough to protect themselves. Come on, let's head to class. I have a feeling we're about to witness something entertaining. Brandon grinned, entered the classroom, and scanned the room. He could practically see the words excited, want to show off but shouldn't, chosen one, and main character written on everyone's faces. Even with all the anime and novels these kids had read, their hearts were still so pure at this age. It was hilarious. Still, not everyone could resist temptation. If you got superpowers and didn't try to impress someone, were you even a teenager? Sure enough, Brandon watched as a boy across the room couldn't help himself. He turned to the girl behind him and said, "Hey, let me show you a magic trick. This is a regular eraser, right? Watch, rise." The girl looked unimpressed, giving him that "I'm just here to watch you try and fail" stare. But then the eraser slowly floated up off the desk. It floated. She froze. So did everyone nearby. Even Brandon was surprised. Was that telekinesis? Gravity manipulation? Levitation? Or maybe wind element? No, it probably wasn't wind or gravity. With his own nature, authority and sensitivity to elements, Brandon would have sensed those. Levitation, maybe, but it reminded him of the float fruit from One Piece. More likely, it was some version of psychokinesis. But full-blown telekinesis would be overpowered. That's basically limitless in most stories. From what he could tell, this looked more like basic psychokinesis, same term, but a huge difference in scale. The boy, seeing the stunned class, grinned and said, "Well? Impressed, Lily? Bet you didn't see that coming. How about it, am I awesome or what?" Lily snapped out of her daze and, after a moment, shrugged. "Not bad, but I think I can do that too." With a flick of her wrist, a breeze swept by and the pencil on her desk floated into the air. "What?" The boy stared at the floating pencil, utterly speechless. He looked at Lily, then at the pencil, then back to her, his expression shifting to mock despair as he muttered dramatically, "Every hero's journey needs a rival, but why does my nemesis have to be you?" His sorrowful look was so over the top that Lily could only roll her eyes in disbelief. End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/Soren Eclipse. Read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 6, No more pretending, let's show our cards. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Brandon White couldn't help laughing out loud at the scene. His laughter seemed to break the tension, and soon the whole class was laughing with him. What a way to start the morning! Pulling a magic trick, only to have the rival turn the tables, and then going so far as to call them your archenemy. Hilarious! Wait a minute, when did these two learn magic tricks? And why did their tricks seem so unnatural? Sean Summers, still not getting what was really happening, looked at everyone in confusion. What's so funny? We're laughing at you, of course. You actually called Lily your archenemy. That's a first, Brandon joked. Come on, it's just a magic trick. Who can't pull off a few tricks these days? Watch this, let your buddy Brandon show you how it's done. Brandon reached out and grabbed the floating eraser. Within 3 seconds, it shimmered, as if coated in gold dust, and began to glow a bright golden color. Hey! Sean's eyes widened, his expression turning from confusion to complete shock. Brandon couldn't help but chuckle again at Sean's stunned face. Thanks to his authority of nature, he could manipulate the elements of the natural world, gold included. He wasn't all that strong yet, but the sheer variety of elements at his disposal more than made up for it. Even better, he could feel his powers growing stronger at an astonishing rate, simply by being in nature. As long as he was on Earth, his abilities would keep growing fast. Off-world, the growth would slow or stop, but he'd still be able to use what he'd already learned. He'd learned all this from the chat group last night, after logging off. Ahem. Since things have gotten this far, I might as well drop the act. I wanted to blend in as an ordinary student, but all I got was distance. Here's the truth: I'm a flame fruit user. Fire ignite. A classmate stood up. A flame suddenly appeared in his hand, the temperature in the room rising as everyone felt the heat. If you're all done pretending, then so am I. I never thought there'd be so many people with powers in a single class. But I'm no ordinary guy either. If you're all coming out of hiding, then I have no choice. Honestly, I was hoping to keep my head down and grow stronger in secret, but now I can't. The world's changed too much for me to keep my identity secret. With thunder, I'll shatter the darkness. Winter is here, ice, unyielding and eternal. Seriously, are elemental powers that common now? Why did I get beast transformation instead? Wait, you're a guy and your power is turning into a rabbit? That's a waste of good luck. Oh, come on. Like I had a choice. With Brandon and others showing off their powers, the classroom turned into a scene of wild excitement. Those who'd awakened abilities couldn't hold back any longer, eagerly displaying their new talents. Telekinesis, wind, fire, ice, lightning, beast transformations. Elemental abilities seemed to be the most common of all. Sean, who had thought he was the chosen one, was completely floored. His excitement and smugness faded into disbelief, then gloom, and finally pure resignation. So, you've all awakened superpowers. This isn't how the story was supposed to go. I thought I was the main character. Are superpowers really this common now? He slumped over his desk, embarrassment coloring his cheeks. He wasn't just failing at being cool, he was suffering total social defeat. Out of everyone, he was the only one who couldn't hold back and ended up being the joke of the day. You really haven't read enough stories. Don't you wonder why you awakened powers at all? Brandon teased. It's obviously the 7 stars alignment from last night, Wyatt Zhang chimed in, laughing. A cosmic event like that couldn't possibly bless just one of us, especially someone who didn't even see it in person. It has to be something affecting the entire planet. Wyatt couldn't stop laughing. He'd wondered last night if any classmates had awakened abilities too, but never expected anyone to use magic tricks as a cover only to be exposed immediately. The whole thing was just too funny. Sean, already feeling defeated, slumped even lower. He wasn't alone. Other classmates who'd secretly thought they were the main character also glanced away in embarrassment, thankful that at least Sean had drawn the attention. Who could have predicted that powers, once thought to exist only in fiction, would suddenly become so widespread? Most had probably believed they'd be the chosen one. After all, they were just high school seniors. With so little time for entertainment or reading, their imaginations were still pure. Wyatt and Brandon were different. Still, as embarrassing as it was for some, the ones feeling most out of place were those who hadn't awakened anything at all. Watching classmates show off real powers left them in disbelief. What was happening? Wait, these weren't magic tricks? This was real? Did the 7 stars alignment really awaken superpowers? But why didn't I get one? Was the world changing without me? Brandon glanced around. Out of 43 students in the class, about 15 hadn't awakened any powers. The overall rate of awakening was actually quite high. As for why some didn't awaken? That was just the way it was, where some gain, others do not. It wasn't something to worry about. I'd guess about half the class has powers now, Brandon said. And like Wyatt said, it's thanks to the 7 stars alignment. In stories, something like that usually signals the recovery of spiritual energy not just for humans, but for the whole world. So, without a doubt, we're entering a brand new era, a global era of evolution. We're the witnesses, maybe even the pioneers, of this new age. If you think about it, we're actually pretty lucky to be alive to see something like this. The class president couldn't help but comment, his eyes bright with excitement. Everyone with powers felt the same. They were all filled with anticipation for the future, eager to carve out a new era for themselves. For those without abilities, there would always be ordinary people in any age. Perhaps for them, life would simply continue as before. But the future held endless possibilities. No one could say for sure what tomorrow would bring. End of chapter. Chapter 7, Chapter 7, Analysis of Devil Fruits. Do you all just not get the chat group? Brandon White sat at his desk, watching his classmates animatedly discussing their powers. He felt a twinge of nostalgia. He too used to daydream about the future at their age. Well, at least being financially secure made everything easier. He shook his head and decided to check in on the chat group during the downtime. Ordinary group leader, so bored, so bored. Ugh, this high martial world, why did I have to transmigrate here? Ordinary group leader, because of the spiritual awakening, there's nothing fun in entertainment anymore. Ordinary group leader, all the novels are the same old loser protagonist stuff. That trope is ancient. Ordinary group leader, why can't we get something fast-paced about actual geniuses for once? Child of nature, maybe, it's because people who really understand genius wouldn't bother writing novels. Child of nature, geniuses in a high martial world probably aren't spending time as authors. Ordinary group leader, ugh.jpg. Ordinary group leader, yeah, maybe you're right. Ordinary group leader, hey, you're online already? Is school over? Roxy Vale perked up as she saw Brandon come online and messaged him, curiosity clear in her words. Child of nature, technically, first period hasn't started yet. It's just morning reading time. Child of nature, but with the spiritual awakening, lots of classmates have powers now and everyone's too excited to actually study. Ordinary group leader, early stage spiritual revival, and people are already awakening powers. I'm so jealous. Ordinary group leader, after I transmigrated, I didn't get any powers. Ugh. Ordinary group leader, even the Sharingan Madara gave me. I don't have Uchiha blood, so I'm scared to use it. Roxy grew frustrated at this point. Every other chat group she knew about came with optimization functions, like converting chakra usage into stamina consumption. But this chat group had nothing. Not a single extra feature. Ugh, what a useless chat group. Brandon was surprised, so Roxy didn't dare use the Sharingan because she didn't have Uchiha blood? Didn't this group have optimization features? Suddenly, a robotic voice echoed in both their minds. Ding! Detected that a member, the group leader, is doubting the group's abilities. Ding! The chat group's red envelope function does offer initial optimization. It can convert different energy systems into a compatible form for each member's world. But only if the member actually has enough energy or stamina to use. Ding! Understood? It was clear the chat group was annoyed by their doubt. Basically, if you had no energy or stamina, don't blame the group for not working miracles. Child of nature. Ordinary group leader. Ordinary group leader, is it talking about me? Child of nature, who else would it be? It's not me, I already have powers. Child of nature, don't forget, I awakened abilities. Ordinary group leader, fine, it's me. Sorry for being a normal person. Ugh. Ordinary group leader, why did I transmigrate just to become a spiritual outlier? I can't cultivate energy at all, worse than even those talentless protagonists in novels. At least those guys could train, even if their talent got drained. Roxy couldn't cultivate at all. The worst spirit, ha ha ha. The worst spirit, sorry, couldn't help myself. Ha ha ha. Ordinary group leader, glares.jpg. Come be my son, Gururera. No need to worry, group leader. If you don't mind the drawbacks, I can probably help you get a devil fruit. Cook Daigu into soup, why not just learn Haki? Even if you can't cultivate your world's energy, Haki should be possible, right? Cook Daigu into soup, oh wait, you need almost superhuman physical ability to train Haki. Never mind, then. Daigu clearly knew this, he was just messing around. Ordinary group leader, angrypanda.jpg. Ordinary group leader, you're all terrible. I can't train energy, my stamina's weak, so, yeah, fine, I'm useless. Uchiha Dance King, pft. He'd thought the group leader would defend herself, but she just admitted it. Golden Flash, has the group leader tried using our world's chakra? Ordinary group leader, tried it didn't work. Ordinary group leader, waves hand.jpg. The worst spirit, she actually tried asking Madara for help at first, but no luck. Ordinary group leader, didn't realize until later that chakras tied to the divine tree. I'm not from the Naruto world, so there's no way to cultivate chakra. The worst spirit, so really, the only way for the group leader to get stronger is to eat a devil fruit. But the drawbacks are serious, and with patience, we could get stronger in safer ways as more features unlock in the chat group. Ordinary group leader, yeah, I get it. I'm just complaining. Right now, the chat group was at a basic level, most features were still locked. As more members joined and the group became more active, new functions would unlock. At the moment, only the red envelope system was working, not much use to any of them. Brandon found it hard not to laugh. The others all made good points, but weren't they all underestimating the chat group a bit? Child of nature, honestly, even eating a devil fruit isn't the end of the world. Child of nature, drawbacks can probably be fixed once the group unlocks more optimization features, so long as you're strong enough. Child of nature, using chat group abilities is bound to require some sort of price, right? Like a currency. Ordinary group leader, points? Those only come with new features like sign in, recycle, and quests. Child of nature, then points are what matters. Child of nature, but most of those features except maybe daily sign in will require you to be strong enough to do things. Unless you're rich and can just buy items for recycling. Child of nature, so for you, strength is the main way to earn points. Without strength, all you can do is grind for points slowly. Child of nature, personally, I recommend the mythical Zoan devil fruits. Different worlds mean your body's not the same as in One Piece. Child of nature, if Logia or some Paramecia fruits don't improve your physical condition, you'd be stuck, since all those abilities drain stamina. End of chapter. Chapter 8, Chapter 8, Everything Fate Gives Has Its Price. Child of nature, if your physical strength isn't up to par, you'll be wiped out after a few big attacks. Think of Kakashi from Naruto, or even worse. Child of nature, a mythical Zoan devil fruit would not only boost your physical strength, letting you train in Haki and use the Sharingan, but it also offers huge potential. Child of nature, what do you all think? The worst spirit, claps.gif. Uchiha Dance King, claps.gif. Come be my son, claps.gif. Cook Daigu into soup, claps.gif. Ordinary group leader, we never considered that before, really insightful. Ordinary group leader, thumbs up.gif. This wasn't flattery, Roxy Vale genuinely meant it. She'd only been focused on the devil fruit drawbacks and the current lack of chat group abilities to remove those flaws. She hadn't thought about how, right now, raw strength was what mattered most. Whether it was for safety in her own world or earning points in the chat group after new features unlocked, it all depended on power. No points meant that, even if new functions opened, she wouldn't be able to use them. She couldn't just accumulate points from daily logins, it would take forever. Child of nature, I get that the others might not realize this, the chat group is still new to them and they're more focused on the present. But you're a transmigrator, even the group leader. Have a little more confidence in the chat group. Ordinary group leader, ahem, right. Maybe let's change the subject. Roxy, a bit embarrassed, turned the conversation. Child of nature, sure, I'll continue. Child of nature, the analysis is pretty much done. The only issue left is how rare mythical zoan fruits are. Child of nature, from what I know, in One Piece there's Sengoku's human fruit, Buddha form, Marco's bird fruit, Phoenix form, Orikai's snake fruit, Yamato no Orikai form, Katarina Devon's nine-tailed fox fruit, and Kaido's fish fruit, Azure dragon form. Child of nature, I'm not sure about Kaido's, since I didn't follow the later parts of the story. Child of nature, so far, those 5 are all the mythical zoan fruits revealed in One Piece and every user is incredibly powerful. Child of nature, except for Marco, the only way to get the other 4 would be to strip the power with the darkness fruit. But even for Whitebeard, that would be almost impossible. Child of nature, their power isn't something to underestimate, and Whitebeard isn't in the best shape now. Child of nature, so, it's really up to the Whitebeard pirates to search for a suitable fruit. You'll have to wait. Child of nature, at Come Be My Son, you know about Blackbeard, Ace, and the Summit War, right? Come Be My Son, the group leader uploaded those memories to me on my first day here. Come Be My Son, Blackbeard, hiding among my crew for so many years just for a devil fruit. I really did underestimate him. Whitebeard's gaze was complicated. He'd always considered Blackbeard family, never imagined that such a straightforward, good-natured man could hide such depth. In both strength and ambition. Come be my son, Guerrera. At Child of Nature, I get what you're saying. Compared to the fate of the Whitebeard pirates, a single mythical zoan fruit is nothing. Come be my son, I'll do everything I can to find the most suitable mythical zoan fruit for the group leader. Child of Nature, I trust your word, Captain. Child of Nature, just wanted to give the group leader a little reminder. Ordinary group leader. Ordinary group leader, a reminder about what? Now you're making me nervous. Child of Nature, everything fate gives is secretly tagged with a price. Child of Nature, the information you know may seem like just anime to you, but to others it's their future, their one chance to change destiny, to save everything. Child of Nature, you can be selfish, trade what you know for something useful. What you offer is incredibly valuable. That's why nearly every chat group protagonist in these stories uses their knowledge to barter, whether a lot or a little. Roxy was the exception. Uchiha Dance King, everything fate gives has its price. Not bad, newcomer. You have my respect. The worst spirit, the group leader really is too kind. You have no idea how much that information means to us. The worst spirit, if you ever need anything, I'll do anything for you. Ordinary group leader, whoa, wait, I don't have those kinds of interests, just so we're clear. That's just how it is, meow, so we still haven't caught Pikachu, hey? Darn. That's just how it is, meow, and that brat still didn't win the championship. Meow. That's just how it is, meow, meowth licking paw. Gif. Golden Flash, looks like some of us aren't even in the same conversation. But like Child of Nature said, the group leader's information is priceless to me. Golden Flash, if you ever need anything, just ask. Minato Namikaze meant it. Because Madara Uchiha wasn't interested in his own future, Roxy hadn't uploaded the Naruto memory file before. But once Minato joined, she sent him what she felt was most important, especially Naruto's childhood, his home, and how pitifully little money he had to live on. She included the Nine Tails incident, of course otherwise, nothing else would make sense. To Minato, this information was life-changing. Learning the truth about the Nine Tails disaster and Naruto's mistreatment in the village made him almost question whether it was worth saving Konoha at all. He just couldn't understand why did the third Hokage allow this to happen? Was it because of old grudges? To hide Naruto's true identity? It was absurd. Almost no one in Konoha had the Uzumaki surname outside of his wife Kushina and the first Hokage's wife Mito, that was it. Anyone seeing the Uzumaki name should have known instantly who Naruto's father was. End of chapter. Chapter 9, Future Grand Mage? Superpower Target Lock. Hiding the identity of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Just look at those villagers, calling Naruto a demon fox left and right, practically ready to stamp the title of Jinchuriki on his forehead. The son of a hero, and yet treated like that. Minato honestly didn't know how to feel. He couldn't imagine how his son could still grow up so bright and kind after everything he'd been through. It left him unsure whether he should be proud or heartbroken. As Hokage, he wanted his son to have that kind of strength. But as a father, he wished the people who hurt Naruto would get what they deserved. Still, he was alive now, and everything could still be changed. He felt nothing but gratitude for the group leader, for sharing such important knowledge of the future. Child of nature, that's about all for now. You all keep chatting, I've got class. Ordinary group leader. Seriously, no matter how many times she heard it, the idea of going to class still felt weird. Brandon White had no idea how Roxy Vale felt. He left the chat group simply because their homeroom teacher had arrived. The 30 minutes of morning reading had slipped away in everyone's passionate debates and wild ideas about the future. Even now, a lot of students were still lost in their daydreams, completely missing the teacher's arrival. Their homeroom teacher, hair already thinning, didn't seem upset. He just leaned against the door, sipping tea, and watched the show. Normally, as voices dropped lower and lower, the room would naturally quiet down until no one was talking. But today, maybe because superpowers were such a shock, everyone was even more absorbed than usual. Minutes ticked by, but no one noticed anything was different. Bang! 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 Ow! Who hit me? Don't you know who you're messing with? I'm going to be the world's greatest fire mage. Who dares hit me? Wait, that's strength. Several chalk pieces, as if guided by an unseen force, shot straight for their heads. The sudden sting jolted everyone back to reality, and they jumped up, searching for their attacker. And then... What's wrong? Weren't you all trying to show off for me just now? Our future Grand Fire Mage isn't saying anything? Come on, I'm just a lowly homeroom teacher. I don't dare upset someone like you. The teacher's sarcastic tone made a few students scratch their heads, embarrassed, as they quickly straightened up in their seats. The teacher nodded, sipped his tea, then continued. I get why you're excited. You all awakened superpowers, hey? I was just as hyped last night, but... Wait, teacher, you awakened too? Sean Summers blurted out in disbelief. It was one thing for classmates to awaken, but even the teacher? Did that mean his parents had probably awakened too? He'd just finished showing off in front of them that morning. If they had powers, he'd just embarrassed himself all over again. You got a problem with that? The teacher squinted at Sean, chalk at the ready. No, just surprised, that's all, Sean stammered, waving his hands nervously. Please go on. The teacher finally set the chalk down and continued. My power is called Target Lock. The details are a bit complicated, but you can think of it like an aimbot from video games. Any attack I make locks on exactly where I want it to go. Whoa, auto-aim? So if you had a gun or bow, you'd be unbeatable early on. Hearing about the teacher's almost cheat-like superpower, even Brandon couldn't help but smack his lips in amazement. That was crazy overpowered in the early game. Bows, guns, whatever, as long as he could attack, nobody could dodge him. The teacher coughed. Don't look so shocked. My power has a range limit right now, it only works within 7 or 8 meters. Now that's more reasonable. If there was no range, you could take someone out from the other side of the planet. Real life wanted. Yeah, that'd be way too much. The limitation was a relief, but everyone could agree the power was still intimidating. Alright, listen up. Settle down and pay attention, you'll have your turn to talk later. The government takes this superpower thing very seriously, and the school's been ordered to cooperate with a formal investigation. So, everyone who's awakened a power stand up. Everyone glanced around but not a single student stood. Each face wore the same "not me, don't look at me" expression. Did you all watch too many movies or something? The teacher was exasperated. He'd never imagined his class would be this sneaky. Weren't you all chatting like crazy a minute ago when I wasn't in the room? Nobody's going to snatch you away for research. And with so many awakenings, there are plenty of powered people in the military already. There are even volunteers. You're not going to be anybody's first choice. For a bunch of kids, you sure overthink things. Honestly. He shook his head, but had to laugh a little. His students were all a bunch of oddballs. Alright, let me be clear. Everyone with a power, come with me to the sports field in a bit. We'll do a demonstration, then register you. Your information will be saved, and it'll even give you bonus points on your college entrance exams. Seriously, give your country a little more credit. Have some confidence in your own country. The teacher's gentle scolding didn't embarrass anyone. After all, this was about their own safety. Nobody could blame them for being a little cautious. But if it was just for registration. Hey, teacher, do you think the government will set up some kind of superpower association? Like the Avengers, or those secret dragon organizations in the novels? Wyatt Zhang's eyes lit up as he spoke. With this many people awakening powers, there's no way it's limited to just humans. Animals, insects, and plants might awaken too. In the future, we might even be fighting for Earth's top spot with them. The government will definitely form groups to defend against all that, right? He'd always loved the idea of mysterious organizations working behind the scenes to protect the country. He'd even spent ages online searching for real-life versions only to find they were just fictional. End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/Soren Eclipse. Read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 10, Fantasies about Powers. The Temptation of the Slip and Love Fruits. Wyatt Zhang had always been fascinated by the idea of secret organizations. The more he failed to find proof, the more he believed in their existence. Mysterious groups that stayed hidden from ordinary people simply because of how special they were. But as he read more novels and learned more about the real world, that belief faded. Fantasy and reality had become two very different things for him. Now, though, everything was different. With spiritual energy revived and people awakening superpowers, the line between reality and fantasy had blurred. Whether or not the changes affected plants or animals, one thing was certain: among humans, the rise of powers meant new ambitions, and the government would inevitably establish new organizations to manage it all. The only question was whether these organizations would be public, letting anyone who met the criteria join. The homeroom teacher looked at Wyatt for a moment, not sure what to say. You just awakened your power yesterday, and you're already planning to compete for the title of Earth's King? At this rate, you'll be worrying about the apocalypse by tomorrow. But, in all fairness, Wyatt's logic made sense. Still, the teacher couldn't help but sigh. Do you really think I'd know something like that? He asked, a bit exasperated. I'm just a regular teacher. There's no way I can guess what the government's planning. And if I guess wrong, I'd just embarrass myself. You'll know the answer soon enough. Brushing the question aside, the teacher became more serious as he looked at the class. Listen, I know awakening powers has had a big impact on all of you. Maybe it's the beginning of a new era, a new opportunity for our country and the world. There's no doubt that things are going to change, and fast. I may be your teacher, but it's not my place to tell you what you have to do with your abilities. All I ask is that you remember not to use your powers to break the law or harm others. Do what's right, and if you can help others, do so, but at the very least, don't disrupt the peace we've worked so hard to achieve. Sure, right now our powers are weak. Talking about changing the world is just an exaggeration. For now, just cooperate with the authorities and register your abilities honestly. I hope you'll all cooperate, and don't make things difficult for anyone. Times had changed, and education changed with it. Novels, anime, and movies could shape how people thought for better or for worse. It's hard to be a truly good person, but all too easy to be a villain. He wouldn't demand that his students become heroes, but he at least hoped they'd never use their gifts to hurt others. After all, one mistake at their age, with powers like these, could cause problems that couldn't be undone. As their teacher, he didn't want to see his students go down the wrong path. The students understood, nodding and responding seriously. Don't worry, sir. We'll cooperate. Yet, we know this is a new era, but we also know how precious peace is. With great power comes great responsibility. Maybe I can't save the world, but I'll at least do what I can. It's just registration, it's no big deal. Exactly. I used to envy those people who got to register at the police station. As long as it didn't involve being experimented on, the students were happy to go along. They understood how precious peace was. Just look at countries at war, and you'd know how terrifying chaos could be. No one wanted their home to end up like that. The teacher nodded, clearly relieved and pleased. All right, if you've awakened a power, please stand up now. Follow me out to the sports field for registration. If you haven't awakened anything yet, don't worry, everyone's body is different, and some people awaken later than others. No matter what happens, your number one job as students is to study. Just wait here for a bit. Once we're finished, your math teacher will come in and start class. At this, the students who hadn't awakened suddenly lit up. They'd been worried they didn't have the talent, but now it sounded like it was just a matter of time. What a relief! The teacher's closing remark about studying is your top priority was pretty much ignored at this point. Those who'd awakened powers had one thing on their minds. So it's just because of our bodies. I thought I was just a background character. Please, the ones who've awakened powers are the supporting cast. Didn't you see how many people got powers? Guys like us are clearly the extras. Hey, not true. It's always the late bloomers who are the main characters. Haven't you ever read a loser to hero novel? Yeah, good point. Knowing they could awaken later instantly lifted their spirits. Disappointment and even despair turned to hope. Smiles returned to their faces. Some even started using main character versus extra logic to comfort themselves. Whatever, but I'm still jealous of the ones who already have powers. Totally. At least their powers are real. Ours are still just daydreams. I just hope I get something good. I'm not asking much. A space or time power would be perfect. Space? Time? Dream on. I'm not greedy, just give me something like Luffy's rubber fruit. Stretchy, strong, versatile. Gross. Everyone instantly edged away from him. That's so pervy. You got a license for those thoughts. What's so special about rubber? Invisibility is where it's it. Someone as sunny as me deserves that kind of power. Shameless. I want something like the slip fruit or the love fruit. Dude, aren't you a guy? So what? What's gender got to do with it? It's about style, man. He said it with conviction, and several people around him actually nodded in agreement. He had a point. Looks matter most nowadays, and the slip and love fruits were both powerful. Not a bad idea. Brandon and the others rolled their eyes at their classmates. They sure could dream. By now, the sports field was already filling up not just their class, but others too. At the front, teachers were demonstrating and registering their abilities. One teacher even had a fluffy foxtail, which drew a few curious glances. Okay, maybe more than a few. But really just a couple glances. Seriously. End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 11, Back Row, Window Seat. The homeland of the protagonist. Those who had awakened their abilities were clearly excited, some even giddy with anticipation. Meanwhile, those who hadn't awakened anything pressed themselves up to the classroom windows, watching the activity out on the field with envy. There were quite a few in the whole school who'd awakened a power. Maybe it wasn't half the student body, but it was pretty close. And in the future, as spiritual energy continued to grow, more and more people would surely gain abilities. Brandon stood next to Sean, wearing his usual impassive expression and radiating a "don't bother me" aura, a stark contrast to the buzz of excitement on the field. But anyone who knew Brandon wouldn't be surprised. In fact, they might even find it funny. Just like right now, Brandon couldn't help but recall Sean's magic trick in class earlier, and had to fight back the urge to laugh. Sean turned and gave Brandon a wounded look. "Bran, did I look like a total idiot back in the classroom?" "You don't even have to ask, of course you did. That wasn't just embarrassing, it was a whole comedy routine." Brandon couldn't help it and burst out laughing. "How did you manage to awaken a power and immediately convince yourself you were the main character? You really thought you were the only one in the world with powers? At the very least, couldn't you have tested the waters first? Posted anonymously online, checked out some forums? Someone would have shown off already if they'd awakened something. But no, you went and tried to show off in front of Lily by pretending it was magic. Everyone in our class has known you for 3 years. If you could do magic, you would have been performing it since freshman year. And then to try it right after the planetary alignment? Your timing was way too obvious. And if someone had actually caught you, what could you have done with your floating pencil trick? Your powers are so basic right now that anyone could stop you." Brandon couldn't resist roasting him. He really was too young. Back in his previous life, even if only one student had a superpower, Brandon would have figured it out just from their behavior. When someone suddenly acts completely out of character, it's a giveaway. Sean's face darkened with every word. Sure, everything Brandon said was true, but did he really have to say it out loud? He was about to defend himself when Wyatt Zhang suddenly sidled up and clapped him on the shoulder. Wanting to be the main character is understandable. Who doesn't, right? But we've got to be realistic. The protagonist doesn't have to be a model, but you can't be ugly either. Sorry, but you just don't fit the bill. And you need to be, what, a solid 18 or 20? I'm 18. Sean protested, confused. I'm not talking about age, Wyatt deadpanned. I do have that, okay. Shut up already. Sean's face went from pale to red to green, then he glared at Wyatt, realizing what he meant. Joking about that in broad daylight? Even the students from other classes nearby caught the joke and coughed awkwardly, giving Wyatt dirty looks. Wyatt just stared them down. What are you all looking at? Don't tell me none of you have it either. He kept their eyes locked until one by one, everyone looked away. Yeah, whatever. I want to smack that guy. You're not the only one. His face is asking for it. I mean, that smug look, it's like a mime come to life. So punchable. One student leaned over and whispered, "See that guy next to Wyatt? Used to be on the school basketball team, does martial arts too. Dude's ripped. Your wind power wouldn't even tickle him." With that, they gave Brandon a once-over, then checked themselves, and decided not to push it. Brandon noticed the looks and sighed. Why was he always getting dragged into this? And Wyatt, of all people, why'd he have to bring up that subject? But before Brandon could say anything, Wyatt grinned at him. Honestly, if anyone here was going to be the protagonist, it'd be Brandon. I'd put the odds at 80%. Now that got everyone's attention. Let's see, why Brandon? Wyatt started ticking off the reasons. First, looks. Back when he was on the basketball team, every girl in the stands was there for him. Family's well off. Legit second-generation money. Academics? He's consistently in the top 10 for the whole grade. Maybe not number 1, but if you know he's got the talent and the drive. And get this, he's in bed by 10 every night. Can you imagine either the straight-A students or the slackers pulling that off? Handsome, smart, rich, athletic, and, most importantly, his seat's in the back row by the window. Back row, window seat, the classic home turf of a main character. Usually, seat assignments in high school rotated regularly. Nobody kept the same seat all year. But in Brandon's class, the homeroom teacher had made it clear since their freshman year, seats were based on grades. You could sit wherever you wanted as long as you proved yourself academically. It wasn't that no one else had better grades than Brandon. Some just preferred sitting up front, so the back row window seat naturally became Brandon's. End of chapter. Chapter 12. Chapter 12, the chat group unlocks temptation from the lottery. The truth was, Brandon chose that back row, window seat simply because it was the best spot to rest his eyes. If his vision ever felt strained, he could look outside and enjoy the greenery, relaxing his gaze and preventing nearsightedness, a problem he'd struggled with in his previous life. There really wasn't any deeper reason. Of course, that's just how these so-called genius MC tropes go nowadays, Wyatt quipped, lounging nearby. A few years ago, all the stories were about loser-to-hero underdogs. If you use those tropes, then honestly, Brandon fits the classic antagonist profile more than a protagonist. So, come on, get real. There are no actual protagonists in real life. And if you start daydreaming about being the MC, at least think about the heroine. Do you really think there are girls as perfect as in those novels? If there were, they'd be celebrities by now. Wyatt's skepticism was clear. He never believed in main characters in real life, just in the endless possibilities each person holds. The so-called Dragon Squad and similar rumors were just fun ideas, nothing more. Everyone laughed and gave themselves a mental slap to wake up. The stress of senior year combined with the excitement of awakening powers had definitely warped their thinking. Reality check: in life, there are no set protagonists, anyone can be one. Rather than sink into fantasies, it was better to work hard and shape your own destiny. Soon, their conversation moved on to other topics. Still, every so often, someone would secretly practice their power, maybe to get better, or maybe to show off for the classmates watching at the windows. Brandon just shrugged and turned his attention to his own powers, more accurately, to the profile the chat group had generated for him. Name: Brandon White. Talent: child of nature. You are favored by the world itself, with the power to command nature. Everything that belongs to the natural world is your domain. Elemental resistance: 100% resistance to all elemental attacks. No elemental damage can harm you. Nature's blessing: your strength increases in any natural weather, sunny, rainy, night, dawn, storms, and so on. Elemental mastery: you can freely manipulate all elements that exist in nature. Notes: 1. As the holder of the authority of nature, you are favored by Earth's consciousness. On Earth, your power can reach unfathomable levels. In special cases, you may choose to abandon material logic for a more will-based approach. 2. In a certain sense, you are no different from Reinhardt van Astrea from ReZero. Brandon blinked at the screen. Sure, he could understand the talents and abilities, but those notes left him stumped. What did it mean to abandon material logic and choose willpower in special circumstances? And why not give an example? The comparison to Reinhardt was even more baffling. The guy had dozens of blessings and could even gain new ones over time. How was Brandon supposed to compare to that? Reinhardt was practically the author's favorite son. Still, it was interesting. Brandon mentally filed the info away, wondering how much of it would matter in the real world. Just as he was pondering all this, a mechanical chime rang in his head. Ding! Group activity level has reached level 1. Group functions unlocked. Ding! Daily sign-in, group lottery, and group pawn shop features are now available. Wait, already? Had it really only been a day since he'd joined? Maybe the previous members had racked up enough activity before he arrived, and he just pushed it over the edge. With some excitement, Brandon checked out the new features. Daily sign-in, check in once per day to receive 1 to 10 group points. Points can be spent in the group lottery. Group lottery, use 1000 points for a random prize, drawn from every world in the group. Group pawn shop, items or abilities can be pawned, temporarily or permanently, 4 points. If the item isn't redeemed in time, it goes into the group lottery pool. Note: intelligent life can only be pawned if it willingly agrees. Note: unredeemed temporary items will be added to the lottery pool automatically. Roxy Vale, Group Leader. Wow, I always thought we'd need 10 people to unlock new features. Turns out it's just a matter of activity. Why didn't you say so earlier, system? I would have spammed the chat every day. She pouted at the screen. This chat group was nothing like the ones she'd read about before, and honestly, it wasn't very user-friendly. The only perk she got as leader was a 30% discount. No hidden powers, no secret privileges. Wait, could her discount be used for the lottery? And why wasn't there a group store yet? Ding! Leader's discount can be used on the lottery. Now we're talking. Roxy grinned, satisfied with the response. Meowth, just like that, meow, a lottery? I'm not feeling very lucky, meow. Not after what I saw in that memory copy. Kurumi, spirit of evil, aren't we getting ahead of ourselves? None of us have enough points to use the lottery anyway. Brandon, child of nature, actually, I see I've got one free lottery draw. Do you guys have one too? Come be my son, Kurarara. I've also got a free draw. Roxy, a group member bonus? Yes. My fate depends on this lottery, come on, big prize. I don't ask for much, just a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Kaido's azure dragon fruit would be fine. Make Daigou into soup, you call that not asking much? Mythical Zoan fruits are rare. I'd be happy with a Logia like the Glint Glint fruit. Perfect combo for my world's Tiga. Kurumi, speaking of Tiga, has your story started yet? She was genuinely curious about Daigou's world. The power of the Ultraman had made her realize just how formidable beings of light could be. If she could get her hands on that power, maybe she'd finally be on par with the strongest spirits. Well, close, anyway. She knew her limits. Make Daigou into soup, not yet. For Daigou, a peaceful life wasn't so bad. No Tiga, no monsters, just quiet days. Even if he never became Tiga, he'd be fine with it. Madara, Uchiha Dance King Humph. The Ultramen are strong, but its external power just 3 minutes at a time. It's not worth it. What you should really focus on is your own growth. Shoddy fighting skills and a weak body will hold you back, no matter what power you get. Make Daigou into soup, alright, I get it. I've already started working out and learning self-defense. I promise I won't end up like my memory copy. Madara, see that you don't. End of chapter. Chapter 13, The Thoughtful Giant Doll and Whitebeard's Social Death. Roxy, Group Leader, let's drop the heavy talk. Anyone tried the free lottery spin yet? Roxy, first time should have a bonus, right? That's how these things usually go. Come be my son, Kararara. Let me be the first to try my luck. Daigu, Tiga soup, it's free anyway. Fingers crossed I don't draw something useless. Minato Namikaze, a lottery with items from every member's world, this should be interesting. Kurumi, spirit of evil, which just means the chances of getting something good are even lower, with so many possibilities. The pool probably includes everything from precious artifacts to random weeds. Brandon, child of nature, I think the chat group system takes probability into account. There should be some kind of safety net. With our luck, we probably won't get anything amazing, but nothing too terrible, either. Brandon, let's see what Whitebeard, Madara, Daigu, and Minato pull. Brandon watched the chat with genuine curiosity, wondering what kinds of prizes everyone would get. Meanwhile, in the world of One Piece, Whitebeard stood frozen, staring at the giant, life-sized doll in his hands, a look of absolute disbelief on his face. His world's technology wasn't like the modern world's, but he wasn't clueless. And with the chat group's explanation, he knew exactly what this thing was. Life-sized giant race doll custom-made for giants. Your perfect companion for lonely nights or letting off some steam. Note, aren't I thoughtful? Thoughtful, my ass. Whitebeard thought. Who needs this kind of thoughtfulness? If he hadn't drawn it himself and if the lottery didn't go through the chat group, he'd have smashed the doll with his naginata on the spot. Good thing he'd made sure to draw his prize alone in his room. If any of his sons saw him with this thing, it'd be the joke of the century. Relieved, Whitebeard conjured a gentle white glow in his palm, about to tear the doll apart, when... Creak! Dad? The party's in full swing. Why'd you leave? Are you feeling okay? Marco stepped into the room, concern in his eyes. He stopped dead, eyes fixed on the massive doll in Whitebeard's hands. Silence. Whatever Marco had planned to say died instantly. Sure, there were things about Whitebeard's health they worried about, but this was not the kind of issue they'd ever considered. Their old man had needs too, apparently. But a doll, really? Before Marco could say anything, Yozua peeked in. What's up, Marco? Why are you just standing in the doorway? Wait, what's that? Soon, the other division commanders came over, drawn by curiosity. One by one, they all fell silent, staring at the gigantic doll in Whitebeard's arms. Someone snickered. Then another. Finally, the dam broke and the whole room erupted in laughter. Never thought you were this kind of guy, Pops. World's strongest man, still full of energy, hey. Kararara, Dad, maybe leave some excitement for the rest of us. Whitebeard's face turned from red to pitch black. With a furious roar, he tossed his sons out and slammed the door. A lifetime of legend ruined by a stupid lottery prize. And he had no idea, this was only the beginning. Outside, Ace and the others, after being ejected, started discussing their captain's private affairs. We really should be more considerate about Dad's needs. But with Dad's strength, it'd take a pretty special woman to handle him. Marco nodded, thinking through every eligible woman on the Grand Line. In the end, everyone came to the same conclusion, almost in unison. Big Mom. But no Big Mom and Whitebeard? That was unthinkable. Well, maybe we can put an ad in the paper for Dad? The giant race isn't extinct. Yozua offered, and the others nodded. That's the best option for now. Whitebeard had no idea he was about to become a running joke across the entire sea. Thanks to his son's thoughtful concern, or maybe just their trolling, he'd have a reason to train them all a bit harder next time. Roxy, at Come Be My Son, at Madara, at Daigu, at Minato, what did you guys draw? Why's no one talking? Kurumi, I bet their prizes are too embarrassing to share. Brandon, I think you're right. If they got something good, they'd be showing off already. Daegu, I don't even know what to say. Just look. Daegu, image attachment. Skill book, so care for postpartum sows. One gentle tap and you'll master the highest level pig care techniques. Become every sow's best friend. Daegu wailed in the chat. Who wants to be a pig's best friend? Why would I pull something like this? What sadist thought this should be in the prize pool? I'd have been happy with marksmanship, driving, combat, anything. Why did I get a so-care skill? Roxy, ha 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 ha, Daegu and the pigs. I can't, this combo is too much. Brandon, well, as strange as it sounds, it's not entirely useless. If you ever leave the victory team, you can become a pig farmer. There's a saying in our world, raising pigs can make you rich. Feel any better? Daegu, like hell I do. I'd rather do anything than be a pig farmer. Kurumi, tough luck. // Roxy, so what about Madara and Pops? There's no way anyone could get a worse prize than Daegu, right? Daegu, I don't want to admit it, but I'd honestly rather have pulled a rock. End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse. Read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 14, Chapter 14, Uchiha Obito Template? The purest chat group yet. Come be my son, about that. Dance King Uchiha, well, this. Child of nature, Brandon White. Judging by your reaction, what you pulled must be even more embarrassing than postnatal pig care, hey. The worst spirit, now I'm really curious. I want to know what Whitebeard and Uchiha Madara actually got. Boil Daegu into soup, at Dance King Uchiha, at Come Be My Son, what's up? Don't tell me you're too scared to share. Dance King Uchiha, humph. It's just luck, nothing to be ashamed of. Here, see for yourselves. Dance King Uchiha, image.jpg. Item, Master's Pole. As the Dance King of the Shinobi world, this kind of diverse dance skill suits you perfectly. Comes with the innate mastery of pole dancing, showcasing the maximum beauty of the female form. No one knew what kind of expression Uchiha Madara made when he drew this, and the chat group even helpfully provided him with a pole dancing tutorial video. Was it beautiful? Sure. But what does this have to do with him? Why would he need a dance design to show off the female figure? Do they expect him, Uchiha Madara, to perform a pole dance? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Brandon White couldn't help but click his tongue as he saw what Madara pulled. A pole imbued with automatic mastery of pole dance, drawn by Uchiha Madara, of all people. You couldn't make this up. He thought that had to be the most embarrassing prize, but then Whitebeard's giant life-size giant tribe doll had him holding back laughter. If it were human-sized, maybe he could keep a straight face, but with the chat group so considerate as to match it to Whitebeard's own size, the mental image was just too funny. Ordinary group leader, my stomach hurts from laughing.jpg. Ordinary group leader, ha ha ha, what is up with you all? Postnatal pig care, a pole and a life-size doll. Ordinary group leader, was there nothing normal in that draw pool? Ha 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 ha. Roxy lay in bed, body shaking with laughter, unable to hide the huge grin on her face. All she could picture was Daegu helping with piglet deliveries, Madara spinning on a pole, and Whitebeard hugging a giant doll. Dance King Uchiha, these free draws never give you anything good. Come be my son, agreed. Boil Daegu into soup, I second that. That's just meow, image.jpg. Item, Zoan cat fruit. Upon eating, you'll have all the abilities of a cat, including but not limited to superfast reflexes, powerful senses of smell, and extreme flexibility. Note, after eating, you'll be weak to sea stone and sea water from the One Piece world. In other worlds, sea water effects are halved. That's just meow, this is useless for me, meow. I already have all the cat powers there are, meow. Ordinary group leader, the cat fruit. Technically just a regular Zoan type, but compared to what Whitebeard and Madara got, Meowth's luck seems pretty good by comparison. Ordinary group leader, is that just the power of context? The worst spirit, we still haven't heard what Minato pulled, but seeing how you four are reacting, today is definitely not a lucky draw day. Ordinary group leader, couldn't agree more. Child of nature. Child of nature, honestly, drawing is all about luck, not timing. Child of nature, at least today, we get some psychological comfort. If I get something bad, there are already 3 people at the bottom. Ordinary group leader, you want to try? Child of nature, sure, why not? After 3 bottom tier draws, what's the worst that can happen? Dance King Uchiha. Boil Daigu into soup. Come be my son. With those 3 to set the bar, how could he go wrong? Brandon White didn't hesitate and opened up the lottery feature. After all, how bad could luck be for someone who not only transmigrated but also got a chat group? Those 3? Total flukes. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the character template Uchiha Obito. After fusion, you will possess all the abilities of the character. Ding! However, compatibility between the template and the user is only 3%. Unknown changes may occur after fusion. The chat group's tone was as emotionless as ever, but this time the message was a little more interesting. A template that lets you gain all of Uchiha Obito's abilities? The chat group is really something, it can even do this. So this lottery truly has everything in the pool. Still, only 3% compatibility. I guess it makes sense. I have pretty much nothing in common with Uchiha Obito. Brandon shook his head. But honestly, he could understand. Just look at Obito, he literally took on the whole world for one girl, Rin. Brandon couldn't imagine caring about someone that much. He was satisfied with his current self and wasn't going to let his character change just for a power boost. Besides, the only thing about Uchiha Obito he really wanted was Kamui. Everything else would release, all those jutsu, even taijutsu he wasn't all that interested in. Wait, but what era's Obito was this? Surely not just the Academy era? Ding! The chat group detected your question and will strip template abilities accordingly. Ding! Uchiha bloodline extracted. Mangeki Sharingan extracted. Ding! Would you like to fuse now? Not yet. Let me ask 2 more questions. Brandon waved his hand, his eyes thoughtful. Does Uchiha Obito have wood release in this template? Ding! Uchiha Obito does not possess wood release. What about ninjutsu? Ding! Uchiha Obito does not possess ninjutsu. Are you kidding me? Brandon rolled his eyes. Okay, maybe no wood release, but no ninjutsu at all? Surely even at the academy, he knew the 3 basic jutsu. But with those answers, Brandon figured out how the templates worked. All abilities really just meant natural, inborn abilities, bloodline, innate powers, etc. Jutsu? External skills. Taijutsu? External. Genjutsu? Also external. If it's something you learned later, it doesn't come with the template. For Obito, that means the bloodline and Sharingan, and if he unlocked the Mangeki, he'd get that too. If it had been the eternal Mangeki, well, that would probably require a second set of eyes, and the chat group would treat that as an external power too. And Rin-Egan? The Uchiha bloodline alone can't produce the Rin-Egan. So, again external. Chapter 15, Chapter 15, The Silenced Group Owner, the strongest of all. Luckily, the one he pulled was Obito Uchiha. If it had been Kakashi or Minato Namikaze, he probably wouldn't have gotten anything at all. Well, maybe not, there's always a chance of something like sword mastery or ninjutsu talent, but that's about it. Shaking his head, Brandon snapped a screenshot of the Uchiha bloodline and the Mangeki Sharingan, then posted it in the chat group. Brandon, image.jpg. Uchiha bloodline, the bloodline of the Uchiha clan from the Naruto world. Fusing with it grants you the Uchiha clan's natural gifts. Mangeki Sharingan, the eyes of Obito Uchiha from the Naruto world, granting the Kamui ability. Note, due to the unique properties of the Sharingan, its abilities change based on the user's inner self. Average group owner. Uchiha Dancing King. Come be my son. Golden Flash. Just like that, meow. Stew Daigo into soup, Obito's eyes? And it's a full Mangeki. Worst sprite, this luck. Are you sure you all pulled from the same prize pool? Average group owner, we've got a luck god here. There's a real luck god in this chat. Average group owner, you actually pulled Obito's Mangeki Sharingan? And the chat even gave you the Uchiha bloodline to go with it. Average group owner, those are space warping eyes. Average group owner, eyes that surpass fate and horizon's divine pupils among gods. Average group owner, extra-dimensional vision, chaotic spatial arts. Average group owner, and it's not just one eye, but both. That's the kind of power that could even threaten Kagaya Tsutsuki. Average group owner, I want it so bad. The Mangeki Sharingan from Obito was the most coveted among all the Mangeki eyes in Naruto, mainly because Kamui's life-saving ability was just too strong. Being able to hide your true body in another dimension meant you were basically immune to any damage in the real world. Even with a 5-minute limit, in a real fight, who'd keep attacking someone they couldn't even touch? Unless someone actually knew Kamui's weakness. Did anyone in her world know? Not a chance. So, that drawback is basically non-existent. Stew Daigo into soup, wait, I just realized something. Stew Daigo into soup, aren't you supposed to get only one item? Why did you get two? Average group owner, oh, right. I was too jealous to notice. Average group owner, spill it, did you find a bug in the chat group? Average group owner, come DM me and share the secret. Whispers. Child of nature. A bug in the chat group? Please. Even if it did exist, why would you assume I could find it? He definitely didn't have that kind of skill. Child of nature, I didn't find any bug. The reason I got two items is that they both belong to the same person. Child of nature, I drew the Obito Uchiha character template. But it's not what I expected. The template only gives you what that person was born with, and nothing else. Child of nature, so anything learned later, like genjutsu, taijutsu, ninjutsu, or combat experience, if it's learned, not innate, you don't get it. Average group owner, what kind of version is that? That's trash. Average group owner, if you got Minato, would you get nothing at all? Golden Flash. Sorry for not having a Kekii Genkai, I guess. But you could really draw character templates from the chat group, hey. Average group owner, then what about Whitebeard's template? No Guragura fruit? No Kurumi's Zafkiel either. Average group owner, I might be the group owner, but I gotta say. Average group owner, out of all the chat groups I've seen, none are as trash as you. I, Roxy Vale, declare you the weakest. Ding. Due to a group error, the owner has been muted for 30 minutes. Worst sprite. Golden Flash. Uchiha Dancing King. Come be my son. Stew Daigo into soup. Child of nature, the owner just got muted by the chat group itself. That takes skill. Child of nature, out of all the group owners I've seen, no one is braver. I, Brandon White, declare you the strongest. Come be my son, I, Whitebeard, declare you the strongest. Just like that, meow, I, Meowth, declare you the strongest. Uchiha Dancing King, why does that line sound so familiar? Golden Flash, at Uchiha Dancing King, maybe check out the memory archive the owner posted. Even though Minato Namikaze and Madara Uchiha were technically rivals, their ideals weren't so different. In fact, Madara's goals were even more ambitious. His only wish was for peace in Konoha, while Madara's eyes were set on peace for the entire ninja world. Every plot, every plan, it was all for that. He even succeeded in the end, trapping everyone except Naruto and Sasuke in infinite Tsukuyomi. Everyone lived their perfect dream life. Minato might not agree with the method, but he couldn't say Madara was wrong either. Sadly, Madara still lost in the end, betrayed by the one he trusted most. Come be my son, getting betrayed by the one you trust most, that hurts. Stew Daigo into soup. Madara, come over here, I've got something heartfelt to tell you. Worst sprite, but doesn't he have Izanagi? Why didn't Madara use it? Izanagi could, for a very brief moment, turn any damage including death into nothing but a dream. If Madara used Izanagi, wouldn't he have avoided being sacrificed? Child of nature, no idea. No one online before I transmigrated ever gave a satisfying answer for why Madara got one-shot by Black Zetsu. Child of nature, but there is an interesting theory. Child of nature, in Hashirama's memories, Madara had this not quite weakness: he hated anyone standing behind him. Child of nature, if Hashirama stood behind him, Madara couldn't pee. Child of nature, grins. Worst sprite, ha 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 ha, what kind of explanation is that? Ha 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 ha. Worst sprite, I never expected Madara to have such a flaw, ha ha ha. Stew Daigo into soup, haha, I can't take it, ha 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 ha. Stew Daigo into soup, someone stands behind him and he just can't pee. Ha ha ha. End of chapter. Note: Kamui is a Manjiki Sharingan ability from the Naruto universe that allows its user to transport themselves, or objects, into a separate dimension. In practice, this can make the user nearly untouchable unless their opponent knows the exact secret behind the technique. Chapter 16, Chapter 16, Crimson Firebird, is that it? Stew Daigo into soup. Madara, don't tell me you're having performance issues. Uchiha Dancing King, shut it. You're the one with issues. Uchiha Dancing King, that's slander. There's absolutely no way that's the reason. Uchiha Dancing King, I'm checking the memory archive right now. Uchiha Dancing King, anything's possible, except that. Absolutely impossible. And with that, Madara headed straight for the memory archive. He wasn't even this mad when he heard about Black Zetsu's betrayal. Child of nature, shrugs.jpg. Child of nature, I'm heading out too. Gotta go sign in. Child of nature, the chat group's timeline is weird. When my powers awakened, we'd barely started chatting and it was already 10 o'clock. Now, after all this, only a few minutes have passed. Brandon couldn't figure out the chat group's sense of time either. Shaking his head, he left the group. Nearby, Wyatt and Sean were still chatting. Brandon was about to look up and join the conversation when he suddenly felt a wave of unease. His gaze snapped to the sky. A massive crimson bird, like a living fireball, was streaking toward them. What is that? Vermilion bird? Phoenix? Flamingo? Whatever it is, it's not the kind of creature that should be appearing right now. Brandon frowned. He could feel the creature's intent. It was coming for him. That burning gaze, full of murderous intent, made him extremely uncomfortable. What the hell is that? The sun's grown a soul. Sean, who'd been boasting to Wyatt, noticed Brandon frowning at the horizon. He followed Brandon's gaze and his eyes went wide. Holy crap, the sun's alive. That's a golden crow. Are you all colorblind? The sun's orange, but this thing is blazing red. It has to be a phoenix. Phoenix? Why not just say vermilion bird? It's just a little fireball, probably a mutated firebird. It's all normal. We've awakened powers, so seeing a firebird isn't that surprising. With Sean's outburst, the rest of the group looked up and spotted the firebird, launching into a heated debate. But as their discussion got going, things started to go off the rails. You know, in novels, magical beasts always sound delicious. I wonder if this bird... Hiss! Watson, you've hit the real point. I'm from Sichuan, this thing looks spicy, you lot probably couldn't handle it. Let me give it a try. Sichuan? That's nothing, I'm from Yunnan. When it comes to spice, no one beats us. Sichuan? Yunnan? Come on, can you two even handle spice? I'm from Zhejiang, let me speak up here. The students from Spiciest started squabbling, heads nearly bumping together. If it were about anything else, they'd let it slide, but a chili eating contest? No one would back down. Guys, aren't we getting ahead of ourselves? Shouldn't we at least think about hiding first? Forget whether the government will catch it for research, shouldn't we be running? Look at it, it's heading right for us. A nervous guy beside Sean chimed in, only to get a wave of scornful looks. Run? There's so many of us, why be afraid of one bird? Don't forget, we all have awakened powers. We're all newbies who's scared. Brandon's group weren't the only ones who noticed. Students from other classes, and even some officials at the front, had also spotted the firebird. The principal tried to calm the situation, but before he could say anything, the bird had already arrived at the sports field. Its scarlet eyes locked onto Brandon in the crowd. Rrrr! With no hesitation, the bird unleashed a torrent of scorching flames from its beak, aimed directly at the crowd. Faces paled as everyone dove for cover, swearing as they went. Damn! It really is a firebird, it spits fire. Damn, that's a huge blast. We all awakened at the same time. How come my flames are barely bigger than a lighter, but that thing's so strong? Obviously you're just weak. If we all had the same teacher, why are the results so different? All right, enough bickering. Priority 1 is taking it down. This beast dared to attack people. It doesn't respect humans at all. But the power gap is pretty big. Shouldn't we let the military handle it? As they argued, a boy with sharp features, wearing his school uniform like a cape, suddenly strode to the front of the crowd. He raised his chin proudly and declared, "Spiritual revival, awakened powers. Everyone has a chance to change their fate. But that doesn't mean everyone is equal. Some will rise far above the rest. What determines that difference is talent. Watch closely. This is the kind of strength that sets the chosen apart from the ordinary from day one. Today marks the beginning of my legend, lightning's path. Thunder gather. Crackle." As his words fell, blue-violet arcs of electricity gathered in his right hand. He stepped forward, surging with speed almost too fast to follow, and charged the firebird. His lightning-wrapped fist smashed into the bird's wing, leaving a faint scorch mark. But the firebird's scarlet eyes studied the boy, then glanced at its slightly singed feathers. It cocked its head, as if to say, "Is that all?" Wham! With a casual swipe, the firebird sent him flying. He traced a perfect arc through the sky before crashing hard to the ground. The crowd's gaze shifted, their thoughts running from, "Who does this guy think he is, showing off like that?" to "Okay, he's got some skill, the lightning, the speed, he might be the real deal." And finally, "Wait, that's it? After all that talk? I could do that. Stop staring, his bones are probably broken." Hiss, that's gotta hurt. If I'd known the firebird was this tough, I wouldn't have shown off. It's way too strong. Are we sure it's not cheating or something? Lying on the ground, the boy moaned and complained, "I've been watching all morning, everyone else's powers are way weaker than mine. I really thought I was the chosen one." Instead, he'd been instantly flattened by a single firebird. And it wasn't just the defeat, it was getting humiliated in front of everyone after showing off. Social death. Truly, social death. The students nearby hesitated, unsure whether to help. In the age of viral videos, they all knew that moving someone could make injuries worse. Best to wait for the ambulance, but at the moment. End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse. Read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Lightning from Nature, the rising stars of a new era. What's there to be scared of? If he was really that badly hurt, he wouldn't be talking so much right now. No one could tell who said it first, but as soon as the words were out, the other students seemed to realize it too. A few hurried over, picking up the injured guy and rushing him to the nurse's office. His social life just died a much worse death than mine. Sean Summers watched as Ray Flynn was carried off, a strange mix of relief and amusement in his eyes. With Ray around, no one would bother looking at him for a while. That was a blessing in itself. Ray, you're a real lifesaver. Is that really the point right now? Seriously, shouldn't we be thinking about running? Running? Someone's got to take the lead. Without someone stepping up, who's going to just bolt? My instincts won't let me run, you know what I mean? It's hardwired into us, just part of being from Ventura, I guess. It's just a spectacle. No need to make it sound so dramatic. Brandon White listened to all this, not quite sure what to say. They were talking about watching the chaos, worried about being the first to run and look bad. It was such a classic student reaction. He could sort of understand the students, but what about the faculty and the school administrators? Why weren't they doing anything? Even the security guards around the field were just watching with smiles on their faces. Shouldn't someone be actually dealing with the situation? If Brandon didn't know the Firebird had come specifically for him, he would have thought this was some school-sponsored training event. Everyone acted like they knew exactly what was going on. Whatever. If you all won't do anything, then I guess it's on me. Brandon shook his head, a blue glint flashing through his eyes. Boom! A thunderous roar rolled across the sky. The sudden clap of thunder made everyone instinctively look up. A streak of blue-white lightning tore through the sky, like a dragon's roar, ripping the clouds apart and slamming straight into the Firebird. Lightning lit up the world. Arcs of blue-white electricity danced wildly in every direction. When the light faded, the entire field was filled with the sharp scent of burnt air. At the center, the once fiery bird lay charred and lifeless, just a blackened husk on the ground. What the hell? Divine retribution. Everyone stared, mouths agape, struggling to find civilized words for their shock. They'd imagined all kinds of ways the Firebird might get taken down, maybe the police with their guns, maybe some kind of coordinated assault, maybe a genius psychic or awakened student. But this was literal divine retribution, right out of the blue. What did it do to deserve that? Struck down from the sky, in broad daylight? It wasn't just the students. Even the teachers and the security guards on the edge of the field looked like they'd just been smacked in the face. This wasn't what they'd agreed on, was it? They patted the bulges at their waists, clearly carrying equipment, and exchanged bewildered, helpless glances. Wasn't the whole point for them to be the ones to save the day, so the students would learn that even with powers, they had to obey the law and respect authority? That technology was stronger than anything these kids could imagine? But after sharing a few looks, all they could do was sigh and shake their heads. Better let the higher UPS handle this. Meanwhile, somewhere else a woman in military uniform suddenly paused, as if sensing something, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. What's wrong, Firewing? The man beside her glanced over, puzzled. My crimson flamebird is dead, Firewing replied, voice tinged with something strange. But wasn't it all arranged? The bird was meant to die, of course, whether as a warning to the students or to show off the power of modern weaponry. Its death was inevitable. After all, a creature that could only breathe fire and had some basic defense wasn't a big deal. For someone like Firewing, summoning 100 of them was no challenge at all, so neither she nor the government considered crimson flamebirds a valuable asset. No, it wasn't shot. It was lightning. Real lightning, from nature itself. You're sure it was natural lightning, and not an awakened with electricity powers? If it was the latter, he'd be thrilled, a new national-level prodigy. But if it was the former, was she sure? I'm sure it was natural lightning, Firewing said, then hesitated. But I can't rule out the possibility it was a gifted individual. If it was, that person's power wouldn't be any weaker than mine. Her own gift was summon fire. She could call forth fire elemental beings and objects from other worlds. Her talent was remarkable. There were others with summoning powers in the army, but none who could casually call forth 100 crimson flamebirds like she could. Of course, there were other prodigies, just as awe-inspiring in their own ways. Take Skyla Quinn, who awakened the divine dragon ability able to control wind, rain, and thunder. Even at the dawn of the era of spiritual awakening, his powers could stop bullets cold. Or Ethan Yates, with the light of life he could cure diseases, heal wounds, and even bring people back from the brink of death. Or Chris Frost, who awakened Absolute Zero when he first came into his powers. The whole army camp was covered in snow, and the ice shields he created couldn't be pierced by bullets. And there were others, William Meckham with mechanical affinity, Nathaniel Gray with mist, Charles Longfellow with longevity. Their abilities were truly terrifying. Even Firewing herself didn't consider herself stronger than them, nor did she see herself as weaker. As Ray Flynn once said, this age of spiritual awakening gave everyone a chance to change their fate. But that didn't mean everyone became equal. If anything, it made the gap between the gifted and the ordinary even wider. Talent was something no one could ignore. In school, hard work could at least close the gap with geniuses, to a degree. But with awakened powers, the gap was a chasm. Just like Firewing, the birds she summoned could easily crush someone as talented as Ray Flynn, and she could summon 100 of them without breaking a sweat. Could hard work ever bridge that gap? And even if it could, how long would it take? A month? 2? 6 months? A year? And in that year, did those prodigies just stand still? No, the gifted would only pull further ahead. Send me the ability registration forms for Ventura City First High when they're done. And have the meteorology department analyze what caused today's thunderstorm over Ventura. Firewing's tone was calm as ever. Understood. Brandon thought he'd finally be allowed to go home after the whole incident. But instead, he found himself sitting through an hour-long assembly. The usual stuff: don't lose control, don't use your abilities recklessly, don't hurt others. He'd heard it all before. But after scheming over the clichés, there were actually a few things that piqued Brandon's interest. End of chapter. Please give me Power Stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/Soren Eclipse. Read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 18. Chapter 18: The Power of Nature's Authority, the Gap Between the Blessed and the Unlucky. These days, in the territory of Ventura, there were already mutated beasts appearing, much like that firebird from before. People had discovered that physical training and practicing their abilities could make their powers stronger. The government wasn't against its citizens growing stronger, they just hoped that power would be used the right way. Don't bully the weak. Don't stir up trouble. Don't harm the public. Don't break the law. As principal, he'd already said everything that needed saying. Now, it was up to the students to show some self-restraint. If anyone ignored those warnings and did something wrong, only the law would be waiting for them. When the meeting ended, Brandon slung his backpack over his shoulder, ready to head home, only to be stopped by an unexpected invitation from Wyatt Jong, Sean Summers, and the rest. "Come on, Brandon, let's go for a run. Didn't they say training helps improve our powers? We're planning to work out for an hour every day. So, are you in or not?" Honestly, when they used to talk about exercise, none of them ever looked this excited. You guys go ahead, Brandon said, shaking his head with a faint smile. He had a private gym at home. If he wanted to work out, he could do it in comfort. That was one of the perks of being well off. Plus, thanks to his nature's authority, his abilities were improving constantly, every minute of the day. He didn't even need to train, his powers would still grow. It was a bit like Saitama unlocking his limiter, except Saitama had to grind it out through sheer willpower, and Brandon had simply been born with his. Power came to him far too easily, but he wasn't about to complain. If you want to go, you'd better hurry. There's only one field at school, but there are plenty of awakened students now, he added as a friendly reminder. Wyatt, Sean, and the others snapped out of it, grabbed their bags, and raced off like they were scared all the spots would be taken. If the PE teacher saw them like that, he'd die laughing. Brandon shrugged and left school with his bag. On the way home, he saw people showing off their abilities here and there. With so many awakened now, the authorities had long since made everything public, so there was no reason for secrecy anymore. In fact, it had almost become a competition to see who could show off the most. So far, there hadn't been any cases of people using their abilities for crime. Not because they didn't want to, but because most people's powers were still too weak to get away with anything. When Brandon got home, he tossed his backpack aside, collapsed into his favorite rocking chair, and logged into the chat group. The chat group was still in the middle of a heated debate about the lottery, but this time it wasn't just Madara, Daegu, and Whitebeard arguing. Everyone in the chat was involved. Evilest Spirit, guaranteed thank you for participating scratch card. Evilest Spirit, someone please explain what a scratch card that always says thank you for participating even is. Evilest Spirit, who would want something like this? Seriously, who? Kurumi Tokisaki never imagined she'd pull something this absurd from the group lottery. What a generous group chat, it really had everything, didn't it? Souping up Daegu, I didn't win anything good either, but seeing you all now, I actually feel lucky. Souping up Daegu, this must be what happiness looks like. Souping up Daegu, ha 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 ha. Compared to Madara, Whitebeard, and Kurumi, that postnatal pig care skill he won didn't look half bad. Evilest Spirit, angry.jpg. Ordinary group leader, what's with thank you for participating? Mine isn't any better. Ordinary group leader, free cosmetic surgery voucher for Siba Clinic. Ordinary group leader, I'm already a 3D beauty who needs a plastic surgery coupon from Siba, you jerk. Roxy Vale was fuming when she saw her lottery prize. Even before transmigrating, she was a gorgeous, natural beauty. Okay, maybe she didn't stack up against the likes of Kurumi, Nami, or Hinata from anime, but she was still top tier. Growing up, she'd rarely met anyone more attractive than herself. Even after awakening in this world, despite her unique constitution stopping her from training, her looks had only gotten better, if anything. She had zero need for any surgery. This group chat was mocking her. Ordinary group leader, and I'm the group leader. When did group leaders have this kind of bad luck? Ordinary group leader, only top tier luck can join the group, right? Isn't luck tied to destiny? How could my luck be this bad? Ordinary group leader, this is a fix, I'm telling you, a total fix. Golden Flash, I think it's probably just luck. Golden Flash, Meowth won a devil fruit, Brandon got Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan and Bloodline, and I got Uzumaki clan physique. Ordinary group leader, shut up, you lucky bastard. Come be my son, shut up, you lucky bastard. Evilest Spirit, shut up, you lucky bastard. Souping up Daegu, shut up, you lucky bastard. Child of Nature, shut up, you lucky bastard. Uchiha Dance King, shut up, you lucky, wait, something's off here. Uchiha Dance King, at Child of Nature, why are you in the mix? Someone who'd drawn Obito's Mangekyo had no right to call others lucky. That was a spatial ability. Who wouldn't be jealous? Ordinary group leader, exactly. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't said it, Madara. Ordinary group leader, you're one to talk, joining in with the others. Don't you feel any shame? Roxy bit her lip, eyes shining with unshed tears as she typed in the group chat, her voice full of indignation. Why did her eyes always fill with tears? Because she was so deeply resentful of all these lucky winners. She was a transmigrator too, so why did she have such awful luck? It wasn't fair. Souping up Daegu, exactly. Child of nature, shrug.jpg. Child of nature, luck isn't something I can control, you know. Child of nature, and it's just Obito's Mangekyo, just a little spatial ninjutsu. Child of nature, no need to get so worked up, seriously. Ordinary group leader, he's humble bragging, isn't he? This guy's humble bragging right in the chat. Ordinary group leader, I want to humble brag too, sob sob sob. Child of nature. Even as group leader, she was down so bad that even the others pitied her. End of chapter. Chapter 19, Chapter 19 Ways to Earn Points, what a righteous Tiga. Souping up Daegu, it was just the first try. All the good stuff comes later, especially once new people join. Right now, the chat group only had a handful of members. Whether it was Daegu, Roxy Vale, or Brandon White, they all lived in modern worlds. Sure, there was some mystique, but compared to real technological goods, it was almost nothing. So, patience was needed. Wait until new members joined, especially those from truly mystical worlds. That's when the lottery would get interesting. Evilest spirit, that sounds nice, but no one knows when the next new member will show up. Could be ages. Plus, we really need to figure out how to earn more points. Kurumi Tokisaki massaged her temples. To spin the lottery, you needed points, and right now, the only way to get points was through exchanges. But what in her world would be valuable enough to trade? Spirit crystals? Selling those might trigger the origin spirit to come after her, and that'd be a disaster. She couldn't risk it without more power. So, maybe Dem or AST Tech. Their stuff probably fetched a high price in points. Souping up Daegu, if the pyramids show up in my world, I'll get in early and sell the 2 stone statues that aren't Tiga. Plus, all those monster corpses, those must be worth a ton. Souping up Daegu, definitely need to get better at hand-to-hand combat, though. If I just use beams, I'll ruin the bodies. Fewer points if the remains are wrecked. Daegu didn't have many options, but these 2 were enough. He was set. Ordinary group leader, wow, so righteous, Tiga. Even the ultra statues aren't safe from you. Ordinary group leader, didn't expect you'd sell off the stone statues too. Souping up Daegu, they'll just get smashed by Galza anyway. Why let them go to waste? I might as well sell them for points and get stronger. That way, I can protect Earth even better. Souping up Daegu, righteousness.jpg. Child of nature, nicely said. Uchiha Dance King, nicely said. Come be my son, nicely said. Evilest spirit, nicely said. Uchiha Dance King, that's exactly how it should be done. Ordinary group leader. Golden Flash. All these chaotic types were corrupting Daegu, for sure. Child of nature, come to think of it, you don't have to use points for the lottery. You could use them for group trades, too. Child of nature, if you sell those statues, you could trade some of your points for Madara's Taijutsu or Whitebeard's martial arts, no question, those are peak level in their worlds. Child of nature, Madara's is all about lethal technique, honed through life and death combat. That legendary 1 against 100,000 moment doesn't even need explaining. Child of nature, Whitebeard's martial arts, maybe they look simple and flashy in the anime, Just showing off the tremor fruit and armament hacky, but the setting says his hand-to-hand skills are also top tier. Even without his fruit, he'd be almost unstoppable. Child of nature, by the way, can red packets even send abilities? If not, all this analysis is pointless. He suddenly remembered, this chat group might not follow the same rules as those in the novels he'd read. If they couldn't trade abilities via red packets, then his whole theory was useless. Ordinary group leader. Souping up Daegu. Evilest spirit. Uchiha dance king. Come be my son. Everyone had been listening so intently, and then he dropped this. Child of nature, what? I only joined a couple days ago, how would I know? Child of nature, besides, no one's given me a red packet yet. Ordinary group leader, that's fair. Ordinary group leader, red packets can send abilities, but you lose them when you do. Ordinary group leader, I'm guessing martial arts would work the same way. Child of nature, tisk, that sucks. Evilest spirit, tisk, that sucks. Ordinary group leader, tisk, that sucks. Golden flash, tisk, that sucks. Souping up Daegu, nods in agreement. JPG. Souping up Daegu, so what should I do? Just keep spinning the lottery. Daegu sighed. If he could have gotten Whitebeard or Madara's battle experience straight up, fighting Kaijo would have been so much easier, but that was out of the question. Brandon stroked his chin, thinking things over, and then said. Child of nature, in that case, trade with Madara for a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, and with Whitebeard for his haki training methods. Child of nature, once you can become Tiga, you've got plenty of energy to use up. Even if your transformation window drops from 3 minutes, it shouldn't be by much. Child of nature, Tiga's power is so overwhelming, a Sharingan could try to absorb it forever and barely make a dent. Souping up Daegu, got it. Souping up Daegu, at Uchiha Dance King, at Come Be My Son, can I make that trade? Come be my son, Kurarara, be bold, Daegu. Come be my son, this is a fair deal. Uchiha Dance King, humph, don't underestimate our generosity. Just like Whitebeard said, it was an even trade. If anything, points were more important but came with a lot more uncertainty. But it didn't really matter, since the things they'd be trading weren't all that valuable to them anyway. Evilest spirit, honestly, with your luck, I don't think it's that fair. Try not to pull a steel pipe or a doll next time. Ordinary group leader, yeah, exactly. Uchiha Dance King, you two really can't talk. One of you got a thanks for participating ticket, and the other got a free nose job. Not like you're any luckier. Golden flash, ha 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 ha. That's right, meow, meowth-licks-paw.jpg. I'm gonna try earning points too, meow. That's right, meow, if I draw something good and hand it over to the boss, maybe I'll get promoted, hee hee hee. End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 20, Chapter 20 Power Shifts from Subjective Will, Seeing Like a God. Meowth wore a dopey grin, lost in daydreams of being petted in Giovanni's arms. He didn't even notice Jessie and James exchanging increasingly concerned glances. Meowth has been acting kinda goofy lately. Did Pikachu shock him too hard or something? Maybe we really should get him checked out. Yeah, you're right. The next few days were remarkably peaceful for Brandon. He'd go to school during the day, come home in the evening to work out. The initial rush of excitement from everyone getting powers gradually faded, and life went back to normal. Wyatt, Sean, and the rest who'd promised themselves they'd run after school and train their powers held out for maybe 2 days before dropping the plan. Honestly, who wants to exercise when you could be gaming or reading web novels? Senior year was exhausting enough without piling on extra workouts. No one had the energy. So, life returned to the usual routine. A few students who hadn't awakened powers before managed to awaken something, though the abilities were noticeably weaker than the first batch. Not that the early ones were particularly strong to begin with. Bang! Crack! Brandon clenched his fists, each squeeze making his knuckles pop, the force of his punches cutting cleanly through the air. As he trained, his physical strength increased at an almost frightening speed. Before, only his powers were growing, but now, his body was getting stronger too. Oddly enough, while his physical stats skyrocketed, his power growth seemed to slow down. But that was only in comparison to how fast his body was improving compared to other awakened. His progress was still terrifyingly fast. Over the past few days, as Brandon studied both himself and his nature's authority, he discovered why. Everything came down to his own subjective intent. At first, his powers grew rapidly because he didn't care about improving anything else. Nature's authority was tied to the Earth's natural world, and the spiritual revival was a huge boon to all things natural. Every living creature that grew stronger made him stronger too. The ratio was different for each, but the sheer scale was enough. That kind of growth was permanent. Even if those creatures died, Brandon's gains remained. Now, because he'd started to focus on physical training, believing deep down that his body shouldn't be neglected, nature's authority poured half, or even more, of its power into boosting his body. But none of this came without a cost, and Brandon was keenly aware of it. Even Saitama from One Punch Man paid the price for his cheat-level strength with his hair and his emotions. What, you're bringing up Reinhardt? That's not the same, he's just the author's golden boy. As for Brandon's own price, he honestly had no idea. He even tried asking the chat group, but the only response he got was, "As the holder of nature's authority, you must shoulder the mission this planet has given you. Once you learn to view the world as a god, to think on that level." The chat group's answer was cryptic as always, and Brandon didn't understand a word. Whatever. He'd just wait. When he finally became a god, he figured he'd get it. He balled his fists and punched the heavy bag. Boom! The loud thud echoed through the room. His fist punched clean through the sandbag. This kind of power. The old me could never have imagined it. He shook his head. This was only a fraction of his strength, not even a tenth, really. If he factored in his powers, things got even crazier. And then there's Obito's eyes. After fusing the Mangekyo Sharingan with my own, they turned into something else entirely. I'd read the descriptions in the chat group before, but I never imagined the essence would change too. Still, this is actually more suited to me than Kamui ever was. Left eye, divine decree. My word is the word of God, my decree is the decree of God. When God said, "Let there be light," there was light. When God said, "Let there be a vault to separate the waters," the sky was made and the waters parted. With this power, as long as you can withstand the cost, every word you say will become reality. Right eye, divine decree reverse. Wielding the power of heaven means bearing its price. No mortal is truly fit to wield the authority of God. When you can't pay the cost yourself, you can transfer it to others. Note: heaven is fair to all except you. Note: I suspect you have something going on with the world's consciousness. Just from the chat group's remarks, it was clear how terrifying these eyes really were. Even the group itself wondered if Brandon was secretly in league with the planet's will. Otherwise, how else could such a broken ability even exist? What, you're saying these powers reflect Brandon's own heart, that the Sharingan evolved under the influence of his personality? You buying that? The chat group sure isn't. Come on, even if he had those thoughts, no ordinary Sharingan could birth abilities this OP. Otherwise, Amaterasu wouldn't burn out, and Kamui wouldn't have flaws. If it wasn't the world's consciousness meddling, the group might as well kick Roxy out as leader and give Brandon the role. Roxy Vale? Roxy Vale, please turn on voice chat. Brandon himself was a bit at a loss for words over the powers his Mangekyo had developed. They were beyond broken, absolutely insane. One eye let him command reality like a god, within his own limits, and the other let him shift the consequences to someone else if he couldn't handle them. Is it any wonder he started to suspect he might have some special connection with the world's will? First nature's authority, now divine decree. I'm really curious what kind of monster I'll become in the future. With the Earth's blessing and the chat group's help, he was looking forward to seeing how far he could go. Shaking off his thoughts, Brandon decided to grab something to eat. Ever since he'd started focusing more on his body, he noticed not only was he getting stronger much faster, he was hungrier too. Food that used to last him a week barely got him through a single day now. Luckily, money was no issue for him. Otherwise, just paying for groceries would have driven him nuts. After getting dressed and tidying up, he left the house. He strolled through the neighborhood, found a buffet, and went in without a second thought. He didn't care about fancy food, what mattered most now was filling up. Buffets really were the way to go. End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 21, Chapter 21 Minato's over-the-top excitement, Whitebeard's Marine 6 styles. Not long after, Brandon White dove into his meal with gusto. Braised pork bones, chicken drumsticks, beef, seafood, desserts. He ate plate after plate of ready-to-eat dishes and sweets, and once the hot pot broth started boiling, he tossed in rolls of beef and lamb, fish balls, egg rolls, cooking them quickly before devouring them by the mouthful. He completely ignored the scalding heat of the food. Meanwhile, his stomach churned away, rapidly digesting everything he sent down. No matter how much he ate, his belly never seemed to bulge. Maybe I should start stocking up on energy bars. If my appetite's like this now, it'll only get crazier. Or maybe I can just buy some Sea King meat from Whitebeard. He mulled it over as he ate. Sea King meat was packed with nutrients far more effective than normal food. Cooking wasn't a problem, he could just find a restaurant to prep it for him. As long as nobody tried shipping a whole Sea King to his house, it wouldn't be an issue. After tallying up how much he'd eaten, Brandon wiped his mouth and left, not because he was full, but to avoid attracting too much attention. Even though eating streamers were everywhere these days and big eaters weren't that strange, it was just his luck someone would film him and upload it online. He didn't want that kind of trouble, so it was safer to just find another restaurant. There were plenty of buffets nearby, anyway. Patting his stomach, Brandon felt fantastic. He could literally sense warmth spreading from his core to every muscle and bone. That tangible feeling of getting stronger was addictively satisfying. He ended up visiting 3 different buffets before finally feeling truly full and heading home. After a short rest, he jumped right back into training. The weekend had finally arrived, and he didn't want to waste a single minute. Training was addictive, especially when you could feel yourself leveling up with every session. Sure, effortless gains were nice, but there was something just as satisfying about earning progress through your own hard work. Brandon wanted both. As he trained, all the food he'd eaten was broken down and converted into pure energy, fueling his transformation. All around him, invisible motes of multicolored light drifted through the air and into his body, boosting both his powers and his physique. While Brandon was focused on his workout, something amusing was happening in the chat group. Golden Flash, it won't be long now, Naruto's almost here. I can't wait. Excited.jpg. Golden Flash, this time, I swear I'm not letting anything bad happen. Golden Flash, determined.jpg. Evilest Spirit, oh. Ordinary Group Leader, oh. Uchiha Dance King, oh. Souping up Daegyu, oh. That's right, meow, oh. Minato's declaration barely caused a ripple in the group. If anything, everyone kind of wanted him to stop talking. Golden Flash, why do you all sound so bored? Did I say something wrong? Minato couldn't understand their indifference. Wasn't this a big deal? He felt pretty awkward. Ordinary group leader, you've said this how many times now? Hey? How many times? Ordinary group leader, I get why you're excited, but there's still 6 months until the Nine Tails attack. Ordinary group leader, 6 months. Ordinary group leader, please, don't mention anything about Naruto again until there's only 2 weeks left. Thank you. Souping up Daegu, agreed. Evilest spirit, seconded. Come be my son, not wrong. Golden Flash, okay. Maybe he was getting a little carried away. He couldn't help it, though every time he saw Kushina's smile and her hope for Naruto, he'd think of everything Naruto would go through. He honestly couldn't imagine how his son had managed to stay optimistic after so much hardship. Even that was just bragging. There's no way he could have done what Naruto did. Honestly, it was lucky he was the one who joined the chat group. If Kushina had, she'd probably storm the Hokage's office and strangle Danzo herself. If he could, Minato would do the same. But he wasn't just Naruto's dad, he was also the 4th Hokage of the Leaf. Without real proof, he couldn't touch the village elders. And gathering that proof would take time. So, for now, all he could do was work to prevent the Nine Tails attack. Souping up Daegu, by the way, did any of you draw from the lottery lately? Ordinary group leader, wish I could, but I've got no points. Ordinary group leader, pandaheadache.jpg. Ordinary group leader, I only get 3 or 4 points each time I check in. I'm up to 23. Ordinary group leader, ugh. Roxy wiped away non-existent tears. She'd finally accepted her role as the group's official bad luck magnet. Not once had she gotten more than 5 points from the daily sign-in. Even Kurumi, Daegu, Madara, and Whitebeard, who were all pretty unlucky, had managed 6 or 7 at least once. But her? Never. Come be my son, Kurarara. I actually scored a bunch of points this week. Traded Sea King meat, famous swords, armament haki, and the Marine 6 styles. Evilest spirit, how many points did you get? Suddenly, Kurumi was wide awake. She'd managed a few trades herself, but the points were always pitiful. Maybe the chat group was biased against tech, or maybe she just kept handing in common items. Whatever it was, nothing she found seemed worth much. Ordinary group leader, even if you're just trading the methods for haki and the 6 styles, that's still really valuable. Ordinary group leader, and the swords, are those top grade? Supreme grade? I doubt you could get a supreme, right? Ordinary group leader, wait, where did you get the Marine 6 styles? Armament haki, she could understand. Swords, sure, top, great, or even supreme, she'd heard of those. But the Marine 6 styles? How the heck did a pirate like Whitebeard have the Navy's signature martial art? Come be my son, Kurarara. The Marine 6 styles aren't that complicated, I just had to watch a few times to figure them out. Souping up Daegu. Evilest spirit. Ordinary group leader. Golden Flash. Child of nature, did you even listen to yourself just now? The Marine 6 styles were supposed to be the result of brutal training, designed to push the human body to its absolute limits. Nobody could master them without serious, dedicated effort. End of chapter. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. No honest folk in the chat group, a newcomer joins. Even in the Navy, there weren't many who truly mastered all 6 styles. Yet Whitebeard claimed he'd learned them just by watching. Honestly, well, when you thought about it, maybe it wasn't so strange. Luffy picked up shave on his own, Sanji figured out moonwalk. Neither had the orthodox Navy training methods, but they still got there. Come be my son, just kidding. I just watched a lot and worked out the techniques for myself, then figured out a rough training regimen. Come be my son, I'm sure there are some differences from the Navy's official 6 styles, but the core is basically the same. Whitebeard really didn't care much about it. After so many years fighting the Navy, he'd naturally absorbed a lot of their tricks. He might not have studied them deeply, but with his experience, picking up the moves was inevitable. Not that he had much use for them, though. With the tremor fruit and armament haki, those techniques hardly mattered at his level. That's right, meow, you make it sound so easy. If it's that simple, maybe I could do it too. Evilest spirit, count me in. Golden flash, same here. Ordinary group leader, brain, I've got this. Hands, don't kid yourself. Child of nature, so, how many points do you have now, Whitebeard? With Brandon's prompt, the chat group finally got back on track. How did they always get sidetracked like this? Come be my son, about 30,000, give or take. Whitebeard didn't hide it at all. Ordinary group leader, 30,000? Seriously? Ordinary group leader, that's 30 lottery draws. I could cry, I'm so jealous. Souping up Daegu, it's a lot, but it makes sense. Whitebeard is the peak of the pirate world, after all earning points should be easy. Child of nature, at Uchiha Dance King, what about you, Madara? You must have a fortune from all those Uchiha techniques. Uchiha Dance King, 50,000. Barely passable, I guess. Uchiha Dance King, smug.jpg. Evilest spirit, at Golden Flash, what about you? Evilest spirit, you're the 4th Hokage, you should have plenty. Golden Flash, well. Minato looked a bit sheepish. Truth was, he didn't have much at all. Ordinary group leader, you didn't sell the forbidden jutsu scroll, did you? Golden Flash, no. Ordinary group leader. Evilest spirit. Souping up Daegu. Uchiha Dance King. Come be my son. Child of nature, should I call you too honest, or just too rigid? Brandon had guessed as much, but still couldn't help being exasperated. Ordinary group leader, it's not like selling it means you lose it. Just sell the training method. You can record it, then sell the copy. Ordinary group leader, and you're selling to the chat group, not your enemies. You don't have to worry about other villages getting their hands on it. Souping up Daegu, yeah, you're way too cautious. Golden Flash, maybe, but as a cage, it just feels wrong. Almost like betraying my village. Golden Flash, besides, there aren't many members in the group, and there isn't that much good stuff in the prize pool. Selling the forbidden scroll now doesn't seem worth it. Golden Flash, I'll wait until the group grows or new features are unlocked. Come be my son, devil fruits, armament haki, supreme grade blades, those don't count as good stuff. Evilest spirit, spirit crystals aren't good stuff. That's right, meow, Pokemon don't count. Child of nature, what about the powerful psychic abilities in my world? Souping up Daegu, you saying Ultraman's powers aren't good stuff. Ordinary group leader, countless high-level cultivation methods from my world too. Golden Flash. Now that everyone mentioned it, he realized there were valuable items. But what were the odds he'd actually pull one? And they never mentioned the junk from their own worlds, did they? The mood was getting a bit awkward when suddenly, a familiar ding sounded in the chat group. Ding! New member Invincible East has joined the chat group. Evilest spirit, welcome, newcomer. Come be my son, Kurarara, welcome aboard. That's right, meow, welcome, meow. Wonder what world the new member comes from. Souping up Daegu, from the name, they must be strong. Welcome. Ordinary group leader, welcome, but that name, please don't tell me you're who I think you are. Child of nature, maybe, probably, possibly. Invincible East, where is this place? Invincible East, who are you all? Invincible East, why has my consciousness appeared here? Evilest spirit, no need to panic, newcomer. The chat group should have transmitted some basic info directly to your mind. Invincible East, you mean those memories? A chat group linking countless worlds, members all from different realities. Invincible East, you actually expect me to believe something that sounds this ridiculous? Ordinary group leader, want to pretend we're immortals? Would that be easier for you to accept? Ordinary group leader, whisper.jpg. Invincible East. Are you trying to make it harder for me to believe you? Souping up Daegu, there are memory files from other worlds in the group folder. Take a look. Souping up Daegu, if you can offer the group leader something valuable, you can even ask about your future. Souping up Daegu, oh, and at Child of Nature you can ask him too. Invincible East, my future. On a black cliff deep within the swordsman's world, a woman dressed in red fell silent. Invincible East, I don't care about the future. If possible, tell me, does my sister still live, and where is she now? Compared to her own fate, Invincible East cared more about her sister's whereabouts. With her current power, nobody in her world, not even Ren Wuxing, should he return, could threaten her except her master. So the future didn't matter much. End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse. Read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 23, Chapter 23, Mythical Angels Owen Fruit? Ever heard of Thulhu? Ordinary group leader, sister. Ordinary group leader, then I think I know which version of Invincible East you are. Ordinary group leader, at Child of Nature, you know which one, right? Child of Nature, yeah, I think so. I watched the whole show, actually pretty good. Ordinary group leader, right? I loved that version too. Honestly, I was so focused on Linghu Chong and Dongfang Bai, Ren Yingying barely stood a chance. Ordinary group leader, Linghu Chong has no taste. Dongfang Bai is way better than his junior sister, way better than Ren Yingying, such a shame. Ordinary group leader, poor Dongfang Bai, lost her heart in the end, ugh, tragic. Child of Nature. Uchiha Dance King. Souping up Daegu. Evilest Spirit. Golden Flash. That's right, meow, does she always get like this, meow. Evilest Spirit, you'll get used to it. Invincible East, what are you talking about? Dongfang Bai felt lost as she read the group leader's stream of comments. Who was Linghu Chong? What did one shot mean? Was there really a fight later? And why did they say Linghu Chong didn't know what was good for him? Did something happen between them in the future? What did it mean to lose her heart in the end? Dongfang Bai didn't understand most of it, but she could tell they genuinely seemed to know her. That meant they probably could help her find her sister. Child of Nature, tone it down a bit, this isn't your personal drama watch party. Ordinary group leader, my bad, I just got emotional. You know how it is. Ordinary group leader, I'll try to behave from now on. Roxy Vale apologized, feeling a bit embarrassed. She was just a regular girl before transmigrating, sometimes she couldn't help Fang Earling a bit. Child of Nature, at Invincible East, your sister's name is Yilin. She's a disciple of Master Ding Ai of Hung Shan sect. Child of Nature, you can go check her identity, just to be sure we might not be perfectly accurate. Invincible East, thank you. Invincible East, if your information is correct, I'll repay this debt. Seeing Brandon's message, Dongfang Bai's eyes narrowed with determination. No matter what, she'd check the lead herself. Ordinary group leader, that's all you're going to say? Ordinary group leader, you lectured me about always getting paid for info, but now you're just giving it away. Ordinary group leader, oh, I get it, you think the martial arts world is too weak to be worth your time. You're just being nice to Dongfang Bai to win her favor and get in deeper, aren't you? Ordinary group leader, you're playing the long game. Child of Nature. Is this girl for real? I never said any of that. Where does she even get these ideas? Child of nature, maybe think about the difference between us for a SEC. Ordinary group leader, what difference? Roxy was genuinely puzzled. Child of nature, I awakened powers right at the start of the spiritual era, and mine are strong. Plus, I got Mangekyo Sharingan on my first lottery draw. Even without any extra cheat, I'd still be at the top of my world. Child of nature, so I don't really care if I'm maximizing every little deal for info. Child of nature, but you're just an ordinary person. Uchiha Dance King, you're just an ordinary person. Come be my son, you're just an ordinary person. Evilest spirit, you're just an ordinary person. Souping up Daegu, I'm just an ordinary person too, but as the future Tiga, I still gotta say leader, you're just an ordinary person. Ordinary group leader, pft. Ordinary group leader, coughing up blood.jpg. Roxy felt like she'd been stabbed in the heart 5 times over. Brandon had talent, power, and destiny. Even without help, he could climb the path of cultivation, but she was just a regular girl. Why did I have to transmigrate without any gifts? My only golden finger is this chat group, and it's so lame. Why couldn't it be as overpowered as the ones in the novels? Come be my son, Kurarara, don't worry, leader. I just got info on a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Roxy instantly perked up and couldn't help but ask. Ordinary group leader, really? What mythical Zoan form? Ordinary group leader, is it like Kaido's azure dragon or the vermilion bird or black tortoise forms? Come be my son, rumor has it, it's the human fruit, angel model. Not sure if it's true, though info can be spotty. Ordinary group leader, An angel form. Ordinary group leader, it has to be an angel. Handsome and powerful just thinking about it. Ordinary group leader, please, you have to get it. It's my lifelong dream. Evilest spirit, is it just me, or do you care more about looks than power? Souping up Daegu, drop the just that's exactly what's happening. Souping up Daegu, if Brandon hadn't analyzed that the best fruit for you was a mythical Zoan, you'd be begging for the smooth fruit. Child of nature, just so you know, in the earliest myths, angels were actually considered hideous. Demons were prettier by comparison, but still not exactly beauties. Child of nature, ever heard of Thulhu? Pretty similar. Ordinary group leader, shut up. Don't ruin my pure maidenly dreams. Ordinary group leader, do you even realize what you're doing? You're destroying the beautiful fantasy of an innocent girl. Child of nature, actually, in the Old Testament, angels are described more like weird flying machines, 6 wings, 2 pairs cover the face, and so on. Ordinary group leader, la, I'm not listening. Turtle reciting sutras. Ordinary group leader, not looking, not listening, turtle lays eggs. Souping up Daegu, ha. Come be my son, Kurarara, Brandon's the only one in here who can drive the leader this crazy. Evilest spirit, remember when the leader first joined? So shy and reserved, now look at her go. Uchiha Dance King, she even tried to get me to share a memory of myself dancing. Souping up Daegu, can't unsee it now. End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/Soren Eclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 24, Chapter 24 Firewing arrives, Brandon's deductive reasoning. Time slipped by quietly as Brandon White worked out and bantered with the chat group. It wasn't anything special, he'd always been able to multitask even back in his previous life, he could half sleep through class and still follow the lecture. Maybe it was just an inborn talent. Evening arrived before he noticed. After dinner, he'd planned to squeeze in another training session. He was also considering whether he should remodel the house a bit, maybe invest in some serious gym equipment. After all, his physique had evolved so much over the past few days that regular workouts barely even made him break a sweat. Training that left him completely unfazed was basically pointless now. If he could, he'd love a gravity chamber straight out of Dragon Ball. Only that would push him to the next level. Unfortunately, those didn't exist, not in his world, or any other group member's world either. Roxy Vale's world technically had some wild stuff, but she was just an ordinary person and couldn't exactly shop for sci-fi gear online. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! The doorbell rang, and Brandon paused, surprised. Someone at this hour? He glanced at the clock. It was already 8 in the evening. By all logic, nobody he knew would show up this late. Still, curiosity won out. He walked over and opened the door. With his abilities, there really wasn't anyone left on Earth he needed to worry about. If some kind of threat did show up, he'd sense it. The fact he felt so relaxed now meant it couldn't be that bad. But when he opened the door, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Standing before him was a woman, an absolutely stunning woman. Her fiery red hair flowed in the breeze, arching eyebrows accentuated lively, captivating eyes. Her lips were a bold crimson, her skin almost glowing under the porch light. She wore a mischievous smile. By appearance, she looked like she was in her early 20s, but Brandon knew better than to guess a woman's age based on looks. He wasn't that bold. What really bothered him was, why was she here? And why did she seem amused? "Who are you?" he asked, tone neutral, giving nothing away. "Oh? So you're just going to pretend you don't know me after what you did?" Firewing teased, lips curled into a smirk. She made to step past him into the house, but his arm blocked her path. "I'm not interested in playing word games," Brandon replied calmly. "If you have nothing important to say, I'll have to ask you to leave." Firewing looked up, meeting his gaze for several long seconds, then shrugged. "High schoolers these days are surprisingly mature," she mused. "Not really. I'm just a little different, that's all. Most people with power would be desperate to show off, to play the hero when danger strikes. But you chose to hide in the crowd. You still acted, but you used your powers in such a way that no one could trace it to you." She paused, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes, then smiled. "So, can I come in and sit down now?" Brandon studied her for a moment. Of course he knew what she was hinting at. Without hesitation, he nodded and stepped aside. "Please, come in." He didn't know how exactly he'd been exposed, but there was little doubt this woman was some sort of government agent. Only the authorities could sift through that many students so quickly and pinpoint the real culprit. He still had no idea how they'd done it. There'd been no cameras on the field, so they couldn't have caught him on video. He'd listed metal element manipulation as his ability. Dozens of people had awakened similar powers. There was no reason they should have suspected him specifically. Firewing sat cross-legged on his living room sofa, smiling at him over her shoulder. "You know, a smile is a great way to put people at ease. But if you overdo it, you just end up looking like an idiot," Brandon deadpanned. Bonk. A comic vein throbbed on Firewing's forehead. Was this guy for real? "You look stupid when you smile. Normally, this is where you'd ask how I figured out you were the one who took down the Crimson Flamebird at the Awakening event," she said, changing the subject. "Oh, that fiery bird, so that's its official name? It was certainly tough. So, the government's given it a designation. There must be more than a few of them, then maybe a lot. I talked to some friends at other schools. They all had the same kind of bird show up, but in their cases, it was shot down by firearms. So those birds were official? Brought in to demonstrate government firepower." Brandon had already suspected as much. His friends at other schools had mentioned that the Awakening event included a very similar bird. The so-called Crimson Flamebird wasn't weak, especially considering it showed up on the very first day of spiritual awakening. Even by awakened standards, it was a genius monster. Yet the same species appeared at multiple schools. That meant the birds had to exist in numbers, but he'd never seen one in the wild. That wasn't normal. The only logical conclusion, they were controlled and released by the government. Demonstrating gunpowder was obvious just to keep hot-headed students from getting too full of themselves, to avoid social chaos. But that wasn't the part that really nagged at him. Meanwhile, Firewing listened to his string of deductions, honestly a bit taken aback. Had she let something slip? She was sure she'd only mentioned the bird's name. How could he figure out so much from just a single word? And he was right about everything, too. Whew. Well, it wasn't completely crazy. She'd done her research before coming. Brandon's grades were exceptional, he was level-headed beyond his years, and sharp enough to make logical leaps from small clues. He'd probably guessed most of it already. Her slip just confirmed it. She cleared her throat, ready to say more, but Brandon was already asking his next question. The crimson flamebird wasn't weak. How did the country breed so many of them? I'm sure the spiritual revival only started on the night of the 7 stars alignment. There's no way it began earlier in some hidden way. So, how did the country end up with so many powerful crimson flamebirds, so quickly? Is it an ability? Something like Beastmaster or Summoner powers? End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 25, Chapter 25. Never underestimate the world, a future in full bloom. Firewing stared at Brandon like he was some kind of alien. At this point, she honestly wondered if he was a government plant sent to mess with her. How else could he deduce so much from so little? The earlier stuff she could sort of accept, but the latter guesses? Why not just announce her name while he was at it? Judging by your expression, it seems I was right, Brandon said thoughtfully, nodding. He looked like he was about to say something more, but Firewing quickly cut him off. Setting everything else aside, why are you so sure that the spiritual revival was triggered by the 7 stars alignment? Are you saying the government had no advance warning about it? Of all the things he'd guessed, this was the one she just couldn't wrap her head around. Logically, if someone realized this was all orchestrated by the authorities, wouldn't they also suspect the government had known about the spiritual revival before it happened and maybe even secretly trained people or creatures ahead of time? So why was Brandon so adamant that the government had no prior knowledge? Why was he convinced the event was triggered by the celestial phenomenon? Let's just say I have my own channels, Brandon replied coolly, giving nothing away. How could he possibly explain? The truth was, the spiritual revival was kicked off by the chat group itself by the will of the world, specifically to select someone with high destiny to become a group member. Unless some time traveler from the future suddenly showed up, nobody could have predicted it. You, a high school student, have channels? What kind of channels could you possibly have that my department can't access? Firewing rolled her eyes. She worked for the government, after all. She'd checked every bit of info on Brandon White before coming here. Was there really a source she'd missed? So, tell me, how did you identify me as the one who struck down the crimson flame bird? Brandon fixed Firewing with a searching look. Had there been hidden cameras on the field? Secret video recordings? Satellite surveillance? Or was it the bird itself? Crimson flame bird. He seemed to have confirmed something, and muttered, if my earlier deductions are correct, and all those flamebirds are the work of a summoner-type ability user, then there must be some sort of connection between them and their summoner. Maybe memory browsing, or shared vision. From an ability standpoint, it's not impossible. If that was the case, it would be obvious why he'd been found out. He remembered the way the flamebird's eyes had locked onto him that day. If the summoner could truly see through its eyes, then identifying him would have been a piece of cake. With the puzzle solved, Brandon's curiosity faded, and he turned to appraise her skills. Being able to summon that many powerful crimson flamebirds on day one of the spiritual revival, that's impressive talent. And the flamebirds definitely aren't your limit. If you go all out, you could probably summon even more powerful creatures. Even with mass awakening, prodigies like you are still on a different level. While most people's powers are still at the toy stage, some are already born with combat-ready strength. Just the number of flamebirds you summoned would be enough to overwhelm over 99% of all new ability users. In fact, the gap between genius and ordinary people has only grown wider since the awakening. He shook his head, truly impressed. Never underestimate the world, hey. With a little smile, Brandon admitted that even with his authority of nature, the world's highest luck stat, and the backing of the chat group, there were other true geniuses who should never be dismissed. Earth's future would never belong to a single person on a lonely throne. Instead, 100 schools would blossom and everyone would show their unique strengths. That's what the world after the spiritual revival was meant to be. So, what's with that satisfied look on your face? Firewing snapped. If you know my ability is this strong, you could at least look a little surprised. The way you're acting, it's like you're sure nobody could possibly surpass you. How can you be so confident? Seeing his expression, Firewing felt another vein throbbing in her forehead. This guy was nothing like an ordinary high school senior. You know what, forget it. I give up. With a deep sigh, she finally reached into her bag and pulled out 2 documents. Let's just forget everything we said before and get to the main point. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm the director of the newly established Spiritual Affairs Bureau, Ventura City Branch. I'm also the summoner who created those crimson flame birds. Because I can share vision with my summons, I noticed that my flamebird kept staring at you. I also saw how you didn't even flinch when it died, like you'd already expected the outcome. I have no idea why you registered your power as metal manipulation but showed off such advanced lightning ability, but that only means your talent is even greater than we thought. So after some discussion, the Ventura City Spiritual Bureau would like to invite you to join us. Brandon glanced through the files, raising an eyebrow at her. Is this contract some kind of ability-imbued artifact? What happens if I break the agreement? It's just a regular document. And you haven't even signed it. Why are you already worried about breaking it? Firewing clenched her fists. If she could, she'd have liked to give this kid a good smack. Oh, Brandon replied simply, then continued. Before we go any further, I think you should spell out the benefits of joining your bureau. It's all written down in there. I'm just an ordinary high schooler. You really think I'd bother reading a wall of text? I always skip the player guides in games too. His face remained calm, but Firewing couldn't help feeling like he was looking at her like she was the idiot. After joining the Bureau, your benefits and resources will be based on your demonstrated talent and abilities, Firewing explained with a sigh. If your potential is high enough, you'll get a private villa, a personal training ground, dedicated sparring partners, and high-energy meals. If you need something else, just ask. As long as it's not too outrageous, we'll consider it. The more you demonstrate, the more you get. If you're talented enough, the resources you receive will be far beyond anything normal people get. In return, you'll be tasked with handling the dangerous creatures that appear due to the spiritual revival, defending humanity from threats. That's about it for now. The Bureau is still new, after all everything is still being set up, and the system isn't perfect yet. End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/Soren Eclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 26, Chapter 26 Members of the Spiritual Bureau, show us your potential. Any other questions? Firewing propped her chin on her hand, watching Brandon with a knowing look. Even though they'd only just met, she could already tell whenever Brandon put on that thoughtful face, he was about to ask something pointed. Has the government already discovered the existence of mutated creatures besides humans? Brandon asked. Of course. I mean, given the sheer numbers, how could we not? Firewing shrugged, as if it were obvious. When you say numbers, you mean lumping together every species on Earth that isn't human, right? Brandon replied, slightly exasperated. What else? You always have to plan for the worst-case scenario, don't you? There's no telling whether these creatures will be friendly toward humans or if peaceful coexistence is even possible. It's better to expect the worst. That way, no matter how bad things get, you'll never be surprised. Firewing didn't seem especially bothered by the topic. She wasn't a politician, she just followed orders. Like she'd said, the whole point of the Spiritual Bureau was to handle mutated creatures that could threaten humanity. If they endangered human lives, the only outcome was death. No exceptions. She wasn't about to start talking about equality for all beings. She didn't even care that much about people outside Vantorum, much less about mutated animals that threatened humans. Got it? Brandon nodded, then asked another question. How many people are in the Bureau so far? With you and me, that makes 5. We have an ice element user who accidentally froze her entire house during her awakening. Luckily, her parents weren't home. Otherwise, Firewing trailed off, but Brandon got the message. There's also a beast-type user, probably some kind of tiger mutation, crazy strength, speed, agility, and a real knack for combat. Pretty solid all around. And finally, we have a healer. She can only heal external injuries for now, but regular knife wounds are patched up in 5 seconds flat. It just burns through her energy, so she can't use it much yet. But that'll improve as she gets stronger. Ice type's name is Frost, beast type is Carl Stone, and the healer's named Hazel Yates. Don't get them mixed up. Firewing's intro was quick, just names and power types, but it was enough for a rough picture. A classic little team, Ice Mage, Brawler, and Healer support. Neat and tidy. But honestly, none of this was especially tempting for Brandon. A villa? If he really wanted one, he had the means. Private training grounds? Tempting, but he could build his own if he felt like it. Bottom line, he wasn't hurting for money. As for teamwork, he was strong enough not to need backup. Resource-wise, with how fast he was growing, most rare materials would be pointless, and the really valuable stuff? There was no guarantee the Bureau would give those out to him. Plus, if he really needed something, he could find it himself. With his authority of nature, anything on Earth he truly sought, he could eventually locate. He was just about to turn her down when Firewing interrupted his train of thought. Oh, almost forgot, if you join the Bureau, you don't have to go to school for the next few days. Just focus on your powers. Who knows what kind of enemies the future might bring? Better be safe than sorry. If you ever feel like going back to school, pick any university you like, we'll pull some strings and get you in. Just for fun, if you want. Wait, really? Now that got his attention. His grades were good enough that school was easy, and he could chat in the group while zoning out in class, but this was the era of spiritual awakening. No textbook could compare with the excitement of mastering his powers. And hey, it wasn't quitting school for good, he could go back whenever he wanted. Damn, Firewing muttered, seeing his sudden interest. So after all that, skipping school is what finally gets you on board. Unbelievable. If she'd known, she could have just led with that and saved herself a speech. I'll join the Bureau, on one condition, Brandon replied smoothly. I'm fine with fighting monsters or saving civilians, but I want nothing to do with politics. And if a mission feels wrong to me, I can refuse. In every world, every country, at every level, humans weren't truly united. Once things got complicated enough, there'd always be voices pulling in different directions. Brandon had no interest in getting involved with that stuff. Even if the contract was just a normal piece of paper, not a soul-bound artifact, some things had to be clear from the start. You've really got nerve, you know that. Firewing rolled her eyes. The others, Carl, you, Hazel, had agreed instantly. Negotiating? They'd never even think of it. Only this guy. If it wasn't for the no more school perk, she had the feeling he'd have said no. Where did he get that confidence? Sure, talent was nice, but could one person's training really outdo a nation's resources? No matter how strong someone's potential was, nobody could compete with the backing of a whole country, right? Fine. If you say so, Lord Brandon, your wish is my command. But all of this depends on how powerful your ability really is. If your awakened power isn't strong enough to make the higher UPS take notice, you can forget about making demands. But if your ability is truly on another level even better than mine, then the contract is just a piece of paper. As long as you're not threatening the country or endangering civilians, do whatever you want. She was actually looking forward to seeing just how overpowered his powers really were. Metal? Lightning? Or can you control all the elements? If you can master every element, and each one is as strong as that lightning trick you showed before, maybe you have a shot. Lounging back on the sofa, Firewing crossed her legs and grinned. All right, show me. Brandon didn't mind. If you wanted respect, you had to prove you deserved it. Fair enough. This way, you'll get a clearer picture of what I can really do. He snapped his fingers. Nothing happened. Firewing frowned, ready to make a sarcastic remark when suddenly, she realized something was very, very wrong. She couldn't breathe. End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 27, Chapter 27 The Terrifying Brandon White, Firewing's Compromise. How could something like this even be possible? Could abilities really reach this level? No, on second thought, the true terror of abilities was exactly that they could do things like this. To be able to control the very air a person breathed, now that was terrifying. For humans and every other oxygen-breathing creature, this was an ability that couldn't be underestimated. It was pure, raw threat. Brandon must have seen the fear in Firewing's eyes, because he smiled and explained, strictly speaking, I'm not cutting off the air. I'm just controlling the oxygen around your body, preventing you from taking any in. The oxygen inside you? I'm not touching that. Right now, it's just like holding your breath. With your current physical condition, you could last 5, maybe 10 minutes without much problem. With a casual wave of his hand, Firewing suddenly found herself able to breathe again. Yet her breaths came faster, more anxious than before. It was one thing to choose to hold your breath. But to suddenly be unable to breathe at all, no matter how hard you tried to have the most basic needs snatched away by someone else, brought a wave of panic and dread that was hard to put into words. Firewing took a few moments in silence to process the shock Brandon had just given her. How large an area can you affect? She asked quietly. And for how long? There was really nothing more to say. Whatever Brandon's true ability was, just the power to control oxygen was enough to make anyone take him seriously. Oxygen was everything to humans. Without oxygen, it started with dizziness, weakness, nausea, frustration, leading quickly to suffocation, loss of consciousness, and inevitably death. Some experts in the past had floated the idea that oxygen shortened human lifespans, that without it people might live longer, but such oxygen-free humans definitely didn't exist in the modern world. For the humans of today, it wasn't an exaggeration, no oxygen, no life. That alone made Brandon's control over oxygen frightening. But what was truly chilling was the implication in his words: if he wanted to, he could directly pull the oxygen out of a person's body. Think about what that meant. Sure, as abilities grew stronger, as bodies evolved with the spiritual revival, maybe some people could hold their breath for hours or even days. Maybe they'd even become immune to suffocation for a time, and could kill Brandon before their air ran out. But if Brandon could remove the oxygen inside someone, then it didn't matter how strong they were or how long they could hold out. As long as they needed oxygen, if he took it away, they would be gone in seconds. Just the brain alone, cut off its oxygen completely, and even a superhuman would lose consciousness in 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Even if the spiritual revival had made people hardier, the brain was the most delicate and crucial organ. How much could it possibly change? Could any ability let you survive with zero oxygen to the head? Could you kill Brandon before that 10 seconds was up? And don't forget, his abilities weren't limited to just controlling oxygen. He could also manipulate metal, lightning, who knew what else? As far as talent went, Firewing couldn't think of anyone, herself included, not even those military prodigies who could outclass Brandon. Range. Brandon echoed her question with a slight, almost amused smile. Does it really matter? Even if I told you, would you believe me? True, Firewing admitted, her voice resigned. With a power like this, whatever you say, nobody's going to believe you anyway. Give them all the data you want, there'll always be someone who questions if it's real. She let out a breath, stowing the contract papers away. Your power really is something else, she said quietly. She couldn't even think of a word that fit. Metal, lightning, and now oxygen. Could he control every element in nature? This contract is pretty pointless at this stage, Firewing admitted. With a talent like yours, words on a page are meaningless. Just don't break the law, endanger the nation, or harm innocent people, and you can do as you please. But let's be clear, I only believe in your ability because I saw it for myself. Others won't be so easily convinced. I guarantee people are going to come challenge you in the future. How you handle that is up to you. Just, don't kill anyone. For a government official, Firewing's words were surprisingly lenient. But after witnessing Brandon's true power, she had no choice. Talent like this required special treatment. Especially now, when the world was in upheaval. You had to take care of martial prodigies. If you treated them like ordinary people, what would happen if they turned against you? Who knew where the limits of superhuman abilities lay? What if someone became more dangerous than a nuclear bomb? You really are remarkably flexible, Brandon replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. He'd half expected her to be joking. Surely a government wouldn't give someone this much freedom. But it seemed she was serious. What else can I do? Firewing rolled her eyes. I did my homework on you. Top marks, mature thinker, a kid with a plan for the future. Normally, anyone approached by the government, smart or not, would never refuse. They all know the country isn't about to let superpowered people wander around unchecked. Those kinds of people are like walking bombs. Maybe they'll never go off, but if they do, innocent people die. Joining the system, coming under the government's watchful eye, that's the safest move. But you, if we didn't have the no-school deal, you would have turned us down, wouldn't you? You're not ignorant of how the government treats talent. But you were still ready to refuse. That means only one thing: you have absolute confidence in your own strength. That confidence isn't about your potential, it's about your power right now. You actually believe you can negotiate as an equal with the state. And you know how powerful the government is. We're in the information age. You can look up just about anything, even if it's not the whole picture. Plus, after hearing about me, and about others in the system with powers like or stronger than mine, you weren't even nervous. You were relieved. Like you were glad to finally meet others on your level. If that's not arrogance, it only means one thing: your awakened power is so strong, even after thinking it all through, you still know you have the leverage to talk terms. End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse. Read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, The Forces of Nature, Firewing's Shaken Heart. Firewing paused as she spoke, not sure if her suspicions were accurate. It just seemed too absurd. The spiritual awakening had only just begun. Sure, some people awakened stronger abilities than others, but there was no way a single person should have enough power to bargain with the nation itself. Unless, of course, Brandon was completely insane. But he didn't seem crazy. In fact, seeing his almost nonchalant reaction, just mildly surprised, not shocked, she began to wonder if she was right after all. Did he really think his power could stand up to the full force of modern technology? What kind of nonsense was that? Even if the military couldn't bring out the heaviest artillery in the city, modern firearms were still nothing to sneeze at. Not to mention, there were still people like Skyla Quinn, Chris Frost, and Charles Longfellow, powerful ability users, all stationed in the military. Firewing struggled to imagine just how terrifying an ability had to be for someone like Brandon to act so calm, so sure of himself. Or maybe she was just overthinking it, seeing things that weren't there. But the truth about abilities? The only thing you could count on was uncertainty. If people like them far beyond the norm could awaken, why couldn't someone even more monstrous come along? Humanity just had to accept reality sometimes, but that didn't make it easier to swallow. Can you at least tell me what your ability actually is? She finally asked, voice almost gentle, curiosity winning out over caution. If you're so confident, it can't hurt, right? I promise, I won't tell anyone. She poked his shoulder, eyes wide with anticipation. Brandon just gave her a look. And I'm supposed to believe that? He really couldn't take her seriously if he told her, she'd just rush off and report to the higher UPS. But after a beat, he shrugged. Not that it really matters, anyway. Firewing's eyes lit up instantly, like a cat expecting a treat. Even if he was lying, she thought, at least she'd have a story to bring back for the analysts to pick apart. But Brandon didn't seem interested in her reaction. He just stared out the window, speaking with a calm detachment. Don't you think the world, after the spiritual awakening, is beautiful? He mused. Aside from the creatures that evolved into threats to humanity, the awakenings only brought benefits to us, to the plants, to the animals, even to the planet itself. But we're human, Firewing replied quietly. Our first concern has to be ourselves. She didn't know where he was going with this, but she couldn't argue the point. If you set aside the danger of mutated animals, there was no real downside to the awakening at all. Still, as humans, it was natural to look out for their own. If other creatures gained intelligence and power equal to or greater than humanity, would they hate us? Hurt us? Would they threaten the world we've built? These were real questions. Every living thing on Earth is equal, or so we like to say, Brandon continued, voice steady. But it's humans who say that. We're the ones who decide what equality means. When we stand at the top, we can afford to feel compassion or guilt for those beneath us. But if the day ever comes that humans aren't at the top anymore, those feelings won't mean anything. In the natural world, though, everything is equal: people, plants, animals, everything. Because it's all part of nature. He turned and met her eyes. Lightning, fire, storms, rain, light, darkness, all the elements. Rhinos, eagles, tigers, lions, pandas, all kinds of beasts. Even guns, tanks, rockets, and nuclear bombs. They're all part of nature too, aren't they? As Brandon spoke, Firewing's eyes widened in disbelief. What was he getting at? Was he saying his ability was connected to nature? That he could use the forces of nature at will? That was ridiculous, wasn't it? A power that could draw upon anything in nature? Impossible. It had to be. But her rational mind wouldn't let go of his words. If his ability truly was tied to the natural world, if he was nature itself, the scope was unimaginable. Nature included everything: plants, animals, even humanity itself. And now, humanity had awakened all sorts of strange abilities. If Brandon could tap into the full power of the natural world, including human abilities, then him negotiating with the nation was almost an act of generosity. Firewing left, completely shaken. She'd arrived confident and playful, eager to teach the arrogant youth a lesson about the world's vastness. But by the end, her composure had shattered, and it was she who walked away muttering that it was impossible, that she'd been the frog at the bottom of the well. And Brandon, the cause of her breakdown? He just wore an innocent look, as if he'd done nothing at all. All he'd done was sigh at the beauty of nature's inclusiveness. Anything else was Firewing's own wild imagination. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Brandon's doorstep was crowded with men in black suits, each bowing respectfully as soon as he appeared. Brandon wasn't surprised. Firewing, despite her near breakdown, had remembered to tell him to pack up for his move to the special villa provided by the Bureau. But seriously, why the suits? The sunglasses too? Did they think they were his bodyguards? He couldn't help but crack a wry smile as he handed over his suitcase and followed them to the vehicle waiting outside. The drive was peaceful, almost eerily so, with not a soul in sight as they entered the secluded villa district. It made sense, though. This was a government zone, built exclusively for the Bureau's top talents. Only the best got to live here, so of course, it was quiet. Brandon's new home sat at the very edge of the estate, taking up over 800 square meters, complete with a dedicated gym and training ground. He gave a soft laugh. The future, it seemed, was just getting started. End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/Soren Eclipse. Read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. The principle behind the absorption technique. Universal gravitation. The rest of the villa was as well equipped as you'd expect, but for Brandon White, the gym and training grounds were what truly mattered. With a place this size, how bad could the amenities be, anyway? Brandon was honestly pretty satisfied. If you need anything, Lord White, just contact us at any time, said a man in a sharp black suit, bowing respectfully before excusing himself, more butler than agent. After getting acquainted with his new home, Brandon didn't immediately start training. Instead, he dove into the group chat, ready to see what the others were up to. Nature's Air. Just moved into my new place. Nature's Air. Image.jpg. Ordinary group leader. Ordinary group leader. That's a villa? And it's huge. Ordinary group leader. We're both transmigrators, but not only did you awaken powers, you're also some kind of second-generation rich kid. So unfair. Nature's Air. Second gen, I guess. But this villa isn't something I bought, it's a perk for joining the Bureau. Nature's Air. Pretty sure you can figure out what that means, right? Brandon's lips curled in a half-smile as he typed. Ordinary group leader. You doubt my knowledge of novels? Clearly, this is to handle all those twisted ability users and mutated monsters. Ordinary group leader. Still, what a generous benefit. Roxy Vale, the group's sometimes grumbly leader, got what he was hinting at. She didn't seem surprised that Brandon joined up with the authorities. Of course, she didn't know just how terrifying his powers really were. If she did, she might start cracking ancestor jokes instead. The undefeated. So this is the kind of house people in your era live in? I don't understand much, but it certainly looks extravagant. Ordinary group leader. Honestly, the building and interior aren't even the most expensive part. It's all about the location. Ventura City's real estate prices are no joke. Ordinary group leader. Thankfully, I've got a house of my own after transmigrating. Hee. Ordinary group leader. Of course, my parents both being gone is, well, I guess it's standard for transmigrators. I thought my last life was rough enough, with my parents divorcing and neither wanting me. But in this life, they're just straight up dead. Roxy's words held a trace of bitterness. She'd always wanted to know what parental love felt like, but she'd never get the chance. Nature's heir. Your parents divorced too. Ordinary group leader. Ordinary group leader. Wait, your parents divorced as well. Nature's heir. Yeah, they split when I was 14. Left me a house, and each of them gives me $500,000 a month for spending money. Nature's heir. I mean, it's fine, really. Maybe I'm just naturally detached. Ordinary group leader. Ordinary group leader. You absolute show-off. King of humble brags. She had been ready to share a tale of shared hardship, and here he was acting like it was nothing. Truly, Brandon White could flex with the best of them. The undefeated group leader, are you strapped for cash? To her, having a multi-world group chat and being the group leader even as an ordinary person should mean she was set for life. Yet here she was, talking about money. Ordinary group leader. It's all right. Solidly middle class. Ordinary group leader. Although, if anyone did want to send me a red envelope stuffed with gold and jewels, I wouldn't say no. Ordinary group leader. Honestly, I have no shame. I love being insulted with money. The undefeated demon spirit. Cook Daigu into soup. I've never seen someone beg for money so creatively. Just meow. Meow needs to learn from you, meow. Ordinary group leader. Kidding. Or am I? Ordinary group leader. I'm mostly just waiting on news from old man. If it really is a mythical beast type, angel form, then I don't care about money. Even if I didn't want it, that fruit would come crawling to me. Come be my son. Kararara, just be patient, group leader. Sailing the seas takes time. Ordinary group leader. Okay, Dad, I'll be good. Cute.jpg. Nature's heir. The undefeated. At Nature's heir, thank you for your information. I've already reunited with my sister. The undefeated. Unfortunately, she won't return with me to the Blackwood Cliffs. The undefeated. If there's ever anything you want from my world, just ask. Cook Daigu into soup. Speaking of which, did anyone upload a memory copy from the undefeated's world yet? Cook Daigu into soup. What's the combat power like in the undefeated's world? Ordinary group leader. Woolen world? The undefeated's world is low martial, just your standard martial arts realm, not particularly strong. Nature's heir. Not necessarily. There could be Xiangxia or immortal elements. There are a lot of fanfics with that twist. Nature's heir. Honestly, a lot of martial world fanfics bring together everyone: Moon Maiden, the undefeated, Ximen Chuixu, Xie Xiaofeng, Zhang Sanfan, you name it. Ordinary group leader. Oh, right. I used to love those before transmigrating everyone from all the old martial arts stories coming together in one big immortal saga. Ding! A memory file has been uploaded by Nature's heir. Nature's heir. I've uploaded the Yuma version of Smiling Proud Wanderer. At the undefeated, it may not match your world exactly, but the general story should be the same. Nature's heir. As for payment, once you've watched the file, just send me a copy of the absorption technique from Ren Woxing. That's all I ask. Ordinary group leader. Absorption technique? What do you want that for? Ordinary group leader. That's just a broken version of the Northern Darkness divine art. It can't handle even moderately strong internal force, and it has side effects. Ordinary group leader. If it were the variant practiced by Iron Courage Marquis Zhu Wuxi, maybe it'd be worth something, but the one from Ren Woxing? Trash. Roxy Vale honestly didn't see the point. Why would Brandon want something so useless? Nature's heir. The original absorption technique is just a mashup of two better arts, but the Yuma version is different. Nature's heir. Here's how he explained it to Ren Yingying. Nature's heir. Why do the stars hang high in the sky without falling? Because the sun's gravity holds them in place. The absorption technique is based on this principle. Nature's air. It might not look as impressive as some other powers, but the logic is fascinating. It's a totally different approach from the northern darkness path. Nature's air. I'm just curious, honestly. There's no harm in studying it. End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse. Read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 30, Chapter 30 How to Reforge a Chi Insulator, the Fruit of the Divine Tree? To be honest, if it hadn't been for those short video trends back in his previous life, Brandon White might never have paid much attention to this whole absorption technique. The idea that the underlying principle was gravity? Who could have guessed? Turns out, it wasn't just moon worship cult masters talking science. Now Ren Wuxing was in on it too. Still, no matter the logic, it didn't change the fact that the absorption technique had some serious flaws. Brandon had only asked for a copy to see if it sparked any ideas. If it turned out to be useful, great, if not, no big deal. He really wasn't that attached to it. Ordinary group leader. This version of Ren Wuxing actually talks about science? Never noticed before. But even if the lore changed, the skill is still weak. Not worth learning. Ever since he got slapped down by Zhou Chan, I gave up any hope for the absorption technique. Roxy Vale was a little surprised by the universal gravitation explanation, but she didn't dwell on it. In the show, Ren Wuxing just didn't deliver. She couldn't get excited for something so underwhelming. Ordinary group leader. It's a shame, really. So many powerful martial arts secrets in Smiling Proud Wanderer have been lost to history or take decades to master. If not, I'd totally want to learn some, just to live out my childhood wuxia dreams. Nature's air. I'm not sure what your aptitudes are like, but since you're a chi insulator, cultivation techniques probably aren't going to work for you anyway. Ordinary group leader. Glaring.jpg. Let me dream, okay. Ugh, there goes my hopes for Minjiu art, 9 Yin Manual, Small Formless Skill, Northern Darkness Divine Art, Sovereign of the Eight Desolations, Divine Illumination Sutra, Demonic Heavens Strategy, Immortality Technique, God of War Manual, Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Actually, never mind the Jade Maiden art. I don't want to turn into a block of ice. Sigh, there goes my wuxia fantasy. Why'd I have to transmigrate as a chi insulator? Demon spirit. Cook Daigu into soup. Not sure what half those techniques are, but they sound powerful. Nature's air. They're only powerful because she can't have them. Nature's air. Anyway, at ordinary group leader, quit whining. You're a chi insulator now, but that doesn't mean you always will be. As more members join the group, there are bound to be items in their worlds that can change your condition. And honestly, even among our current members, there might already be a way. Ordinary group leader. Confused.jpg. Are you sure? Even a devil fruit from old man's world would just boost my raw power. I can't use chakra, and internal force cultivation isn't practical unless it's something like Northern Darkness Divine Art or an immortality method. Otherwise, it'd take me ages to get anywhere. And breaking out of chi insulator status sounds hard. Wouldn't it basically mean rebuilding my whole body? Unless you're talking about something like the Phoenix in Meowth's world. Just meow. Meow. Sorry, can't help you there. That's a legendary Pokemon. There's no way we could do something like that, meow. Nature's air. The sacred fire of the Phoenix is one way, but I actually had something else in mind. Nature's air. Difficulty-wise, well, it's not exactly easy, but it isn't impossible either. Ever heard of the fruit of the divine tree? It's what let the Tsutsuki go from mortals to gods, gave them overwhelming power and authority. It'd definitely erase your chi insulator status. And it'd make you absurdly strong, too. Ordinary group leader. You're joking, right? There's no way I could get something like that. Even Lord Madara couldn't, could he? Nature's heir. Shrugs. That's what the lottery system is for. Everything from the Naruto world is in the prize pool, including the divine tree fruit. Or you could wait for Uchiha Madara to reach the 6 paths level, take down Kagaya's clan, steal the divine tree seed, plant it on a living planet, and harvest it for you. It'd take a while, but you could wait. Uchiha Dance King. I could do that. Since he'd seen the Naruto memory files Roxy sent and knew about his future, Madara was more than happy to help. Ordinary group leader. Never mind, that sounds way too complicated. And it's probably impossible to find a suitable planet anyway. Besides, the chat system will probably unlock more features in the future. Fixing a chi insulator like me should be easy once the right tools show up. No need to trouble anyone. Roxy quickly declined any overly involved favors. If it was something simple, sure, but she couldn't bring herself to ask others to go so far, not even if Madara was willing. Cook Daigu into soup. By the way, did you guys ever finish watching all those memory files? Just meow. No way, there are too many. Especially all the One Piece stuff, meow. Demon spirit. Wait, you didn't even finish your own world's memories. Just meow. I watched a few episodes and got bored, meow. It's better to experience it firsthand. Cook Daigu into soup. I've actually been binging Pokemon lately. I just want to. Even as a grown man, he couldn't resist the pure-hearted charm and undeniable cuteness of Pokemon. Compared to humans, there was so much more light and goodness in those creatures. Ordinary group leader. The Pokemon world is my dream. Sure, there's danger and evil plots, but just thinking about those adorable little creatures makes everything seem okay. Ordinary group leader. I want to. Nature's heir. I want to. Demon spirit. I want to. The undefeated. I'm not sure what you all mean by little spirits, but at times like this, I want them too. Just meow. Even so, meow doesn't have any, meow. No matter how many we catch, those brats always get in the way, meow. Ordinary group leader. Just buy one. Team Rocket probably has black market channels for that, right? End of chapter. Please give me Power Stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 31, Chapter 31 The Pokemon We Want, and the Eternal God, Ralts. Sure, that's fine, Meowth replied, but I don't have that much money, meow. I can pay for mine myself, Cook Daigu into soup chimed in. If we convert it to gold, that should work, right? Of course, meow. Even if our worlds are different, gold's always precious, meow, said Meowth. Carrera. Count me in too, said Come Be My Son, laughing heartily. Pokemon with strength, character, and potential all rolled into one. I have to say, I'm interested too. The undefeated declared, we're not exactly short on money, you know. Demon Spirit replied easily, money's easy for me too. Nature's heir echoed, same here. Yeah, honestly no one in the chat is hurting for money, the ordinary group leader admitted, posting a shifty-eyed emoji. So, what do you all want, meow? Meowth asked. I want Growlithe, Cook Daigu into soup answered after some thought. Growlithe was unusual, sure, but compared to most Pokemon, it still looked and acted the most like a normal pet. His world was full of monsters anyway, but for now, a Growlithe seemed just right. Pikachu, said Demon Spirit, dropping a Pikachu emoji for emphasis. It was the protagonist's first Pokemon, and let's face it, it's just so cute. That's the Pokemon you were talking about. The undefeated mused, studying a picture. It is adorable. I want Pikachu too. Come be my son. Let out a deep laugh. Honestly, I'm not picky. Rahorn or Machoke would be just fine for me. What a strange taste you have, meow, Meowth muttered. All right, I'll remember that. At Nature's Heir, at Golden Flash, at Uchiha Dance King, at Ordinary Group Leader. What about you? Uchiha Dance King posted a single period. Do you really think I can buy one? I'm dead, you know. Even if I wanted one, it wouldn't survive the trip. Would it be alive when sent over, or dead on arrival? Golden Flash laughed. Growlithe's fine for me. He can help watch over Naruto. After all, there are ninja dogs in our world, having a Growlithe wouldn't seem too out of place. Any other Pokemon might draw too much attention. My pick, well. Ordinary Group Leader started. Ralts. Nature's Heir jumped in. Did you just steal my answer? Ordinary Group Leader protested. Not at all, Nature's Heir replied smoothly. I'm just stating my own wish. No one can resist a Pokemon, but especially not Ralts. Ralts is forever God tier. Ordinary Group Leader declared. But, I want a female one. Same here, Nature's Heir agreed. Let's be clear, there's no guarantee I can get one, meow. Especially Ralts, it's extremely rare, meow, Meowth warned. I know, said Nature's Heir. Understood, replied the Ordinary Group Leader. Unconsciously, a full week had gone by since Brandon moved into his new villa as a member of the Bureau of Spiritual Energy. A few classmates had reached out to him, hoping to learn how he managed to skip school yet still graduate and even qualify for university. His answer was blunt: get a special recruitment, or join the government. Neither was realistic for them. Their abilities just weren't up to snuff. So, their dreams were grand, but reality was as unforgiving as ever. They could only stare at Brandon's empty seat in the classroom, wishing they could be that carefree just once in their lives. As for Brandon, he didn't find his new life particularly easy. He simply swapped his study time for training, and now that he'd discovered the right way to train, it was actually more exhausting than school. During his demonstration with Firewing last week, he'd used his oxygen control ability. Later, he realized gravity was also a force of nature he could manipulate. By increasing the gravity on his body during workouts, he dramatically boosted the intensity of his training. The results were impressive. Training had become physically demanding again, just like in the beginning, and though exhausting, the progress was incredible. His physique and supernatural abilities were improving at a pace that far outstripped his previous growth, and the power he could draw from his nature's authority was reaching terrifying levels. It was hard to quantify his actual supernatural strength, thanks to the unique nature of nature's authority. His physical strength, however, was easy to test. At that very moment, Brandon was playing with a Type 92 pistol. Without hesitation, he pointed it at his own hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun roared, and a bullet shot out, wreathed in electricity, aimed to tear through his palm only for Brandon to catch it effortlessly midair. He opened his hand. His skin was perfectly unmarked, white as jade, not a scratch to be seen. It was important to note that he hadn't used any of his supernatural powers, just his raw, physical strength. The implications were clear: his body had grown unbelievably tough. A Type 92 pistol might not be the most powerful in the world, but it was still a gun no ordinary human could take a bullet bare-handed. Brandon couldn't help but wonder how he'd fare against a Desert Eagle, an M500 revolver, or a Glock 17, supposedly some of the world's most powerful handguns. But he doubted Firewing would let him try. Is it that I only just now became bulletproof? Or could I have survived this even earlier, and just never tried it? Should I try a tank next? Maybe it's possible. He muttered about tempting fate, genuinely curious about the limits of his new body. But there weren't many safe ways to test it. Suddenly, he sensed hostility, a wave of malice fixed directly on him. Brandon turned toward the source, and saw a powerfully built man staring at him with open contempt, not even bothering to hide his animosity when Brandon met his gaze. A new member of the Spiritual Energy Bureau? Or maybe someone from another government division? Brandon wondered, eyebrow raised, and a hint of amusement in his eyes. He'd already met Frost, Carl Stone, and Hazel Yates. This guy was definitely none of them. Either Firewing had recruited a new team member, or he was some acquaintance from a different branch. But unprovoked hostility? That's always so annoying, Brandon thought, suppressing a sigh. On the other side, Li Fong scowled in Brandon's direction, eyes filled with jealousy. Besides his good looks, he's got nothing going for him. I have no idea what Firewing sees in this guy. End of chapter. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. The times are changing, Superman or Patriot, it's all about perspective. Li Fong had once worked in the same department as Firewing, and ever since awakening his own supernatural power, he'd shown solid potential. True, he wasn't on Firewing's level, he could never run an entire city division of the Spiritual Energy Bureau, but he held an important position regardless. He knew all of the Ventura City branch members. Whether it was Carl Stone, Frost, or Hazel Yates, Firewing had always acted respectfully, but professionally she admired their abilities, nothing more. But with this new guy, Brandon White, Firewing's attitude was strange. Suspicion, curiosity even, dare he say it, a hint of awe. Whatever it was, everyone could see Firewing treated Brandon differently. In just 1 week, she'd dropped by his place repeatedly, always asking whether he was happy with his current arrangement, whether he needed anything, her every word dripping with concern. It was as if she was terrified Brandon might be the slightest bit dissatisfied. And yet this guy actually complained that Firewing was too much of a bother, even told her not to come unless it was necessary. What kind of attitude was that? Did he think Firewing was just following him around like a lovesick puppy? Ridiculous. The more Li Fong thought about it, the more jealousy and frustration twisted his expression. If only Firewing treated him that way. He'd never let her work so hard alone, he'd give just as much in return. That was the real reason he'd come today. He wanted to see for himself what made Brandon so special. But after watching him for a bit, all he could see was a good-looking face. Was that really all there was to it? Brandon could sense emotions, if not precise thoughts. If he could read Li's mind right now, he'd probably roll his eyes so hard they'd get stuck. Seriously? In this day and age, people still got this jealous over a girl? And how did Li even know about Firewing's visits in such detail? Was he spying from behind the scenes? Or had Firewing herself let it slip? So, you want to test my strength, Brandon said at last, just to see if I deserve to be in the Bureau and enjoy all these perks. He could tell that wasn't the real reason Li was here. This test was just an excuse. The real issue was, of course, Firewing. Brandon couldn't help but find it all a bit absurd. Was this what they called trouble caused by beauty? But nothing had happened between him and Firewing. Why the suspicion? Or was it just because he was a guy? But Carl Stone was also a guy, right? Had Li already tried picking a fight with Carl? Oblivious to Brandon's musings, Li spoke coolly. I'll be going all out for this evaluation. I hope you'll show a level of strength worthy of your position. If you don't measure up, I'll request that all your privileges be revoked. You'll be treated like any other ordinary Bureau member. Brandon couldn't help but laugh, a faint smirk curling at his lips. He wasn't sure what words could describe Li's attitude, but one thing was certain. It's honestly kind of annoying, he remarked. That tone of yours. What? Li bristled, confused by Brandon's words. Brandon's gaze was cool, and his words were almost gentle. Without strength to back it up, the weak shouldn't speak with that tone. Excuse me. Li's eyes narrowed. Brandon lifted his head, still smiling slightly. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Li Feng's expression twisted in shock. A crushing, impossible weight pressed down on him. Boom! Crack! His body collapsed under the force, knees slamming into the ground as the sound of bones breaking echoed in the air. Agonizing pain racked his entire body. Brandon walked over, looming above Li's broken form. He spoke in a calm, almost friendly voice. "This is the age when power belongs to the individual, you know, sir. People like us, people with real strength, don't appreciate arrogant talk from those who don't have the power to back it up. We hate it even more when someone tries to talk down to us. It used to be different. Sure, your manner was always stiff and official, but back then, we had no right to push back. But now, times have changed, sir. These days, given the choice between being a selfless hero and a pragmatic protector of our own, most people will pick the latter. And what tips the scales? The way you talk to them. You see now? This is my strength. Does it pass your test?" It was just like when Madara Uchiha got scolded by a Kage, or when Whitebeard got lectured by a random pirate crew member. Even if their words made sense, so what? Before you open your mouth, check your attitude. If you want to lecture Madara, you better be Hashirama Senju. If you want to talk as equals with Whitebeard, you better be on Shanks' level. Otherwise, know your place. Times are changing, the era of spiritual awakening is here. When someone has enough power to override the laws of the land, those laws are just paper in their eyes. That's one of the reasons the Bureau exists in the first place, to handle people with that kind of attitude. Normally, a new awakening wouldn't be a problem. Even if a few prodigies emerged, there would always be more than one, and they'd balance each other out. The Bureau would have time to raise their own strong contenders. With state backing, they'd outpace other awakened individuals, and even those granted special privileges would still obey the law. But Brandon was a different story. He already had the ability to ignore any law, and, with nature's authority and the favor of the world itself, he'd always have that kind of power. Neither humans nor mutated beasts could ever truly oppose him. With strength like that, could he really keep seeing himself as just another ordinary person? "Next time, be more careful with your attitude," Brandon said mildly. "I prefer a little flattery, to be honest. Or, if you want, you can complain to Firewing or even someone higher up. I'm actually kind of curious to see what happens." People were unpredictable, after all. Brandon almost wanted to see how the state would respond if someone actually lodged a complaint about him. After that, he made a quick call and had someone come and take Li away. To his mild surprise, Firewing showed up with them. When she saw Li still on his knees, Firewing just shook her head, utterly speechless. "Trouble caused by beauty, hey," she muttered to herself with a wry smile. "I really am a sinful woman." She watched them haul Li away, then gently touched her own soft cheek, a mischievous glint in her eyes. End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 33, Chapter 33, The Glory of the Northern God? Maybe not what you imagine. Brandon looked at Firewing with a bemused expression. Honestly, he'd thought she'd say something more substantial. Did she have to be so vain? "What are you looking at? Got something to say about my looks?" Firewing's eyes narrowed slightly, her expression just a touch dangerous. "Not at all," Brandon replied, shrugging. Firewing was definitely attractive, there was no denying that. The phrase "beauty brings trouble" wasn't exactly wrong in her case. "TCH, you high schoolers just don't get a woman's charm." Firewing huffed, clearly dissatisfied, before curiosity got the better of her. "So, what did that guy say to you, anyway?" "Used the whole testing your strength excuse to take a shot at you." "Pretty much," Brandon said, not bothering to deny it. "Though honestly, I hope next time he tones down the attitude and that annoying hostility. Come on, cut him a little slack. There are idiots like that everywhere, Firewing replied, spreading her hands. She got what Brandon meant, more or less. But it was what it was. The spiritual awakening had only just started. You couldn't expect everyone to adapt overnight or immediately change the way they spoke and acted. The government had considered this too. The world was changing, and anything that didn't adapt would eventually pay the price. It was true for the Industrial Revolution, and it was true now with the era of supernatural powers. That meant the authorities had to plan for everything, including language. After all, the last thing they wanted was for a top-tier superhuman to get angry over some random comment online and do something reckless or worse, leave the country altogether. When it came to the powerful, everyone needed to show a little respect. Firewing didn't stay to chat much longer. She was still the director of Vantora City's Spiritual Energy Bureau, after all, and had plenty on her plate. This visit was only because she considered Brandon a high-priority case. As soon as he'd called for someone to deal with the aftermath, the report was forwarded to her, so she'd tagged along. But as always, unless Brandon started threatening the country or its people, he could pretty much do whatever he wanted. The only exception would be if someone proved his powers weren't nearly as strong as everyone believed. If he couldn't actually control oxygen, and his ability had nothing to do with nature itself. Still, after what happened with Li Fong, it was likely the higher UPS would be even more convinced of Brandon's abilities. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Brandon's mind. Ding, member Glory of the Northern God has joined the chat group. Ding, member Richest Man has joined the chat group. Brandon paused, then smiled and settled into the rocking chair on his porch, closing his eyes as he dove into the chat group. Ordinary group leader, new people? And two at once? Ordinary group leader, welcome, welcome. Ordinary group leader, mind introducing yourselves, newbies? The Wicked Sprite, welcome, newcomers. This is a multidimensional chat group that links countless worlds. We're all from different universes. If you're confused or skeptical, just check your memories. The group should have explained everything by now. Come be my son, Gururera. More newcomers after Unrivaled East. Uchiha Dance King, that first nickname is interesting. Uchiha Dance King, God, hey? Turn Daigu into soup, welcome, newbies. Also, which northern god are you? A god from the north? Turn Daigu into soup, still, to be the glory of the northern god is pretty impressive. You must be strong, hey? Just like that. Meow, richest man? Not sure who it is, but I smell money. Golden Flash, welcome, newbies. Honestly, after everyone else's long greetings, a simple welcome feels so bland. Unrivaled East, so what should I say at a time like this? Child of nature, just saying welcome is probably fine. Ordinary group leader at Glory of the Northern God at Richest Man, don't be shy. Come out and introduce yourselves. Ordinary group leader, everyone here's a good person, I swear. Uchiha Dance King. He didn't really consider himself a bad guy, but seeing someone call him a good person felt off. Turn Daigu into soup, newbies seem pretty wary, hey? Turn Daigu into soup, haven't said a word all this time. The Wicked Sprite, it's normal to be cautious about something unknown. Unrivaled East, or maybe they're just figuring out how to use the chat. Ordinary group leader, East, how did you manage to speak up so fast when you joined? Unrivaled East, I just went with my instincts. Ordinary group leader, hey? I don't get it. Child of nature, she means it's like there's a little voice in your head showing you what to do, kind of like when you dream about someone and somehow just know who they are, even if you can't see their face. Ordinary group leader, ah, that makes sense. Thanks for clearing that up. Ordinary group leader, by the way, these two new names are tough to guess. Glory of the Northern God sounds familiar, isn't that Thor, the Norse god of thunder? In my memory, that name fits Thor, but I'm not sure if it's the actual Norse mythology Thor, Marvel's Thor, or some other version. Ordinary group leader, and richest man, that's pretty on the nose. What, did someone just pull Tony Stark straight out of Marvel? Or maybe it's just another billionaire from a parallel universe. Child of nature, you're not sure who Glory of the Northern God is? Child of nature, haven't you watched 10,000 Jokes? Brandon was surprised. He honestly didn't expect Roxy to not recognize Glory of the Northern God. Sure, she'd guessed Thor, and that's probably right, but if she'd seen 10,000 Jokes, aka 10 Cold, her tone would be a lot more certain. Ordinary group leader, 10 Cold? You mean 10,000 Cold Jokes? Ordinary group leader, I've heard of it, a friend recommended it, but I was watching ReZero at the time and never got around to it. Ordinary group leader, so, the newcomer is from the 10 Cold world? Or maybe an actual Norse god? Child of nature, I'm not completely sure, but the name lines up. It's definitely Norse mythology, probably Thor. But, well, it might not be exactly the Thor you're thinking of. End of chapter. Chapter 34, Chapter 34, Roxy, okay, I admit I might have raised my voice just a little. If you've never seen 100,000 Bad Jokes, you'd probably never imagine that the so-called glory of the Northern God, the mighty Thor, would actually be a Shiba Inu. Child of nature, of course, its strength is undeniable, definitely worthy of the title boss. After all, 100,000 Bad Jokes is a comedy anime. Anyone who tries to compare power levels with a gag character is doomed to fail. Especially with characters like the River God, whose line "the Milky Way is just a river" literally brings power to the conceptual level. How do you even compete with that? Ordinary group leader, boss? Who in this group isn't a boss? I mean, I'm the demon of the ninja world, ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Madara Uchiha at peak 6 paths level. Am I not a boss? Or Whitebeard, strongest man in my world, rival to the Pirate King, he's not a boss. Or the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze, the man who changed the tide of war solo and became the fastest Hokage in history? Then there's our queen of evil spirits, Kurumi Tokisaki, who commands time itself, can steal lifespans and travel through eras. She's not a boss? Or the giant of light, Daigo, the strongest of all Ultraman's dark giants, he doesn't count as a boss? And even the invincible East apprenticed to Dogukyubai, master of the Sun Moon Holy Cult, are you telling me she's not a boss either? Let's be real, the last thing this chat group is short on, is bosses. Roxy's words just kept building, her momentum peaking as she listed off every overpowered member in the chat. Child of nature, you do realize he's from a comedy anime, right? Ordinary group leader, hey. Cough, cough. Okay, I admit maybe my tone just now got a little loud. Let's just forget I said anything. Queen of evil spirits. Just like that, meow. Uchiha Dance King. Stew Daigo into soup. Can you not show off next time? You're embarrassing us all. And you're not just embarrassing yourself when you name drop the rest of us, you drag us down too. Ordinary group leader, come on, cut me some slack. As Vegeta once said, never compare power levels with a gag anime character. You guys only occasionally break the rules of physics, they never play by the rules at all. Roxy really had no choice. She'd seen her fair share of gag anime, from Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf to Boonie Bears, and none of them ever made sense. Don't even get her started on Western cartoons. Tom and Jerry is bad enough, but Droopy Dog? That mutt's on a whole other level. What was that saying again? If you can't do it, don't blame the road for being bumpy. Some of these characters are just impossible to reason with. Uchiha Dance King, is there a memory file on him? After hearing all this, even he was curious about this supposed powerhouse. Come be my son, Gururera, I'm curious too. Two transmigrators agreeing someone's unbeatable? Must be nuts. System, ding. Member Brandon White has uploaded a partial memory file. Child of nature, I've uploaded some clips of him. Take a look. I'll send the full version later. Time passed as everyone watched the videos. When it was done, the chat fell strangely silent. Finally, Roxy couldn't hold back and broke into laughter. Ordinary group leader, ha ha ha. What the heck is this? Why is Thor a Shiba Inu? And his dad, oh my god, his dad is named Hong Kigong. I can't take this. Stew Daigo into soup, shouldn't Thor's dad be Odin? And why are there spaceships? This doesn't seem right. The Invincible East, Thor, is a dog. So this is what gag anime are like? It's definitely not the same as Naruto or One Piece. Sure, One Piece has its funny moments, but this is on another level. Guess the saying was right, you can't use logic here. I mean, can people really give birth to dogs? Even gods shouldn't be able to do that, right? Then again, if she'd seen what Zeus gets up to in Greek mythology, she'd know reproductive isolation means nothing to those guys. Cow, horse, whatever, if Zeus finds it beautiful, he'll chase it. A dog? Why not? Queen of evil spirits, but isn't the river god even more broken? The Milky Way is just a river, gold, silver? That's literally the power of concepts. She never really showed off her combat ability, but just that one line elevated her status to a whole new level. So, as long as there's a river, it falls under her authority. Ordinary group leader, well, it is a gag anime, after all. But why hasn't he said anything yet? Glory of the northern god, I am Thor, god of thunder, for the glory of the north. Glory of the northern god, I am Thor, god of thunder, for the glory of the north. Glory of the northern god, I am Thor, god of thunder, for the glory of the north. Glory of the northern god, I am. Ordinary group leader, cut it out, you Shiba. This is a chat group, not real life, you can talk, you know. Glory of the northern god, woof woof. Glory of the northern god, woof woof. Glory of the northern god, I can talk? I can talk. Glory of the northern god, woof woof. Richest man. Richest man, shut up, you mangy mutt. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Richest man, a scientist is busy studying biology and you're barking like a dog. Richest man, what's wrong with you? Richest man, god damn it. Apparently, the second newcomer finally spoke up after being provoked by Thor the Shiba, though his messages came off more furious and, well, bizarre. Stew Daigo into soup, something seems off here. Child of nature, biology. Ordinary group leader, wait, is he doing that? Queen of evil spirits, maybe. Suddenly, the whole chat fell silent, as if they'd all guessed the same terrible thing. Just like that, meow, what is that meow? Why did everyone stop talking, meow? Meowth was clearly confused, with no idea what the humans were getting at. Please give me power stones, support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 35, Chapter 35, Pepper and the Hulk? Something's not right with you. Ordinary group leader, ahem. Ordinary group leader, that's not something a kid like you should know about. Just like that, meow, meow. Just like that, meow, Meowth is already an adult, meow. Meowth looked utterly confused. It was definitely already an adult, but humans really were troublesome sometimes. Richest man, damn it. Richest man, my mood was completely ruined all because of a barking dog. Richest man, why are you barking in my head? Why are you making all that racket? Richest man, you have no idea what it feels like to be looked at with such disdain by that woman. That's the greatest shame of my life. Ordinary group leader, pftahaha. Ordinary group leader, sorry, sorry. I've had professional training, I never laugh in public. But this time I really couldn't help it. Ordinary group leader, you sound so pitiful, but I just can't help but laugh. Roxy Vale imagined the scene Tony Stark was describing and instantly pictured him being looked down on by Pepper. She couldn't stop herself from laughing out loud. Richest man. Richest man, all right, let's get back on track. Richest man, so what exactly is this thing that's popped into my brain? According to the information it delivered, this is some kind of chat group that lets you talk to people from across the multiverse. Richest man, you're all supposedly from different worlds. Richest man, do you really think I'm going to believe that? What am I, 3 years old? Richest man, I'll admit, the technology is impressive, even I would need some time to pull off something like this. But that doesn't mean I couldn't do it. Richest man, and what's with that backstage area? A bunch of well-produced anime clips. Richest man, don't tell me you're claiming to be those characters in the anime. That would really blow my mind. Richest man, seriously, only someone desperate for a shortcut to power would fall for something like that. Stew Daigo into soup, ouch, that stings a bit. The Invincible East. Queen of evil spirits, skepticism is normal. Usually, once the group leader shares a memory file from his world, the newcomer believes it. When Kurumi Tokisaki first joined, she thought it was just some new tech too. Her world is pretty advanced, it wasn't impossible to imagine. But after watching the Date A live footage that Roxy posted, she realized she really was a character in someone else's story. But so what? Maybe her actions and thoughts used to be under the author's control, but after seeing those memories, she knew she could make her own choices and her future was no longer set in stone. What's real and what's fake, anyway? If her world is fictional, does that mean yours is real? Who's to say? Ordinary group leader, he's got an attitude, that one. Ordinary group leader, at Child of Nature, you figured out who he is yet? Child of Nature, pretty much. He's the richest man in America, and he wakes up in bed, womanizing has to be Tony Stark. Child of Nature, early era Iron Man, probably. Child of Nature, could be someone else, I suppose. There are a lot of movies from that country, I just haven't watched as many. Ordinary group leader, I think he's Tony Stark too, but I'm not totally sure. I mean, Bruce Wayne is also the richest man in America in a lot of stories. But if it were Batman, he'd be a lot more cautious in how he talks. Richest man, just so we're clear, it's Stark not Stork. Richest man, get my name right, would you? Richest man, if you want me to believe this is real, give me some convincing evidence. Richest man, like, maybe tell me about my future or something. No way I'm a character in some cartoon. Tony wasn't even a little shaken about his own reality. He couldn't imagine someone creating a character as charming, witty, and brilliant as him. System, ding. Member Child of Nature has uploaded a memory file. System, ding. Group leader Ordinary group leader has uploaded a memory file. Ordinary group leader, hey, you uploaded something too. Ordinary group leader, what did you pick? Child of Nature, his cave forging scene, obviously. That's how his story begins. Child of Nature, isn't that what you chose? Ordinary group leader, nope. I uploaded the scene where Pepper kisses the Hulk. Child of Nature. Child of Nature, what's wrong with you? Brandon immediately realized what Roxy meant. It was a scene of the actors who play Pepper and the Hulk kissing in a different movie totally unrelated to Iron Man. In the last world, people would edit the clip of Iron Man fighting the Hulk with this out-of-context kissing scene, confusing viewers into thinking Tony got cheated on. He never expected Roxy to upload that into the group. Ordinary group leader, he was getting way too cocky, going on and on about how the chat group was fake. If I didn't mess with him a little, I'd lose all credibility as group leader. Hands on hips.jpg Richest man, what the hell is this? Richest man, why would I, Tony Stark, ever be hammering away in a cave? Richest man, and what's with the next scene? Who is that guy with Pepper? Richest man, damn it! I'm going to kill him. The first clip Brandon posted only made Tony a little suspicious, as if it was some odd, fabricated story. But after watching the Pepper and Hulk scene, he completely lost his composure. He knew exactly how he felt about Pepper even if he hadn't confessed yet. But watching her get cozy with another man was absolutely unacceptable. He honestly wanted to shoot the guy on the spot. After venting a little, Tony finally regained some self-control and typed in the chat. Richest man, alright, maybe I got a little loud there. My apologies. Richest man, so can anyone tell me if that last scene was real, or fake? Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 36, Chapter 36, To stand with gods as a mortal you're greater than you realize. Tony Stark was still rattled. The scene of Pepper kissing another man replayed in his mind, growing clearer the more he tried not to think about it. There was no way he could calm down unless someone told him it was fake. Ordinary group leader, of course it's real. You think your beloved group leader would send you a fake video? Ordinary group leader, in the future, you and Pepper get married and have a kid. But because of a universe-level crisis, you sacrifice yourself to save everyone so Pepper's single again, and that guy is actually your future teammate. After you're gone, he looks after Pepper. With enough time. Well, you get the idea. Ordinary group leader, dead serious. JPG. Child of nature. Richest man, I die? Then my teammate moves in on my girl. Richest man, are you kidding me? A crisis involving the whole universe, and I'm the key. Richest man, do you know how small Earth is, compared to the cosmos? What could a single person from Earth do about a universal threat? Richest man, and why would I sacrifice myself for anyone else? Don't be ridiculous. Child of nature, no, the group leader isn't lying, at least not about this. Child of nature, your future self really does sacrifice himself to save the universe. Even before that, you flew a nuke into space, almost dying to stop an alien invasion. Child of nature, when Thanos arrived, you could have stepped back and just lived your life with Pepper, but you chose to fight anyway. Child of nature, that's who you are, Tony Stark. A man who stood shoulder to shoulder with gods. Child of nature, you're far greater than you think. Tony fell silent. As much as he wanted to deny it, the serious tone on the other end suggested no one was joking. Could he really give his life for others, for the universe? What kind of threat would force that? With Earth's current tech even counting his own, how could he possibly take part in such a conflict? Wait. If what they said was true and he was a character in someone's show or comic, it all made sense. Because he's the main character, the crisis is about him. Because he's on Earth, Earth is at the center. Because it's a story, of course there's a universe-ending threat. It all fit. But that somehow made it even harder to accept. Richest man, what about the rest of you? Doesn't it bother you, finding out you're just someone's creation? Uchiha Dance King, humph. Only the weak-minded can't handle that kind of truth. Come be my son, Gururera. So what if it's a story? I'm happy enough with my life right now. Queen of evil spirits, after joining this group, does it even matter anymore? Knowing the future, are you really going to just march toward it, without changing anything? Child of nature, and your questions just now, were those part of the original story? Stew Daigo into soup, try seeing it this way, without the authors, we'd never exist in the first place. That thought helps, sometimes. Ordinary group leader, why do I feel like that just makes it worse? Ordinary group leader, besides Meowth, me, Brandon, and you, do you really think the others are satisfied with their original fates? Stew Daigo into soup, Uchihamadara was betrayed and stabbed through the heart by the ally he trusted most. Whitebeard died, and his pirate crew was scattered. The invincible East died for love. Minato Namikaze died sealing the Nine Tails, his wife died, and their son grew up an orphan. Kurumi Tokisaki was still chasing a way to change her fate. Yet, nobody's original ending was all that happy. Glory of the Northern God, woof woof. Ordinary Group Leader, right, almost forgot about you. Ordinary Group Leader, guess the Shiba Inu gets a pass. Richest Man, your comfort skills are really something, but I think I get it now. Richest Man, so, at Ordinary Group Leader. The pepper thing that was fake, right? Ordinary Group Leader, well, the video's fake, but who knows about reality? Not everyone wants to stay single for the rest of their life. Richest Man. Richest Man, do you have the full version? Richest Man, name your price. If cash doesn't work, I can pay in gold or jewels, whatever you want. Honestly, Tony wasn't trying to be stingy, it was just that money was the most universal currency. Diamonds and gems might be worthless in another world, but gold would always be valuable. Ordinary Group Leader, eyes shining.jpg. Ordinary Group Leader, boring.jpg. Ordinary Group Leader, forget money. I'm too weak right now, if word gets out, I'll be in trouble. Ordinary Group Leader, how about you whip up an AI like Jarvis for me instead? Ordinary Group Leader, with the way aura has affected science here, progress has slowed way down. Having Jarvis online would make me unstoppable. Ordinary Group Leader, oh, and don't make him too honest. Our internet still works, and sometimes Robin Hood stuff just happens, you know. Richest Man, you could have just asked. Do I seem like the honest type? Child of Nature, make me one too. I'll pay you in pure aura. Child of Nature, it'll double an ordinary person's physical abilities, might help with your, fragile body. Richest Man. Richest Man, my body's perfectly healthy, thank you. If it wasn't for that barking, she wouldn't have been able to get out of bed for the next day and a half. Richest Man, anyway, let me know if you want anything else. Send me a few of those aura boosters, too. Richest Man, don't get the wrong idea, I don't need them. I'm just thinking Pepper's been a little overworked lately, so she deserves a treat. Ordinary Group Leader. Ordinary Group Leader, you really think we believe that? Please give me power stones, support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, The Power of Iron Armor. Never underestimate technology. Child of Nature, want me to send you 5 more? Child of Nature, as for payment, just send me a set of Iron Man armor when you finish. No need to pack it with weapons, it's more for my collection. Richest Man, okay. Tony Stark barely hesitated before agreeing. Ding! Group member Child of Nature has sent a special red envelope. Ding! Group member Richest Man has claimed your red envelope. Child of Nature, I compressed the aura into a bead and wrapped it in a protective membrane. Just swallow it to use. For ordinary people, 1 is plenty, it's got enough aura to take a long time to absorb. For Brandon, aura was just another part of nature, he could shape and compress it at will. Trading with group members, he always wanted to be ready with something valuable. Aura beads were the perfect currency for this kind of crowd. They were surprisingly versatile, good for healing, extending lifespan, or just boosting physical strength. Richest Man, okay. Ordinary Group Leader, wait, you can compress aura into a bead? That's only possible for top cultivators and Xiangxia novels. Ordinary Group Leader, so, this is like a synthetic spirit stone. It was wild. Brandon's world had only just begun aura recovery, yet here he was, pulling off legendary feats. Child of nature, spirit stone? I didn't think of that, but yet, basically the same. Just pure aura, no impurities. If you compared it to a high-grade spirit stone, the amount of aura is less, but it's much purer. He'd crafted the bead using his nature's authority, condensing only the purest energy. Impurities weren't possible unless they too counted as aura. Ding! Group member Child of Nature has sent out 9 red envelopes. Child of Nature, at everyone, each envelope has 3 aura beads. No matter how strong you are, a little aura is always useful, especially for you, group leader and Daigo, since you two are the weakest. Child of Nature, headache.jpg. Child of Nature, just realized group leader's body rejects aura. I made the beads so anyone can absorb them, but if your body's an aura insulator, well, it might not work. Child of Nature, at Uchiha Dance King, I've heard aura can nourish the soul, maybe it'll help you, too. Ordinary group leader, even if it doesn't work, once I become OP, I'll take care of you, Brandon. Ordinary group leader, Tiri.jpg. Ding! Group leader Ordinary group leader has claimed your red envelope. Stew Daigo into soup, same. Ding! Group member Stew Daigo into soup has claimed your red envelope. Queen of Evil Spirits, thanks. Ding! Group member Queen of Evil Spirits has claimed your red envelope. Come be my son, Gururera. Brandon, I like you more and more. Interested in being my son? Ding! Group member Come Be My Son has claimed your red envelope. Uchiha Dance King, I owe you one. Ding! Group member Uchiha Dance King has claimed your red envelope. Golden Flash, if aura is that potent, it could help Kushina's condition, too. Ding! Group member Golden Flash has claimed your red envelope. Just like that, meow, perfect. One for me, one for Jesse, one for James meow. Ding! Group member Just Like That, meow has claimed your red envelope. Invincible East, I owe you another favor. Ding! Group member Invincible East has claimed your red envelope. Glory of the Northern God, woof woof woof.jpg. With that, all 9 red envelopes were gone. Stew Daigo into soup, how come everyone else had something cool to say? I just said same and now I feel awkward. Ordinary group leader, at Richest Man, here's a summary of what's about to happen to you. Better get that Iron Man suit built fast. Ding! Group leader has uploaded a memory file. An hour later, Tony had watched the entire memory dump from Iron Man 1. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief. He hadn't expected his own uncle, Obadiah, to betray him. Tony had trusted him, handed him almost the entire company, and Obadiah had used it to line his own pockets with blood money. Even so, it wasn't enough. Obadiah wanted him dead so he could take over Stark Industries. If Tony hadn't started designing the first Iron Man armor in his head while captive, he'd be long dead. Queen of Evil Spirits, setting aside the story, that suit is kind of basic. Queen of Evil Spirits, no wonder Brandon wants it for his shelf, not for battle. Compared to what she'd seen in her own world, it didn't measure up. Even the anti-spirits teams had stronger gear. Come Be My Son, technology-wise, it's on par with Germa 66 but too fragile. Even one punch from me, without using my devil fruit, would smash it. Uchiha Dance King, external tools are pointless. Just like that, meow, cute idea, but not good for catching Pokemon. Maybe if you made it a giant robot, meow. Just like that, meow, seriously, a mecha suit would be way more fun, meow. Richest Man. Richest Man, that's just the first model. Of course it's weak. Upgrade the materials, tweak the design, and you'll see power like you've never imagined. Richest Man, never underestimate the power of technology. Tony could feel a vein popping in his forehead. It was easy for these manga and anime characters to run their mouths, they had all the cheats. Reality didn't work like that. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 38, Chapter 38, The Anti-Shiba Thor Armor. Don't think you can fool me by changing the color, that's still Susanoo. Ordinary group leader, maybe it's not that they underestimate technology. Maybe it's just your tech they're underestimating. Honestly, the Iron Man suits looked cool, but let's face it, some of them really were weak. The strong versions only shone for a moment before getting stomped again. That Hulkbuster armor finally got to show off for a bit, then immediately got trashed in the next round. And that scuffle with Captain America? Lost that one, too. Going easy or not, a loss is a loss. And let's not even mention Thanos. Richest man, you've got to be kidding me. Glory of the Northern God, Hammer.jpg. Glory of the Northern God, Shiba Inu disdain.jpg. Glory of the Northern God, your armor isn't even as strong as my hammer. Richest man. Richest man. Richest man, it's bad enough being mocked by people, but now I'm getting roasted by a dog. Richest man, just you wait, my next suit is going to be the anti-Thor armor. Richest man, I'm going to use your hammer as an extra battery. With that, Tony Stark logged out. Clearly, Thor's trolling had gotten under his skin. Brandon couldn't help but smile. He had no doubt Tony would build it, but which Thor that armor would target, that was another story. Meanwhile, Firewing was not having it. You call this holding back? She glared furiously at Brandon, practically shouting. Brandon just raised his hands in helplessness. You're the one who asked for a spar, he said. And you specifically said I couldn't hide my strength, but also couldn't go all out 3/10 power at most. He shrugged. Honestly, in this form, I'm barely using 2/10. Isn't that holding back? He'd only used a sliver of his strength and not even the real nature's authority, either. If he tapped into that, he honestly couldn't even tell you what % he was using, because with nature's authority, power just responded to his will, as natural as breathing. So instead, he'd called on another power, one he could actually control, thanks to his own unique bloodline. Even then, it was only a fraction. You're calling a giant over 100 meters tall holding back? She pointed to the golden giant behind Brandon, shouting in disbelief. Even a casual anime fan would recognize that Susanoo. Sure, he'd changed the color, but Firewing wasn't fooled. Are you trying to kill me? I know I'm talented, but not that talented. I'm not Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Sasuke. And you say that's only 2/10 strength? If that's 2/10, what's full power destroying the planet? As Firewing's rant picked up steam, Brandon calmly interrupted. Can't do that, he said, almost cheerfully. What? I can't destroy the planet, at least, not yet. But if I went all out, I could probably wipe out everything on the surface. He grinned. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanoes, landslides, it's all part of nature. Firewing went silent, staring at him before letting out a sigh. I'm starting to think the whole point of the world's aura awakening wasn't for humanity to evolve, she muttered. It was just to let you evolve. Otherwise, why are you so broken and the rest of us look so pathetic by comparison? She knew he was joking, but the scariest part was that he probably could do all that. Earthquakes, floods, all those disasters. If he could control nature, nothing was off limits. And if he could do all this now, what about in the future? Aura didn't just mean earth and sky, it included everyone who awakened, and all the new monsters too. Would his power keep growing as the world changed? How big would the gap be then? She frowned. Wait, how are you using Susanoo anyway? Did you use some kind of special power to create that, or has someone on Earth really awakened Susanoo as an ability? Is it those Japanese with their manga powers? Firewing was suddenly worried. What about the Mangekyo Sharingan? Rinnegan? Tenseigan? Has anyone awakened those? What about Orakai? Wait, never mind, he supposedly got run out of China and isn't a threat anymore. Probably couldn't even beat me now. Do we have any abilities from Chinese web novels? Like special physiques? Brandon's face cycled from confusion to exasperation, then finally settled on pure resignation. Why would I know that? She gave him a look like he was the dumbest person alive. Your power is nature, right? Those things are part of nature now too, aren't they? Why wouldn't you know? That's a surprisingly good point. I can't even argue with that. He hesitated for a moment. Maybe he should try? In theory, he probably could do it. Wait, don't. Firewing cut him off. I don't know why, but for a second there I felt like you were about to see right through me. Let's just talk about the Susanoo thing. No idea, Brandon said with a casual shrug. I really can't explain it. He obviously couldn't admit that aside from awakening nature's authority, he'd joined a chat group linking every world under the sun. He wasn't about to tell her that Uchiha Madara and Whitebeard were now his group chat buddies. First prize from the lottery, Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. His own powers made it change color, and Susanoo came along for the ride. But the chat group had strict rules, no leaking its secrets. You really expect me to buy that? Firewing snorted, eyeing him suspiciously. You probably just copied the Susanoo from anime, using aura to make a look-alike, right? After all, aura is just like Senjutsu chakra, it's all natural energy. Susanoo is supposed to need eye power, but if that's chakra too, then you could just fake it. Or you built it from other elements or something. There's no way the real Susanoo would show up in real life. I mean, unless you want to claim that because manga and anime are made by humans, and humans are part of nature, you can copy anything fictional as long as you want it badly enough. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, Conceptual Nature's Authority and the Vantora City Nature Reserve. As the conversation continued, Firewing's voice suddenly weakened, her gaze a bit dazed as she stared at Brandon, who now looked unresponsive. Wait, don't tell me you can really do it. Of course not. What are you thinking? Brandon snapped, sounding more annoyed than usual. His ability was nature's authority, not some conceptual nature's authority. It wasn't like he could just say this counts as nature and make anything happen at will. Did she really think he was that overpowered? If it really worked that way, then black holes were part of nature too. What, was he supposed to just conjure up a black hole out of thin air? That was ridiculous. But then he recalled a line from the chat group's template, sometimes, you can also choose to act on belief. Could he really do it? No, nature's authority was just Earth's power beyond Earth. Even if it still worked, it wouldn't be nearly as strong. There was no way he could pull off something so outrageous. It just wasn't possible. Yet, why did he have a lingering sense that maybe I actually could? Hey, chat group, our awakened powers only exist because of Earth, right? You didn't mix in anything extra, did you? Ding! Aside from awakening Earth's spiritual energy, the chat group has not used any other power. All members' abilities are due to Earth's consciousness. The chat group itself is not involved. That confirmation made Brandon sigh with relief. If the chat group hadn't interfered, then his nature's authority was really just what Earth gave him. Doing things like conceptualizing comic book abilities or creating black holes just wasn't on the table. Okay, maybe black holes might be possible someday, if Earth got even stronger as spiritual energy continued to recover. But copying things straight out of manga? Absolutely not. Ding! While the chat group hasn't used any power beyond awakening spiritual energy, the ability nature's authority is not as simple as you think. Ding! Reminder, Earth is the most unique existence among all worlds. The power it gives is also the most unique. When you become a god, your true ability will be revealed. Those cold, mechanical chat group messages echoed in Brandon's mind, and the meaning behind them left him at a loss. What did it mean, Earth is the most unique in the multiverse? What was this about becoming a god unlocking the true power? So all the power he was using now was just a tiny sliver? Those few sentences made Brandon seriously wonder if, someday, he really could do conceptual stuff. How would he become a god? And what was the definition of god in this context anyway? Firewing, of course, had no idea about the chaos in Brandon's mind. She just patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. For a second, I really thought you were about to do something crazy. Yeah, that kind of thing is just too conceptual, no way even a world as strange as ours could allow it. Unless, I guess, our planet isn't really a normal planet at all. Maybe it's actually some kind of primordial relic, like those legendary ancestral worlds in web novels. Only something like that could explain why spiritual energy recovery is so special here and how we get monsters like you awakening. She paused, then added dryly, but, well, even if you can't do that, your powers are still pretty damn monstrous. Seriously, how can there be someone so ridiculously overpowered among humans? Are you some kind of reincarnated prodigy or something? Out of all the talent in the world, you hog 99% of it. Brandon just stared at her in bafflement as she let out a heavy sigh. Anyway, get ready. In 3 days, we're heading to the Ventura City Nature Reserve. There's been a huge surge of spiritual energy detected there. Most likely, something unexpected has happened. I wonder what kind of animals have mutated this time. If you do spot mutated creatures, check if they're the kind from Cultivation novels, the kind that are basically gentle, spiritual beasts, or if they're the brutal, apocalypse-style monsters. The first kind, we just observe for now. Those areas are isolated, so there's no rush. But if they're the dangerous type, well, do as you see fit. Heck, you can even try eating them. I heard beast meat that's been nurtured by spiritual energy is delicious and really good for your health. I wonder if that's true. She subconsciously licked her lips. Realizing what she'd done, Firewing blushed, coughed twice, and then tried to play it cool. Just bring back a couple of legs, all right? The scientists only need a sample to study. As long as you leave them a piece, they'll be happy. 1 leg from each kind, got it? Try a variety. We'll see which tastes best. Brandon couldn't help but feel exasperated. Can't you go yourself? I've got other business, and besides, if I did it, I'd get scolded. She shook her head, sounding genuinely frustrated. You're different. The higher UPS treat you like a national treasure. Heck, if you only brought back 1 tiny piece of meat, they'd still be grateful. Back when I joined with Skyla and the others, we were the pride of the program. But after your profile came in, all of us just dropped a tier like, overnight. Not that we can really complain. Ugh, whatever, it just pisses me off thinking about it. This time, it'll be you Frost, and me going. I've got Hazel Yates and Carl Stone on another assignment. You don't really need Hazel's healing powers, anyway. Watch out for you. She's got basically 0 battle experience. Treat this as training, at least she'll learn not to freeze up next time she faces a monster. If she really wants to jump in, let her try. With you there, there's no way she'll die. After all, Brandon could use nature's authority to heal just about anything far better than Hazel's healing, so long as you weren't dead on the spot. That reminded him, were souls a part of nature? If people counted, then souls must too, right? And if that's the case, could he control someone's soul after they died? Maybe even put the soul back in the body? End of chapter. Chapter 40, Chapter 40, The Crimson Giant Tiger. Let's hope your meat doesn't disappoint me. SSSS. Firewing tapped her forehead. Dealing with souls? That's underworld business, not nature's, right? She really was starting to get freaked out by Brandon's powers. Come to think of it, the underworld has nothing to do with nature, right? I get it, Brandon replied, nodding. Euphrost, despite her icy powers and her cool, distant air, was actually pretty gentle and shy beneath the surface. She only really opened up around people she knew well, the rest of the time, she was quiet as a mouse. If she was going to actually contribute in the battles to come, she'd have to grow up fast. Flowers that grow up in a greenhouse are pretty, sure, but they don't survive the first storm. If you wanted to be strong, she'd have to face blood and violence head-on. As for Brandon himself, he'd never really experienced true violence or war either, but with nature's authority, did it even matter? Either way, everything was a one-shot kill for him. The only hurdle was getting over the instinctive fear of blood and killing, which, honestly, wasn't all that hard. See it a few times, you'd get used to it. Like Firewing said, he really was a monster. From the moment he awakened, he'd stood above every other creature on Earth. And that gap between him and everyone else would only keep growing, until he was out of sight. 3 days passed in a flash. Now, Brandon and you were on their way to the nature reserve. Since you joined the Bureau, apart from those couple of meetings, you've basically just been training in the villa, haven't you? You, dressed in athletic gear with a custom bulletproof vest underneath, stared at Brandon in disbelief. Yeah, isn't that normal? Brandon tilted his head, honestly confused by her question. Normal people would just slack off, though. And don't you get tired? I get exhausted after just 1 hour of training. Her face twisted into a bitter, tired expression. I'm special, Brandon said, grinning, but not explaining further. Sure, his power would continue to grow on its own, but why not train and get stronger even faster? Besides, that lazy path was just too boring. Plus, even if his nature's authority was absurdly powerful and his fate on Earth was basically unbeatable, who knew if there might be someone else out there with a different authority? Maybe theirs wouldn't be as strong as his, but if someone with another authority worked harder than he did, there was always a chance they'd catch up. He remembered what the chat group had said, Earth's consciousness split its authorities and gave pieces to all living beings. That meant nature's authority wasn't the only power out there. What Brandon didn't know was that all other authorities were split into countless fragments among the world's creatures. No one but him held a complete authority. He was Earth's exception, its favorite child. They soon arrived at the Vantora City Nature Reserve. Before the world had changed, it was already one of the city's top scenic spots. Now, with spiritual energy surging, it looked even more fresh and beautiful. There's way more spiritual energy here than in the city. Is it because there are more plants? Brandon looked at the lush forest, genuinely interested. Maybe. That's how it is in novels, right? The mountains always have more spiritual energy than the city, you replied, glancing curiously at the towering trees around them. Let's move, Brandon said, striding ahead without hesitation. You scrambled to catch up. There was no way she was letting herself get left behind in this place. They moved deeper into the reserve as time slipped by. Found it. Brandon suddenly broke into a smile, heading off in a new direction. You stared, lost. What had he found? How? She hadn't seen or heard anything. But just a few moments later. Roar! A deafening roar shattered the peace ahead. From a distance, they saw a massive tiger. But instead of the familiar orange and black, this tiger was crimson, like living fire. Its usual forehead markings were gone, replaced by a blazing red lotus. A T-tiger. You instinctively shrank back, wide-eyed with fear. Why is there a tiger here? Wait, this was a nature reserve, of course there were tigers. But still this was a tiger. Even with awakened powers, there was no way she could fight it. And judging by that color, it had definitely awakened some kind of ability. Combine that with a beast's raw strength, there was no way they could take it down. So why were just the two of them sent for this job? Yu was on the verge of tears. This wasn't what she'd signed up for. Want to try fighting it? Brandon asked, clearly amused by her panic. Relax. As long as you're not dead, I can heal you. Stop joking, she whispered, voice trembling. Shouldn't we run? It's a tiger. And an awakened tiger at that. We're not running. Brandon shook his head. It's definitely too soon for you to fight something like this, though. Let me handle it. He turned to face the crimson tiger, who had already noticed his gaze. The beast's fur bristled, pupils narrowing as though it sensed it had just attracted something truly terrifying. Then, the tiger turned, locking its blood-red eyes on them. There was a flash of murderous intent. Brandon caught the hint of killing intent in the beast's eyes and frowned. That was odd. Tigers didn't usually act that way. Even when hunting, they wouldn't go straight for the kill unless provoked. Well, if you're acting like a man-eating monster, I'll treat you like one. Let's hope your meat lives up to my expectations. He raised his hand, and several golden spears materialized, forged from the metallic element and crackling with electricity. Boom! In an instant, the spears tore through the air, aimed straight at the crimson giant tiger. Roar! The red lotus on the tiger's forehead burst into radiant light, and its body erupted in blazing fire. But that wasn't all. The fire coalesced around it, forming a thick, armored carapace, and the beast's eyes blazed with a wild, arrogant pride as it faced Brandon's attack head-on. End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, A Spatial Type Awakened? No, this is the power of nature. Zing! As expected, the golden spears Brandon conjured pierced right through the crimson tiger's fiery armor, slamming into its body. Roar! The tiger's proud face instantly twisted in agony as the spears struck, its roar echoing through the forest. Brandon actually paused for a moment. He hadn't thought the beast would just stand there and take it, not even trying to dodge. It had simply coated itself in fire and waited for his attack, as if it was invincible. Gold was sharp by nature, but he'd also laced his spears with arcs of electricity, making them even more penetrative. Honestly, the only reason the tiger was still alive was sheer luck. The spears hadn't hit any vital spots. Now, the arrogance in the beast's eyes was gone, replaced by rage and a primal, wild fury, its bloodlust intensifying. Normally, wild animals have an almost instinctive sense of danger, Brandon mused aloud. So why didn't you dodge? Are elemental attacks harder for your instincts to detect? Or were you just overconfident? Yu stood frozen, watching as Brandon strolled calmly up to the wounded tiger, completely ignoring the bestial rage burning in its eyes. The tiger didn't hesitate. With a furious roar, it lunged, jaws wide, ready to tear him apart. But right before its teeth could reach him, an invisible force locked the beast in place. It was frozen, mid-lunge. Brandon didn't seem surprised. He examined the animal up close, running his fingers along its fur, even gently touching the flaming lotus on its forehead. That's a solid amount of fire energy inside you, stronger than you, that's for sure. He studied the lotus, curious. Is this a rune, formed from your internal fire energy? Or is it the mark of some special ability? He checked the muscle tone, nodding in approval. You must have been pretty strong even before you mutated. He grinned to himself. A tiger with fire powers must be nearly immune to heat. I wonder if cooking your meat will take longer than normal? Should be interesting to test. He filed the thought away for later. Definitely worth having the research team look into. With curiosity satisfied, Brandon got to business. He placed his hands around the tiger's thick neck. Crack! One sharp twist and the crimson tiger went limp. Life faded instantly. Sorry about this, Brandon said quietly, patting the beast's head. Your power was just too strong. I couldn't risk handling you any other way. Then, holding his right hand in a slicing gesture, golden light shimmered around his fingers. With a couple of swift, practiced cuts, he sliced off 2 muscular legs. A faint silver glow flickered from the ring on his finger, and in an instant, both the legs and the entire tiger carcass vanished, as if swallowed by thin air. A spatial ring. You gasped, her eyes wide as she finally snapped out of her shock. She clapped her hand over her mouth, stunned. Has the Bureau already developed spatial storage rings? Was this made by a spatial type awakened? But, why don't I have one? And neither do Carl Stone, Hazel Yates, or even Firewing. Was this some new tech, just handed out for this mission? Before she could get lost in her thoughts, Brandon casually shot her theory down. Nope. I made it myself. Brandon had no clue whether the Bureau had a spatial type awakened, or if they could even produce storage rings like this. He'd simply crafted it the night before just in case he needed to store mutant animal corpses or any other loot found in the reserve. How? Simple. After all, isn't space just another aspect of nature? Okay, maybe he was a bit influenced by all the novels he'd read, Space is King, Time is Supreme, that sort of thing. He'd never considered space and time as part of his natural powers before. The ring wasn't made using nature's authority, but instead a unique ability, his Mangekyo Sharingan's power. Left eye, divine edict. What I declare is divine law. My word becomes reality. God said, let there be light, and there was light. God said, let there be a vault between the waters, to separate water from water, and it was so. As long as he could bear the cost, anything he declared became reality. With divine edict active, Brandon could create a spatial storage ring almost effortlessly. And the price? He hadn't really noticed any cost truthfully, even without using that power, he felt like he could have made the ring anyway. Nature didn't demand a price. But then again, his divine edict ability was itself derived from nature's authority, so maybe it all fit. You stared at him, totally lost. So, you're a spatial type awakened. Before Brandon could answer, she continued, but you just used metal element powers. Wait, are you a dual ability awakened? But I've never heard of anyone with 2 powers. Brandon just smiled. Who knows? Suddenly, his expression changed. He turned on his heel, lashing out with a sharp kick. Boom! A massive shockwave exploded outwards, scattering dust and leaves. In that instant, a blurred shape, something living, was blasted out of thin air, its body caving under the force, before slamming into a tree so hard the trunk snapped with a crack. The battered creature slumped to the ground, covered in blood, its original form impossible to recognize. The forest went eerily quiet. You, who had only just recovered from the tiger fight, found herself stunned, speechless. Wait, what just happened? Did Brandon just kick something straight out of the air? No, not just kicked, he'd obliterated it. The tree itself couldn't even withstand the force. So, not only could Brandon manipulate gold and space, his body was monstrously strong too. Well, maybe that made sense. What kind of mage didn't have a tough body and combat experience? A close combat mage, apparently. It's just a mutant beast, just a tree snapped in half. But really, what the hell? This isn't human. Even if spiritual energy enhanced people's bodies, and using abilities also made you tougher, there had to be a limit. How long has the world even had spiritual energy? Even those awakened for strength couldn't do something like this. End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 42, Chapter 42, Mutant Flock. The Blooming Thunder Lotus. This wasn't just some thin little sapling, it was a massive tree. Even with an axe or pro-grade saw, it'd take serious time to chop something like that down. But one stray kick, and a living creature just blasted through it. That kind of power was unreal. Honestly, most element users couldn't do that. Even beast ability users would struggle. Brandon, you don't just control metal and space, do you? Maybe you're not a dual type awakened, maybe you have 3 powers? At this point, it just feels like you're breaking the rules. Even Brandon was a little surprised by his own strength, staring at the nearly obliterated mutant's corpse. Was he really that strong, or was this mutant just fragile? He'd sensed a surge of malice shooting at him from nearby and reflexively lashed out, only to see his kick demolish the attacker. He sighed. Ideally, he'd planned to keep the bodies more intact, bring back a few chunks for research or maybe even for food. But things rarely went according to plan. He stepped closer, looking down at the bloody mess. The body was nearly shredded, but beneath the gore he could still tell it had been a bird. What kind, though? He wasn't sure. Birds rarely show up alone, though. As if sensing something, Brandon turned and looked off into the trees. "They're coming," he murmured. Chirp, chirp. Chirp chirp. Chirp chirp chirp. A sudden chorus of bird calls filled the forest. Brandon glanced up and sure enough, dozens of birds swooped down, glinting with a silvery sheen. Some hovered in midair, others perched on branches. In moments, more than 50 had gathered. They were about the size of crows, mostly brownish with metallic edges on their wings that gleamed silver in the sunlight, giving off a razor-sharp vibe. A whole flock mutated, hey! Not a surprise, really. Over 70% of humanity has awakened abilities by now. Mutated animal groups are only natural. He nodded thoughtfully, eyeing the bird's wings. They almost looked metallic sharp, fast, dangerous. But the real problem was their emotion. Brandon could feel it, a hostile, collective intent. Maybe it was because he'd just killed one of them, but every bird radiated the urge to tear him apart. And their killing intent was only growing stronger. "I hope you only hate me for killing your friend. If it's something else..." He didn't finish the thought. If they were hostile without reason, that was way more worrying. "These guys are quick, might be a good way to test my close combat skills." He smiled to himself. Sure, with nature's authority, he could wipe them out effortlessly, but he found close-range fighting oddly satisfying. Striking down the Crimson Tiger with metal element had been efficient, but smashing that bird with a roundhouse kick was fun. Maybe every elementalist wants to be a melee brawler deep down. The flock didn't care about his thoughts. With a shrill, collective screech, the first bird darted toward him at breakneck speed, wings shining like blades. The rest followed in a frenzied rush, silver-edged wings slicing the air. Their screeching was headache-inducing. Time for something a bit flashier. With a look of anticipation, Brandon clenched his fists. A pale white glow wrapped around his hands, tightening with a sense of contained power. Boom! A deafening shockwave exploded out. In that instant, the birds in flight seemed to freeze in place, then abruptly dropped from the sky like broken toys. A few still attacked, but their speed and power were nothing compared to before. Boom! Crack! The moment his glowing fist connected with another bird, the crunch of breaking bone rang out. The bird's frail body couldn't withstand the blow, shattering and vanishing in a spray of blood. So, trying to recreate Whitebeard's Quake fruit from anime is still a bit out of reach. Vibrations alone aren't enough. Brandon shook his head, letting the white glow fade from his fists. Then, with a flex of his right hand, blue arcs of electricity crackled around his fingers. Within moments, a radiant lotus formed in his palm, each petal made of raw lightning, humming with terrifying energy. Maybe I'll save the hand-to-hand stuff for next time. If I had a spiked club or a baseball bat, that'd be even better with vibration powers. For now, this'll do. He let the electric blue lotus drift forward, slowly approaching the grounded flock. Crash! Chirp! Chirp chirp! Chirp chirp chirp! With a thunderous boom, lightning exploded from Brandon's hand, blue light splintering through the forest. Arcs of electricity snaked everywhere, dancing like silver serpents. The air filled with the shrieks of dying birds, but within seconds, the cries went silent. When the lightning faded, the ground was littered with the blackened, charred corpses of the mutant flock. "Let's go," Brandon said coolly, barely even looking at the aftermath. He strode off, you scrambling to follow, still in a daze. She couldn't even count how many times she'd been stunned today. It was just too much. First metal, then spatial storage, then superhuman strength, and now this monstrous lightning power. That was 4 different abilities, and every single one felt ridiculously strong. It made her own single-element ice ability feel pathetic. This mission was supposed to be teamwork, but now she felt more like a bystander. But then she thought about the Crimson Tiger, and the flock they'd just faced. On second thought, being a side character was just fine. End of chapter. Please give me Power Stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 43, Chapter 43, The Future of Humanity and Mutant Beasts, the Desire to Grow Stronger. Shouldn't we collect the bodies? Euphrost looked down at the charred corpses of the mutant birds, curiosity in her eyes. No point, Brandon replied, shaking his head. They're all burnt to a crisp. Plus, there's barely any meat on them, and who knows if it's even edible. Oh, right. You nodded, following Brandon as they wandered deeper into the Vantora Nature Reserve. Every so often, they'd run into other mutant beasts. While these animals weren't as openly hostile as the Crimson Tiger or the mutated bird flock, they still attacked, probably seeing Brandon and you as intruders in their territory. But the outcome was always the same. Brandon's spatial ring filled up with more mutant animal remains. Unlike earlier, where he'd used thunderbolts that destroyed the bodies, this time he focused on using gravity or other precise attacks to minimize damage, especially to the meat. If the rumors were true, and mutant beast meat could actually boost strength or accelerate cultivation, their fate as prey was sealed. Regardless of whether these creatures held grudges against humans, people would eventually go hunting anyway. This was just the beginning of the era of awakening. Many old notions would fade away as humanity adapted to a new world. Until then, peaceful coexistence between humans and mutant creatures was a fantasy. No one would pass laws to protect monsters, and no beast would hesitate to kill a human who got too close. Both sides were a threat to the other. Maybe one day, if the mutations deepened enough that animals became as intelligent as humans, real communication could happen. But for now, it just wasn't possible. And that for now could last a very long time. Time slipped by, and before they knew it, dusk was settling in. They didn't push themselves to explore the entire reserve in a single day. There was a facility nearby, set up specifically for their team to rest and resupply. There was no urgent deadline. As long as the higher UPS didn't call them back, they could stay and keep up the work. Besides, the accommodations were comfortable, if not luxurious. The rooms were well furnished, meals were provided, and for Brandon, the wilds of the nature reserve offered the perfect training grounds, far more interesting than any gym. He enjoyed the challenge of battling mutant beasts more than mindless exercise routines. As for you, she had no complaints. With Brandon around, she felt perfectly safe, even after seeing just how dangerous this new world could be. She thought back to the Crimson Tiger. If it weren't for Brandon, she'd be dead already. And the mutated birds? They were probably as fast as bullets, if not faster. But it was still only the beginning of the Age of Awakening. She couldn't help but wonder, would there soon be monsters who could shrug off bullets? Maybe even heavy artillery? What about beasts that could survive a nuclear bomb? Even if those things never happened, what she'd seen today was frightening enough. If creatures like that made it into human cities, she couldn't even imagine the devastation. A quiet but urgent desire was born in her heart, the need to become stronger. Did it matter that the animals they'd hunted today were protected species? Who cared at a time like this? If you treated them as protected, it wouldn't stop them from tearing you apart if they got the chance. Brandon, for his part, didn't pay much attention to what Yu was thinking. After they finished dinner, Brandon went straight to his room to train. Yu couldn't help but admire his self-discipline. Not only was he talented possessing lightning, metal, space, and physical abilities, but he was also driven to improve, never slacking for a second. Some people are just on another level, she thought. Born more gifted, and still working harder than anyone else. It was probably his relentless training that explained why Brandon's strength had reached such heights. If she hadn't come on this expedition, you never would have believed a human could become this powerful so soon after the awakening began. She thought back to the creatures they'd faced, not just the ones from earlier, but also a giant, 5-meter-tall bear that seemed to shake the earth with every step, its entire body encased in armor like stone. And yet, Brandon had taken it down easily, piercing its thick hide with a single golden spike and then slicing off its paws and legs for samples. That bear's defense was insane. Yu's own ice spikes barely scratched it. But Brandon's metal powers made it look effortless. Was metal sharper than ice? Maybe. But even so, there was no doubt that Brandon was simply on another level. She'd never seen anyone else with such terrifying command of the metal element. The days slipped into a routine. Every morning at 9, Brandon and Yu set out to survey the distribution of mutant animals in the reserve, sometimes tracking down rare variants for research, and for taste testing. Soon enough, the mutant beasts in the area learned to avoid them. Some even recognized their scent at the slightest sign, they'd flee. This made research harder, but what could they do? Surely the higher UPS would understand. Still, Brandon and Yu had to admit the meat from these creatures was incredible. Firm yet tender, bursting with rich flavor that seemed to wake up every cell in your body. Once you tasted it, it was hard to stop. Because of Brandon's unusual metabolism, their first round of samples disappeared in just a couple of nights. They had to go out again to restock. The effect was noticeable. Brandon didn't feel much different, but every time Yu ate mutant beast, her strength jumped a little more. Once they reported this, the nature reserve's purpose was bound to change. Who could resist a tasty meal that also made you stronger? After another hearty dinner of mutant beast stew, Brandon didn't start training right away. Instead, he sat on the sofa, closed his eyes, and mentally reviewed a profound, complicated set of martial arts principles, his own version of the legendary devouring star technique from the classic Wuxia tales. But something felt off. Why does this look exactly like the absorption art I found online? He rubbed his head, a little helpless. Did secret martial arts really become real in a world where cultivation existed? Or did putting a fictional technique into a real Wuxia world make it suddenly legit? He couldn't help but laugh at the thought. End of chapter. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse. Read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 44, Chapter 44, the group admin gets muted again. What does youth look like? Still, it was strange. Why did the principles behind the devouring star technique from the TV adaptation of Laughing in the Wind end up exactly the same as in all the other versions? Shouldn't each story's setup make a difference in the details? He shook his head and opened his eyes. In the end, he was just curious. No matter how the devouring star technique was supposed to work, it didn't really matter. Gravity was part of nature, after all. If he wanted to absorb spiritual energy faster, he could just channel it into his body directly. There might be some differences in the effect, but the basics weren't that different. Not that it really mattered, he was already getting stronger at an incredible pace. Following some old secret manual could even slow him down. It's like a superhero who becomes a god but still relies on their transformation device sometimes, the device just holds them back. Honestly, rather than worrying about himself, Brandon was more interested in creating a universal technique that could speed up cultivation for everyone. Thanks to the authority of nature, every time humans or even mutant beasts grew stronger, he got a proportional boost as well. His own growth rate was now tied to the progress of every living thing on Earth. So really, there was no reason to keep anything secret. But, it still wasn't that easy. Maybe he'd just wait until the group chat updated with a new feature, one that could optimize manuals for each world's energy system. In the group chat. Invincible East. At Child of Nature, does the devouring star technique from my world actually work in yours? Invincible East, aka Dongfang Bai, was curious. Different worlds had different power systems, so she really wanted to know if her world's internal arts could work in Brandon's world, especially now that she'd experienced spiritual energy, which felt like the purest, most refined power of all. Just a single spiritual energy bead had pushed her cultivation up an entire level, taking her straight into the late innate stage. Only her own master could probably defeat her now. Even the famous Wind Elder from Mount Hua would stand no chance against her after this breakthrough. She thought back to Ling Huchang. Without this chat group, would she ever have fallen for him? Her expression softened, but she understood why her future self might have loved him. But now? She wasn't the type to get swept away by romance, not after seeing her own less than happy fate in those memory files. Besides, was Ling Huchang even worth it? His heart would probably always belong to his junior sister. Child of Nature, Brandon. Nope, doesn't work. And funny enough, the content's exactly the same as the stuff you can find on the internet. Child of Nature. Probably just a different setting slapped onto the same thing. Ordinary group admin. Wow, that's a rip-off. Does that mean all martial arts manuals from other worlds are useless here? There were a few techniques she'd really wanted to try out once her body was fully recovered, especially Tai Chi passed down from the legendary Zhang Sanfan. Maybe with a new world, she'd find a new path to greatness, but it looked like that wasn't happening. Child of Nature. We've still got the group chat. Maybe it'll unlock a new function someday that makes that possible. Ordinary group admin. Group chat, hey. Ordinary group admin. I keep forgetting it can do anything besides chatting, check-ins, and the lottery. Guess it's got some hidden talents. Ordinary group admin. Stupid group chat. Ding. Unknown error detected. The group admin has been muted for 30 minutes. Cook soup from Daegu. Cook soup from Daegu. That's the second time, isn't it? Most evil spirit. Isn't the admin the first person in history to be muted by the group chat? Child of Nature. Not just the first person, but the first admin to ever get muted. Richest man. Our admin's kind of a noob. Glory of the North God. Pretty bold words for someone like you. Richest man. Hey, just joking, I'm braver than you think. Glory of the North God. Please, show us your courage. JPG. Richest man. Wasn't the original meme something like, let me take a look. What's with you and all these sneaky dog memes, hey? Glory of the North God. Mischievous Shiba smile. JPG. Glory of the North God. Shiba Inu scornful glance. JPG. Glory of the North God. Don't forget, I'm Thor, God of Thunder. Richest man. You damned Shiba, wait until I finish my anti-Thor armor. You'll be the one begging for mercy. Most evil spirit. Planning to become Hong Kigong now. Invincible East. He should just be grateful Thor's dad is a human, otherwise, he'd be planning to become a dog. Uchiha Dance King. I wonder whose dog he'd end up being, though. Come be my son. Kararara. Obviously, he'd be my dog. Child of nature. What on earth have you all been learning from Roxy Vale these past few days? Why was he seeing so many modern memes, even the Jack Bro joke? What exactly had Roxy taught this chat group while he was away? Glory of the North God. Sheba thinking. JPG. Glory of the North God. Lots and lots of things. Richest man. Can't say I understand most of them. Sometimes when I annoy her, she asks if I want to go mountain climbing. What does that even mean? Child of nature. Mountain climbing? Brandon's eyelid twitched. He had a feeling she was talking about the kind of banquet you only attend when someone wants you out of the picture. Inviting Iron Man to go mountain climbing, that took guts. Cook soup from Daegu. She sometimes says Yeching Hui. What does that mean? Most evil spirit. Pretty sure it means Grandpa's youth is back. Whenever the old man posts a fight with Kaido, and that earthquake power shows up, the admin says that. Most evil spirit. So, was her youth really about the old man? Most evil spirit. At Child of Nature, you and the admin are from the same world, right? In your world, what does youth look like? The question made Brandon fall silent for a moment, lost in memory. Child of nature. Youth. Child of nature. It's probably a spiky-haired kid shouting he'll become Hokage. Or a boy with a straw hat yelling he'll be king of the pirates. It's a glowing staff turning to dust in midair, a pink cap drifting in the wind, a tennis ball bouncing on the court. Child of nature. It's a time when we had no worries, a long stretch of days carried along by anime, year after year. But then, before you know it, it's over, and we're all adults. The shows that defined our youth quietly reach their final episodes. End of chapter 44. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 45, Chapter 45, Daegu is my light. And do you really doubt Black Zetsu's resolve? Being able to join this chat group was honestly one of the luckiest things that ever happened to Brandon. It wasn't even about the way the chat group had changed his destiny or made him stronger. He was just genuinely happy to have met these people, to chat, joke, and bicker with them. Of course, that was how he felt. Someone in the group admin's shoes, whose powers weren't quite so overwhelming, would probably have more complicated feelings. Just like that. Meow. Why does it feel like this topic suddenly got so heavy? Meow. Cook Daegu into soup. It is kind of heavy. But there's also a bit of joy in it. Think about it, the fact that the stories that created us are loved and cherished in another world, even influencing people's lives there in all sorts of ways, that's actually way more uplifting than just worrying about being a fictional character. He paused, a little anxious, then added. I just wonder how people in that other world really see me, or my show. Does it make them better people? Or, are there those who might take the wrong lessons from it? In his past life, Daegu had obsessed a lot about being just a character. But now, realizing his world's story had touched so many in another reality, that feeling shifted, morphing into something like pride, excitement, and a healthy dose of fear. He hoped what he brought people was light and hope, not just more darkness. That somewhere out there, the kids who watched his show actually believed in hope and justice, even if his story itself was sometimes filled with the shadows of human nature. Child of nature, Brandon. You're already thinking about questions like that? That's so like you, Daegu. He smiled, typing without hesitation. Don't worry. In my world, you've influenced tons of people. You made them believe in the existence of light. Heck, there are kids, whole generations, who dream of turning into Ultraman and punching evil in the face. Ordinary group admin. I'm back. She'd just finished her 30-minute mute, only to check the chat log and see everyone waxing nostalgic. You all are still talking about youth? Daegu is literally the light of my childhood. She grinned to herself and added. I'll never understand how people could watch Ultraman and think it's too violent. Did they even pay attention to the actual lessons in those episodes? Uchiha Dance King. Violence. He snorted. He admitted Ultraman and the monsters had some flashy powers, but a couple of punches and kicks were hardly violence by his standards. Compared to his own battles, mowing down tens of thousands in the ninja war, Ultraman was practically a gentle teacher. Ordinary group admin. Yeah, a lot of us watched it as kids, so I guess adults got a little too strict. But come on, it's not like most people turned out any worse for it. If some parents want to blame their kids' weird behavior on Ultraman, their kids were probably just a little different to begin with. Brandon just smiled, unsure how to comment. It wasn't just Ultraman. Shows like Sheep and Wolves and Bears Adventure had all faced random public complaints. Even Rainbow Cat Blue Rabbit, an absolute classic, hadn't been spared. He couldn't help but wonder if anything had changed in this new world. Child of nature. Enough about that. How'd the spirit energy beads work for you all? Ordinary group admin. Amazing. The effect was super strong. Invincible East. I broke through 2 cultivation levels in a row. Come be my son. My body feels lighter than it has in years. Kararara. Uchiha Dance King. My soul feels a bit more solid, though since I don't have a body, I absorb it really slowly. Plus, being in the spirit world means I can only act on instinct, not really think about it. If I had the Rinnegan, well, let's just say, I'll handle it after I'm resurrected. Golden Flash. You sure you'll get resurrected? Minato's lips twitched. Now that he'd seen the future through the memory files, he knew Madara's motives were about peace, but he didn't buy into the idea of salvation through a dream. He'd never let Madara come back if he could help it. Uchiha Dance King. You think you're smarter than Black Zetsu? He sounded almost amused. The future is never set in stone. Personally, I respect Black Zetsu's determination to revive Kagaya Tsutsuki. As for you, I don't see you outwitting him anytime soon. For now, why not focus on the 9 tails, or your own village politics? For a 4th Hokage, you really have the weakest grip on power of any cage. Golden Flash. Ouch. That's a brutal review but hard to argue. The truth was, even though he was technically Hokage, most of the real authority still lay with the 3rd, and the secret police were loyal only to Danzo. The major clans like the Inoshikacho trio might seem to follow orders, but in reality, when it came down to a power struggle, they'd always play it safe. Even the Hyuga clan was pretty much doing its own thing. Ironically, the Uchiha clan might be his best bet for real support. Life really was a twisted joke sometimes. Richest man. I'm telling you, that spirit energy bead was insanely strong. I only ate one and I haven't slept for 3 nights straight. They just couldn't hang in their weight. What did I just say? Ding. Richest man has retracted a message. Richest man. I've just been really focused on making armor. If I hadn't run out of materials, I'd have finished the perfect iron suit by now. Child of nature. You do know we all saw what you wrote, right? Even if you delete it. Her words had everyone laughing. Richest man. Hey, life's tough. What can you do? And anyway, me and Pepper haven't even started dating. Your bead was just too strong. It's not my fault. Ordinary group admin. Then why don't you just tell Pepper how you feel? Richest man. Most evil spirit. What, are you shy? Richest man. Shy? Please. I'm Tony Stark. I don't get shy. It's just, not the right time. When the moment comes, not only will I confess, I'll go all out. Ordinary group admin. Tisk, tisk. Glory of the North God. Shiba Inu refuses. JPG. Keep your sappy couple moments to yourself. Brandon didn't join in the later banter. He just scrolled through the messages and smiled quietly to himself. Having this chat group, being able to witness and share in all these random, heartfelt, and hilarious moments really was amazing. He glanced at his points balance. Not much, just over 2,000, enough for 2 lucky draws. Some came from daily check-ins, some from recycling mutant beast corpses and spirit energy beads. In the group's recycling system, both spirit beads and mutated beast corpses had their own value. End of chapter 45. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse. Read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. A sudden urge to draw the lottery. Hacky training begins. The spirit energy beads, right now, were worth about 300 points each when recycled in the chat group. Not a huge amount, but if Brandon White really wanted to, he could produce quite a lot of them. After all, condensing them didn't take much effort on his part. But there was no point in flooding the market. Too many would probably throw off the spirit energy balance in the entire Ventura City region, and honestly, Brandon didn't even have much he wanted from the other worlds in the chat group. For him, the lottery draws were more about the fun than the payoff. It was just like buying a scratch ticket. Sometimes you get the urge, most days you walk right past the shop. Maybe it was because it had been so long since he'd last pulled the Obito template, or maybe it was just boredom, but today Brandon suddenly felt like rolling the dice again. He'd accumulated some points, so, why not? Chat group, use 1 draw. Ding! 1,000 points have been deducted from Child of Nature's account. Ding! Beginning draw. He barely had time to blink before the chat group's mechanical voice rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to Child of Nature, you've drawn the armament Hacky from the pirate world. Upon fusion, you will immediately obtain initial level armament Hacky. Ding! Would you like to fuse now? Armament Hacky, hey? Not bad. It might not be as flashy as the Rinnegan, God Tree Fruit, Tensagan, Spirit Crystals, or a giant statue, but it sure beat drawing a steel pipe or a Whitebeard plushie. Besides, this ability didn't conflict with his nature's authority at all. If anything, it would boost both his offense and defense, and scale with his physical strength. If I don't fuse right now, can I get a Hacky training manual? One that's adapted to my world's rules. Ding! After fusing, you will also receive a complete armament Hacky training method tailored for your world. The chat group's reply made Brandon nod in satisfaction. Sure, it was just a combat tool and not a path to direct cultivation, but honestly, it was a great draw. Fuse. As soon as he gave the command, a warm surge of energy raced through his limbs. At the same time, knowledge of how to train and master armament Hacky appeared in his mind. He flexed his right hand. A power, similar yet distinctly different from spirit energy, pulsed through his arm, coating it in a hard, deep violet-black shell. Not pure black, but then again, Hacky colors varied from person to person. Brandon couldn't care less about the shade. He rapped his knuckles against his armored forearm. The sound was heavy and solid. Just the feel of it told him this was serious defense. Considering how strong his body already was, this basic level armament Hacky stacked on top of that, meaning someone with higher Hacky but a weaker body probably wouldn't be able to overpower him. After playing with it for a while, Brandon started getting the itch to test it in the field. Like a kid with a new toy, he just had to see what it could do. He slipped his space ring back on, then quietly headed for the edge of the nature reserve. Meanwhile, in the main building, Frost was in the middle of her evening workout, trying to speed up the absorption of spirit energy from the mutant beast meat she'd eaten. Hearing the door click open, she looked up just in time to see Brandon walking outside. She blinked. What's up with that? Didn't he eat enough at dinner? There were still beast leftovers in storage. Even if they ran out, he could always dip into the for the higher UPS stash and hunt more tomorrow. Why the sudden urge to go out? Ah, maybe she'd figured it out. Those official portions were always the blandest cuts, tough and dry, not nearly as tasty. Maybe Brandon was going out to hunt something fresher and more flavorful. Brandon, she called, hurrying to the door. He turned, eyebrows raised. What's up? If you find any tigers still hunting, grab their legs for me. They're absolutely delicious. Brandon froze, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Or if you don't see any tigers, wolves are good too. I've never had wolf before, and they hunt at night, so you should spot a few. Honestly, anything's fine. I trust your judgment. Just bring back something new. So, in your eyes, am I just a delivery boy for wild game? Brandon sighed inwardly. Sure, he'd probably end up bagging a few mutants and collecting their bodies while he tested out his new ability, but that wasn't the point. This was training. I'll go prep the veggies and seasoning. Yu said brightly, already on her way to the kitchen. Don't be out too late. All right, Brandon replied, a little helpless, and headed into the woods. As she started chopping, Yu paused and tapped her chin, thinking. Was Brandon's arm black just now? Or maybe a really dark purple? Must be the lighting. No way a person's arm could look like that unless they were poisoned or something. She shrugged it off. If anyone was immune to poison, it was Brandon. Out in the night-drenched reserve. Boom! A massive wolf crashed into a tree and slid to the ground, whining once before falling silent. A chorus of howls filled the air. One after another, more wolves lunged from the undergrowth, snarling and snapping. Brandon greeted each one with a fist, a kick, or a burst of that new, hardened energy. Bodies flew. Bones crunched. Not a single beast managed to get close. He wiped the blood off his knuckles, watching as the armament haki faded from his skin. No wonder all those protagonists in web novels loved close combat, even after getting godlike powers. Sure, they could just flick a finger and call down thunder or wave a hand and level mountains, but nothing beat the satisfaction of good, old-fashioned hand-to-hand. Those authors knew exactly what they were doing. A real man wants to feel every punch land. Brandon chuckled, gathering up the wolf corpses. He had no idea which cuts would taste best, so he'd just bring everything back and let you experiment. Maybe tomorrow he'd let her have the tiger leg, too. End of chapter 46. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 47, Chapter 47, Theories on Realms and Luminous Cuisine. Over the next few days, Brandon White kept grinding his mastery of armament haki, using the endless parade of mutated beasts in the nature reserve as live sparring partners. Naturally, he didn't let their corpses go to waste. If anything, the meat just kept getting better as the world's spirit energy revived. With every meal, both Brandon and Yu Frost found themselves becoming pickier. Ordinary food was starting to taste bland, even unappetizing. It wasn't just the flavor, the satisfaction body and soul that spirit-infused beast meat provided was on a whole different level. For Yu, the changes were even more obvious. Days of devouring mutated beast dishes had powered her up quickly, her internal spirit energy rising until she could feel a bottleneck forming. Today, as she sat cross-legged on her bed, doing her best to refine the energy in her body, something shifted. Her face went from confusion to concentration, eyes closed, when she suddenly heard a faint crack like something shattering inside her. A tidal wave of spirit energy in the air rushed toward her, flooding her body. It didn't last long, maybe half a minute at most, before fading away, everything going still again. Was that a breakthrough? Yu opened her eyes, looking puzzled. Looks like it. Brandon had appeared in her doorway, arms crossed, studying her with interest. You don't even have a proper cultivation manual, but your body still hit a limit, and when you'd accumulated enough energy, you just broke through. The way the local spirit energy surged into you means your strength's gone up another notch. Interesting. You've never had a breakthrough before? Yu shook her head, still dazed. No, I didn't even know that was a thing. First time, hey. Brandon made a mental note to ask Firewing about it later. Yu was talented, but without all the beast meat she'd eaten lately, it would have taken her much longer to reach this point. Firewing and the others, though they'd probably gone through this a while back. As for himself? He'd stopped thinking of himself as normal a long time ago. He doubted he'd ever hit a bottleneck again, at least, not until he started treading the path to godhood. Breakthroughs? You're telling me that's a thing? Firewing, when questioned, looked genuinely baffled. You can get a breakthrough without even having a cultivation method. So you haven't experienced it either? Brandon tapped his chin, mulling it over. Maybe it's a talent thing. People with higher aptitude might start at a higher level like you, for example. When your powers awakened, you could summon beasts that could flatten most average ability users. Yu's pretty talented, but she's still way below your tier. Honestly, it's only because she's been eating so much mutant meat that she even managed to break through now. If she were stuck with her natural aptitude, she'd still be waiting a while. No news from the higher UPS about this. There might be something, Firewing admitted, rubbing her neck. I've just been swamped with training and bureau work. I'll check for any new files when I'm back at HQ. She glanced at Brandon, eyes narrowing. Speaking of beast meat, you have been saving my share, right? We talked about this. You didn't forget me and eat everything yourselves, did you? Cough. It's still there, Brandon said, a little embarrassed. Truthfully, it was there but not as much as she might have hoped. Appetite was a tricky thing. Humph. That's what I thought. Firewing rolled her eyes. You both. I sent her to the reserve to train, not just to pig out. She paused, then went on. Honestly, she doesn't need that much meat. What she really needs right now is to hone her mindset, her skills. Less meat, more practice. Tell you what, have her share from now on. Save the rest for me. Brandon gave her a look. You sure about that? If she finds out, you'll have a fight on your hands. Firewing ignored him. Is that stuff actually tasty? You don't even know what it tastes like, and you're already trying to steal Yu's share. Brandon rolled his eyes. It's amazing. Have you ever watched Cooking Master Boy? It's on that level. Firewing's eyes lit up. Wait, like, the glowing dishes. Exactly. It's that good. Firewing didn't hesitate. All right, cut you off from beast meat. Too much meat isn't good anyway, she should eat more veggies. Save the good stuff for me. Brandon shrugged. Up to you. If you can convince her, go ahead and try. At this point in the spirit energy revival, there still wasn't any official system for measuring supernatural realms or ranks. But the military districts were already seeing some gifted individuals break through, albeit not at the same level as prodigies like Firewing, Skyla Quinn, Ethan Yates, or Charles Longfellow. Still, those prodigies were operating on an entirely different level from everyone else. Even though they hadn't hit any bottlenecks, their sheer power was so far beyond ordinary breakthrough warriors that it made the concept feel almost meaningless. Brandon's theory, once confirmed by Firewing and the others, was that certain people just awakened at much higher levels. For people like them, breaking through would mean entering a whole new domain entirely. But until someone reached that domain, nobody could say what it looked like. One thing was certain, whenever someone else caught up to Firewing and the rest, they would simply push the boundary even further. That's what being a true prodigy meant. Throughout all of Ventura, no one except maybe Brandon himself could match their talent. And as for Brandon, at this point, nobody really considered him human. The era of spirit energy revival was destined to see a flood of new supernatural systems, new martial arts, unique cultivation methods, and techniques nobody had even dreamed up yet. Martial arts manuals, mystic formulas, physical enhancement techniques, battle arts from every legend or fantasy, they weren't out of reach anymore. With enough talent and creativity, nothing was impossible. The only thing holding anyone back now was the limit of their knowledge. End of chapter 47. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse. Read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. The Growth of Natural Authority Unlocked Abilities. To many researchers, spirit energy is an utterly unique force. When this previously non-existent energy appeared on Earth, it should have thrown countless scientific formulas into chaos. Yet, in reality, it didn't. If anything, the arrival of spirit energy brought a burst of new possibilities, giving old scientific paradigms room to expand and evolve. Fields that had once crawled along with slow progress suddenly opened up, as if new doors were flung wide. In this way, the world Brandon White lived in differed sharply from the high-powered martial worlds like the one Roxy Vale came from. After spending several days in the Ventura City Nature Reserve, Brandon and Frost had pretty much mapped out all the mutated wildlife. Once their data was sorted and sent off, it was time to wrap up their assignment. You left a bit earlier, unlike Brandon, who, though nominally part of the Spirit Energy Bureau, managed his own schedule. Yu's life was closer to a regular job. She had to juggle training with tasks and missions from her superiors, so in a way, their time at the reserve had been her easiest days yet. Be sure to take a good soak and unwind when you get home. And don't forget to hand those materials off to a real chef, Brandon advised with a smile. You could cook, sure, but a professional would bring out the best in the mutant meat they'd harvested. When she finally got back, it was almost 3 in the afternoon. She was just about to jump in the shower and grab a bite to eat when her phone started ringing. "What's up?" Brandon asked, seeing the look on her face. "There's been an incident," she replied, her tone suddenly grim. "A mutated male lion just escaped from the Ventura City Zoo." "What?" Brandon's eyes went wide. "Wait, the zoo's still open." He'd thought for sure that after the world awakened to supernatural powers, all the zoos would have shut down. After all, if people were developing abilities, surely the animals would too. It made no sense to keep them on display. He hadn't heard any news about zoos lately and was genuinely stunned they were still running. Firewing's voice came over the line. "They closed to the public, of course. But instead of shutting down entirely, they converted the facilities for observation and research, to see if the animals would mutate. Some did, but their personalities stayed the same, so people started to let their guard down." She sighed, frustration clear in her voice. "But just today, one of the handlers got bitten during feeding and the lion broke loose. Now it's on the run." Brandon shook his head. This kind of thing was bound to happen. No matter how close you think you are with these animals, the moment they mutate, you need to stay vigilant or else. It's not just the wild ones, Firewing continued. House pets and livestock across the country are changing, too. Livestock usually mutate less and don't get that much stronger. They're still bound by the food chain. If anything, their rarity makes them more expensive now. But pets are another story. If a dog or cat hasn't fully bonded with you, it could attack. I've heard about people getting clawed up by their own cats. One swipe and you're off to the ER. But, she added, if a mutated pet really sees you as its owner, it can be fiercely loyal. Look at police dogs, they've mutated too, but not a single case of them hurting anyone. Guide dogs as well, and their intelligence seems to be getting sharper. Commands are even easier to give. In the end, it's a mixed bag, Firewing finished. Brandon nodded, unable to hold back a wry smile. Sounds like we're one step away from everyone having their own little Pokemon running around. At least, he thought, when his Ralts arrived, it would be safe enough to let it explore outside. "Send me the location. I'll handle it," he said simply. "I'll take care of the body myself." "All right," Firewing replied. "Be careful." A bestial roar suddenly echoed through the hills, shaking the very earth. Birds, beasts, and insects scattered in all directions, fleeing the chaos. "This lion's got some fight in it," Brandon muttered, floating gently through the treetops. He perched on a branch, gazing calmly down at the rampaging beast. Now he understood why Firewing had sounded so calm over the phone. The lion had already escaped the city and headed for the wilds. Brandon sized up the creature. "Impressive presence, but honestly, it's not on the same level as that crimson tiger we met in the reserve. And there's no fire lotus marking on its forehead, either." He recalled that only the first mutated beast he'd fought, the crimson tiger, had borne such a mark. The others were just as strong, but none seemed to have the same spark of intelligence. Maybe that tiger had been special, a higher potential, perhaps? The fire lotus on its brow had radiated a unique power, but the tiger never got the chance to unleash its true abilities. With time, it might have grown into something truly dangerous. Suddenly, the mutated lion seemed to sense a threat. It tensed, muscles bunching, all its instincts on high alert. Its fur bristled, golden eyes snapping up to glare straight at Brandon's perch. "You spotted me, hey?" Brandon smiled, unfazed. He knew lions had a powerful sense of smell, no surprise it had picked up his scent. And yet, for all its instincts, it wouldn't help. He lifted a hand. Boom! The air trembled. A wave of unseen force slammed into the lion, pinning it in place. Its body froze, unable to move as Brandon's power seeped in, and with a strangled roar, the beast crashed to the ground, unmoving. "Telekinesis is pretty handy," Brandon mused, dropping from the branch and landing lightly beside the lion's corpse. To outsiders, the difference between psychic power and pure telekinesis might seem academic, but in practice, he could control matter with a mere thought. He wasn't even sure which label fit him best, telekinesis or psychic force. All he knew was that whatever one could do, the other could match, and vice versa. As for where this new ability had come from? Honestly, he wasn't sure. He'd simply been meditating, growing stronger, when one morning he realized he could move things with his mind. Most likely, it was a natural byproduct of his evolving connection to the authority of nature. Compared to some of the other abilities he'd discovered lately, telekinesis barely seemed remarkable. But as the world's energies continued to shift and evolve, who could say what would awaken next? End of Chapter 48. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, The Power of Absolute Zero. Chris Frost. Extract. Brandon placed his hand on the corpse of the mutated lion. A mysterious energy began to swirl around it, flowing through its body until, at last, the massive beast shriveled like a discarded pelt. Every last ounce of its energy gathered in Brandon's palm, condensing into a single blood-red orb. Within the shimmering orb, faint patterns resembling the mutated lion's runes were visible. This bead contains all of the mutated lion's energy. Absorbing it is like consuming the entire corpse and perfectly digesting it. If someone with a lion-based ability were to use it, maybe they could even awaken a new power. That was Brandon's latest ability, a way to extract the essence of mutated creatures. Why did the energy always become a bead? Well, he just thought beads looked cooler. He could have made it a cube if he wanted. As for when this ability had awakened, perhaps it was always a part of his nature authority. The authority never presented his powers as a simple list of names. He had to discover them himself, one by one, through experimentation and intuition. The ability to extract power had only come to him after his spatial ring filled up in the nature reserve. He'd thought to himself, wouldn't it be convenient if I could just gather all that energy into something portable? So he tried, and it worked. Ask him how it worked, and he'd just shrug. There wasn't really a scientific explanation. It was more instinct than anything else. How did the saying go? As long as he could imagine it, he could develop all sorts of powerful techniques. Brandon tucked away the blood bead and turned his gaze toward the trees. You've been watching for a while now. Isn't it time you showed yourself? A tall woman stepped from the shadows, her navy uniform crisp, blue hair cascading down her shoulders. Her poise radiated icy self-assurance. If I didn't know better, Brandon thought, I'd say she was cosplaying as Death from Akame ga Kill. The resemblance was uncanny, not just the look, but the chilling aura of her abilities. Unlike you Frost's gentle ice, Chris Frost's power was true absolute zero. From the moment she awakened, she'd possessed overwhelming strength. She was on Fire Wing's level, one of the nation's top talents. I don't remember Fire Wing mentioning you'd be here, Chris, Brandon said, keeping his voice calm. She didn't know. I didn't tell her, Chris replied, arms folded, a hint of a smile on her lips. When I heard you'd taken this mission, I had to see it for myself. After all, everyone's curious about you, child of nature, nearly conceptual mastery over natural forces. The moment you awakened, you soared above us all, untouchable. Not just me, but Skyla Quinn, Charles Longfellow, Ethan Yates, we've all wanted to test ourselves against you. If Firewing hadn't repeatedly stressed how wide the gap is, how you completely outclass her, making a fight pointless, there would have been more challenges by now. Brandon cut her off before she could get rolling. If that's all, I'll be going now. I've finished my mission. I'm not really in the mood for idle chat. Why not a little spar? Chris asked, a flicker of anticipation in her eyes. I want to see how far apart we really are. He regarded her coolly. Save that line for when you're actually able to use your powers in front of me. She blinked, not quite understanding, then, on a hunch, tried to summon her ability. She could sense it, she knew it was there, but no matter how she reached, she couldn't use it. It was as if an invisible wall stood between her and her powers. Not until Brandon had fully walked away did she feel the link return. He can even suppress other people's abilities. Chris muttered, a mix of disbelief and grudging admiration. This world actually produced someone with a power that's just beyond reason. And that blood bead he made from the lion. She shook her head. No wonder Firewing talks about him the way she does. It's not exaggerated at all. Still, no matter the odds, she had no intention of giving up. Brandon's head start was massive, 10 times, 100 times beyond what others could reach, but the stronger you were, the thicker your bottleneck became. As everyone continued to evolve, that gap would shrink, little by little. The world's spiritual awakening was global, after all, and no one planned to let a single person forever lead the way. Chris was strong, Brandon knew that well. Maybe she wasn't yet on par with Admiral Aokiji from One Piece, the one who could freeze whole seas, but within the scope of this mountain forest, Chris at full power could easily turn the world to ice. Her power kept growing, it was only a matter of time before she matched the legends. But even so, Brandon had no interest in fighting her or anyone else, for that matter. Especially not humans. A duel was only meaningful if both sides stood on roughly equal ground, even a small difference could make for a worthwhile challenge. But he was just too far ahead. Some people might never reach where he stood, no matter how hard they tried. A fight like that? It was pointless. And here on Earth, his abilities drew strength from everywhere nature itself supported him. Unless his opponent wielded an authority like his, there was simply no point. His true rivals weren't on this planet at all. They were out there, in other worlds, the shinobi of Konoha, pirates of the Grand Line, Ultraman, even the powerhouses from universes like Dragon Ball, Perfect World, or the primordial chaos of distant legends. Not that he had the strength to challenge them yet. No one from those worlds had joined the chat group, at least for now. But the future was unwritten. One day, perhaps, it would happen. He looked forward to that day, a new era, brimming with possibility. Until then, he'd keep training, expanding his capacity, getting stronger every day. For most people, training was dull and repetitive. For Brandon, it was simply exercise, sometimes tiring, never tedious. While his body worked, his mind wandered freely in the chat group. Chat group. The undefeated East, so, we get one free lottery draw, right? Ordinary group admin, yep. Newcomer bonus, courtesy of the group. Don't expect anything amazing, the odds are rough. After that, it's 1,000 points per spin. My advice? Save your points for later, when there are more members and the prize pool's bigger. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 50, a devil fruit with a bite, just bad luck, or worse. Ordinary group admin, or, when the chat group unlocks new features, you'll want to save points for something else. Richest man, I get all that, but why are you only telling us now? We've been in the group for 2 weeks. The undefeated East, for me, it's been half a month. Northern God's glory, woof, woof, woof. Northern God's glory, why does my timer say a month? Richest man, guess time flows differently in every world, but you mangy mutt, you joined after East but have been here longer? Go back to sleep, you lazy Sheba. Richest man, anyway, what matters now is this: at ordinary group admin, why didn't you mention the lottery sooner? I thought this group was just for chatting and sending red envelopes. Ordinary group admin, hehe, my bad. Cuteface.jpg. Richest man, so at everyone, if the admin forgot, none of you thought to remind me. Evilest spirit, forgot. Soup for Daigu, my brain refuses to memorize stuff like that. Uchiha Dance King, that function only messes with your mood. That's all it does. Come be my son, agreed. Just like that, meow, I got a useless item, meow. Golden Flash, mine was okay, but honestly, I forgot about it. Child of nature, I figured someone would tell you while I was away. But maybe you all just drew bad prizes and were too embarrassed to bring it up. The undefeated East, is the lottery really that bad? Richest man, now I'm curious, what did you all draw, exactly? Richest man, wanna share some details? Ordinary group admin, nope. Evilest spirit, denied. Uchiha Dance King, wanna dance with me? Come be my son, want to experience a direct quake fruit hit? Soup for Daigu, think Tiga's Specium Ray would roast you alive. The last 3 heavyweights dropped those threats so quickly that even Tony's burning curiosity faded for a moment. He'd spent days reviewing every memory playback available. And seriously, what were all these worlds? None of them followed the laws of common sense. In the Naruto world, Uchiha Madara takes on 100,000 foes, summoning meteors and resurrecting the dead? And the pirate world, those devil fruits are just ridiculous. Tony had thought he could trade his wealth for cool items, thinking gold would be valuable everywhere. But then the gold fruit? Sure, it can't create gold from thin air, but it can turn objects into gold. What kind of logic is that? And then artificial devil fruits? Since when could those be made in a lab? Ridiculous. Pokemon World was, surprisingly, pretty chill, adorable little monsters with powers and the ability to understand human speech. Tony actually wanted to buy one as a pet. But the most mind-blowing world was Daigu's Ultraman that can only fight for 3 minutes, but could level a city in that time. Heck, 3 minutes repeated a few times, and they could destroy a whole country. As for that Mutt's universe, Tony wasn't interested. He didn't watch comedy anime. Richest man, you guys must have pulled some truly embarrassing stuff. Even your faces show how unlucky you are in those memory clips. Richest man, let Tony Stark show you what real luck looks like. After he sent that message, there was a long silence. Northern God's glory, woof. The undefeated East, where did he go? Ordinary group admin, even if you got something lame, you should at least show it off. Soup for Daigu, hope it's a pig. Uchiha Dance King. Finally. Richest man, ahem, I think there's a problem with this lottery. Richest man, maybe next time. Richest man, it's not that what I got is totally useless, maybe there's a little value, but it's kind of. Ordinary group admin, kind of what? Ordinary group admin, is it something too embarrassing to mention? Ordinary group admin, excited face.jpg. Richest man, picture.jpg. Item obtained, failed super soldier serum. Description, a failed attempt at the super soldier serum. The strengthening effects are gone, but the pain remains pure, unrelenting agony. Remark, if you can endure it, your willpower will become legendary, but your body won't gain any actual power. Ordinary group admin, what the hell is that? Who would drink this garbage? Ordinary group admin, it's like eating a devil fruit that gives you none of the powers but all the flavor. Child of nature, perfect comparison. Richest man, I wonder who developed this. Hydra, maybe. Richest man, seriously, who would use this? Richest man, at Northern God's glory, why don't you try your luck next? Richest man, I could use some emotional support. Northern God's glory, beg me. Richest man, fine, I beg you. Ordinary group admin, wow, not even a hint of shame. Ordinary group admin, the things you'll do for comfort. Ordinary group admin, if Thor actually draws something good, just, never mind. As soon as Roxy Vale posted that, Thor dropped his own prize, and Roxy quickly retracted her words. There was no if. Northern God's glory, picture of a devil fruit with a big bite taken out of it. Child of nature, from a certain angle, that's literally a devil fruit with all the flavor and none of the power. Child of nature, Roxy, are you cursed? Richest man, thanks, admin, your bad luck is contagious, but it does make me feel a little better. Ordinary group admin, damn it. Northern God's glory, Shiba Inu in ecstasy.jpg. Northern God's glory, Shiba Inu excitement.jpg. Northern God's glory, this thing tastes amazing. A little strange, not a simple flavor, but honestly, I love it. Come be my son. Come be my son, you really think a devil fruit tastes good? Come be my son, they always say it tastes like crap, but it's just an expression, it's not literally crap. Even a dog shouldn't like that, right? Please give me power stones, support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 51, Chapter 51, You're prejudiced against dogs. I, Thor, refute you all. Whitebeard was honestly a bit disturbed by Shiba Inu Thor's taste buds. Sure, devil fruits aren't actually feces, but why did Thor, in his Shiba Inu form, look so blissed out eating it? Was the fruit really that bad? Or did it actually taste just like? No. That was too horrifying. He'd never felt this kind of existential terror before. If devil fruit really tasted like crap, then, what did that say about him, when he ate it back then? He shuddered and tried not to dwell on it. Ordinary group admin, at Northern God's glory, are you telling me it really tastes like, you know what? Northern God's glory. Northern God's glory, I just think it's tasty, that's all. Northern God's glory, and for the record, I've never eaten crap. Northern God's glory, Shiba Inu rage. Northern God's glory, I am the mighty Thor, son of Odin, king of the Norse gods, why would I eat that? Thor the Shiba was deeply offended. How dare they insult the dignity of the thunder god? The undefeated East, well, you are a dog now. Ordinary group admin, dogs do tend to have that, reputation. Soup for Daegu, old habits die hard. Richest man, even if you haven't eaten it, the flavor of devil fruit is probably just as bad. It's basically dog food for you. Northern God's glory, you're all just prejudiced against dogs. Who said every dog eats stuff like that? Not him. Or at least, he didn't think so. Wait, if he'd never tried it, how could he know? Thor's Shiba eyes went a bit blank, unable to find a solid rebuttal. Child of nature, so, why are we even discussing this? Aren't you all a little grossed out? Child of nature, at ordinary group admin, so, would you still eat it? Ordinary group admin, I. Roxy hesitated, suddenly regretting where this conversation had gone. She just wanted to try a devil fruit, not, whatever this was. But this was a mythical Zoan and angel-type devil fruit. If she didn't eat it, she'd regret it forever. Taste aside, it couldn't possibly be worse than stinky tofu or durian. Ordinary group admin, I'll eat it. I've survived stinky tofu, durian, and all sorts of weird food. A devil fruit is nothing. Ordinary group admin, and I still say the flavor is probably just like durian or stinky tofu. Thor just doesn't know any better. Ordinary group admin, maybe devil fruit is just the One Piece world's version of durian. Richest man. Richest man, you're really trying to convince yourself, hey. Richest man, wait a minute. Richest man, if that mutt actually likes eating it, doesn't that make my lottery pull the most useless one? Richest man, ugh. Northern God's glory, Shiba Inu glare.jpg. Northern God's glory, you want a bite? Northern God's glory, I can share a piece with you. Northern God's glory, Shiba Inu mischievous grin.jpg. Richest man, you're mocking me, aren't you? You're totally mocking me. If it weren't for that last photo, I might have believed you were being generous. Richest man, screw you. Soup for Daegu, looks like a contest between losers, but actually it's just two unlucky guys bickering. Soup for Daegu, honestly, compared to what we pulled in the lottery, yours aren't so bad. Soup for Daegu, except for Thor's half-eaten devil fruit being a different species, I guess mine's still better. Honestly, postpartum self-care was a valuable skill, even profitable if you looked at it that way. But he'd rather not have drawn it at all. Now his head was full of pig facts, and sometimes he even dreamed of piglets. It was enough to make him dread falling asleep. Come be my son, pain is nothing. Not compared to the humiliation I've suffered. Ace and the rest had leaked his embarrassing story about that giant doll, and even started a matchmaking campaign for him across the sea. Just thinking about it got his blood boiling. If they weren't his sons, he'd have smashed their heads in. As it was, he'd already given them a solid beating for joining in. Madara hadn't said anything, but every time he saw that steel pipe in the group's item stash, he just wanted to bring down Susanoo on the chat itself. The undefeated East, just how bad were your lottery pulls, anyway? Ordinary group admin, out of everyone in the chat, only Meowth, Minato, and Brandon are truly lucky. Ordinary group admin, especially Brandon, he's got the luck of the gods. First draw was Uchiha Obito's template. Even though he didn't get all the ninja skills, he still got the Uchiha bloodline and Mangeki Sharingan with Kamui. Child of nature, the Mangeki evolved after fusion. It's not quite the same now. Child of nature, it's the eye that reflects the soul. Ordinary group admin, so what does it do now? Child of nature, well. Child of nature, let's just say, to avoid any jealousy, just treat it as Kamui. The new power is even more overpowered. Ordinary group admin, you're not helping my envy at all. Ordinary group admin, now I'm convinced you're a plant by the chat group system. Ordinary group admin, but if anyone's the plant, shouldn't it be the group admin? Ugh. Soup for Daegu, ha ha ha. Soup for Daegu, trying not to laugh. Jpg. Soup for Daegu, sorry, I'm professionally trained to keep a straight face, but this time I just can't. The whole group burst out laughing along with Daegu. Sure, Roxy's complaints sounded pitiful, and they genuinely were, but at this point, the group just found it hilarious. They'd been at this too long to feel bad anymore. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 52, Logia Glint Fruit, who needs brutal honesty? Ordinary Group Admin, you guys humph. I'm not talking to you anymore. Ordinary Group Admin, at the Undefeated East, Sis East, what did you get from your draw? The Undefeated East, image.jpg. Item, Logia Devil Fruit Glint Fruit. From the One Piece world, this devil fruit lets the eater transform their body into light and become immune to physical attacks. The eater is vulnerable to seawater and sea stone from the One Piece world. Seawater from other worlds is only half as effective. The Undefeated East, looks like we've got another lucky one in the chat. She'd spent the past few days going through all kinds of memory copy simulations from other worlds. Of all of them, she'd watched One Piece the most, followed by Pokémon. Even though some of the other universes had more complete stories, she just loved those unfinished memory copies best. Unfinished stories meant endless possibilities. She was already familiar with the Glint Fruit Kizaru's power, one of the Marine Admirals in One Piece. Maybe it wasn't the absolute strongest devil fruit, but in terms of speed, nothing could touch it. Her own Sunflower Manual was renowned for speed, but compared to the power of light itself? Not even close. If she could fully develop the Glint Fruit's potential, her strength would skyrocket, and she'd never again be the weakest in the chat group. Ordinary Group Admin, the Glint Fruit. Come be my son, Kararera. That's Kizaru's power, right? You're pretty lucky. Uchiha Dance King, with speed comparable to light itself even if it wasn't fully shown in the memories, that's what it's capable of. Uchiha Dance King, not bad at all. Even Madara had to admit he was jealous. He'd watched plenty of the One Piece memory files and respected the strength of the major figures in that world. The three admirals might not be able to match his future Six Paths level, but at their peak, they were no slouches compared to him and Hashirama. Evil sprite, that's some enviable luck. Kurumi shook her head, a bit envious herself. The group's lottery feature really was an irresistible shortcut to power. Whether it was Brandon's Uchiha Obito template or now East's Glint Fruit, either would change the game for her. If only she could draw something like that, maybe she'd finally be able to beat her. Soup for Daegu, the gap between people is even bigger than the gap between people and dogs. Soup for Daegu, I am so jealous of that luck. How come he couldn't get a devil fruit, any devil fruit? He'd take a Zoan, a Paramecia, even a basic Sharingan. Anything, really. But so far, nothing but junk. Golden Flash, there are drawbacks, sure, but compared to the power it offers, the seawater weakness is manageable. Ordinary Group Admin, I'm totally numb now, guys. Ordinary Group Admin, the Glint Fruit is literally my favorite. Ordinary Group Admin, Kizaru is my favorite character in One Piece. Chill at work, always leaves on time, total life goals. Ordinary Group Admin, and the Glint Fruit is so strong. Light itself. Not just for speed, its destructive power was insane too. Brandon was honestly surprised East managed to pull the Glint Fruit. To him, it wasn't weaker than any other devil fruit, not even the mythical Zoans. Ultimate speed, ultimate power. Some people compared the Rumble Fruit, Enel's lightning, to the Glint Fruit, but Brandon knew, light would always be faster than lightning. Maybe the difference was blurred in One Piece, but in reality, no contest. If East could really reach light speed with her new power, even the weakest attacks would become terrifying. And that reminded Brandon light was part of nature, too. If he controlled nature, then surely he should be able to command light. What's that? You say sunlight comes from the sun, not the earth? Doesn't matter. Once sunlight hits the earth, it's fair game. And if light is part of nature, then so is darkness. With that in mind, Brandon started experimenting with light and darkness manipulation. As expected, he succeeded just as he'd guessed. His authority of nature was absurdly overpowered. It was just a small epiphany in his daily routine, a reminder that authority of nature probably held countless surprises he hadn't even tapped into yet. But he didn't feel rushed. The powers he had now were already more than enough. The days passed quickly, until one morning he realized his storage ring was finally out of mutant beast meat. It was a little depressing. He'd gotten so used to gourmet dishes made from mutant beast meat that nothing else tasted right anymore. Should he head back to the nature reserve? You've got some nerve. People might say you're out there researching, but anyone else would think you're just wiping out species, Firewing scolded him over the phone. Now, the moment those mutant beasts see a human, they run for their lives. Do you have any idea how traumatized you've made them? Their reproduction rate is super fast. With all this spiritual energy, the young adapt quickly. Besides, I only target mutated creatures. Normal animals are still alive and well. Aren't they the ones we're supposed to be protecting in a nature reserve? Brandon replied, genuinely puzzled. Yeah, well, we need to eat too. There's no mature supply chain for mutant beast meat yet, and there's not enough stock. Sure, Ventura City has lots of mountains, but they're far apart. Maybe you could try a different hunting ground. Firewing's voice got softer and softer, but he couldn't help himself. That meat really was amazing, and the effect on cultivation was too good to ignore. There was no way the government would let such a strategic resource slip by. So as long as I don't hunt in the reserve, it's fine. Brandon sighed. Honestly, you can still hunt there, just try to focus on the big, dangerous ones, those with higher potential or that could pose a threat to humans if they grow stronger. That's because their abilities and defense make them hard to hunt, right? Takes a lot of manpower, and the payoff isn't always great. Well, yeah, but also their meat is tough and not always tasty. Sometimes it takes hours to make it edible. A long silence. Brandon took a deep breath and hung up. Next time, could you not say all your brutally honest thoughts out loud? Chapter 53, Chapter 53, Kaido with the Tremor Fruit? Thunder Bagua, Tremor Edition. Not long after, Brandon received another message from Firewing. Try to find any mutant wild boars, pheasants, or rabbits. Apparently their meat is the tastiest. Bear paws, do whatever you want. Now that spiritual energy is back, who cares about protection anymore? And if you come across any giant mutant pythons, grab one of those too. I've never tasted snake meat, but there's a lot of it. If you're near the coast, maybe see if there are any mutated sea creatures. Skip the sharks though, I've heard the meat is gross and full of toxins, and shark fins taste like nothing. No dolphins either, they're too cute. And bring plenty. Last time I barely got a taste before it was all gone. Even with regular deliveries, it's never enough. Brandon's mouth twitched as he read the growing list of demands. If you want so many specific things, why don't you go hunt yourself? Also, since when did being cute make an animal off limits? Rabbits are cute too, yet you want me to bring those? And when did I ever agree to be your personal supplier? But whatever, he thought, exhaling. May as well. Being part of the bureau, he had to pull his weight, and honestly, these were just side quests for him. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, a massive black python flicked its tongue, its icy eyes fixated on a trembling man. Not far from him, two others lay unconscious. Help! Help! The man screamed, stumbling backward in terror until he tripped and fell, his eyes wide with dread. He yelled for help, hoping anyone would hear and come to his rescue. Perhaps spooked by the noise, the python suddenly coiled and shot forward like an arrow, its mouth gaping, an unpleasant, rank stench drifting from its fangs. "No! No!" the man wailed, clamping his eyes shut in despair. Boom! The ground trembled with a thunderous crash, but instead of being swallowed alive, the man cracked open his eyes in confusion. A stranger now stood between him and the python. As he tried to speak, the black python re-emerged from the nearby woods, fixing the newcomer with a deadly glare. Its massive body bore a deep, caved-in imprint like someone had stomped on it. "It's still alive?" "Impressive defense," the newcomer remarked, eyeing the python with mild surprise. Had he landed a blow while the man's eyes were closed? The thought barely crossed his mind before the stranger pulled out, "A spiked club?" "A spiked club? Not a sword, a spear, or some mystical weapon, an honest-to-God kanabo, like something out of One Piece or a cartoon bandit's arsenal." Crash! The air itself split with a web of cracks. The python was struck hard, sent flying and spewing blood mid-air. The snake shrieked and thrashed in pain. It crashed to earth, barely moving. Was that the tremor fruit? The man's mind reeled. That cracking space effect, no way normal shockwaves could do that. Was this guy using the powers of Whitebeard's legendary devil fruit? Or had he somehow awakened a space-related ability? No, that kind of physical might doesn't come from spatial manipulation. And who the heck uses a kanabo except for Kaido? Was that just Thunder Bagua with the tremor effect? While the rescued man stood dumbfounded, Brandon calmly approached the downed python. With practiced ease, he severed its head, then stored the enormous body in his storage ring. The severed head vanished in a flash of fire, turned instantly to ash. "Didn't expect to get so lucky right at the start. What a find!" Brandon smiled. With a python more than 20 meters long, even his appetite would be satisfied for days. Snakes really were a prize. Snake gall and heart had powerful medicinal properties, especially in a world bathed in spiritual energy. Still, pythons like this usually lived in rine forests or humid subtropical woods. What was one doing in the mountains? Or maybe some pythons were mountain dwellers after all. Shrugging, Brandon decided it hardly mattered. The more, the better. At that moment, a young man named Andrew Yang, rubbing his arm, approached Brandon with nervous excitement. Are you the Emperor Kaido?" he asked, almost in a whisper. Brandon blinked. "Excuse me." Andrew realized how ridiculous that sounded. "Ah. No, sorry, slip of the tongue. I meant, just now, when you swung that club, was that the tremor fruit's power?" He looked at Brandon, hoping desperately for confirmation he'd seen enough One Piece to hope for something extraordinary. "It's just a regular shockwave ability," Brandon replied flatly. "Those special effects like Whitebeard's? That's just from refining my power to a high level." Whether that was truly possible or not, Brandon didn't care. He'd intentionally added the space-shattering effect for drama. After all, special effects were created by people, people were part of nature, so in the end, special effects belonged to nature, too. "Really?" Andrew scratched his head. "Guess my grades in science aren't great, but I didn't think shockwave powers could create those visuals." "Absolutely," Brandon replied. "That's a shame," Andrew said, a little deflated, then eyed Brandon's spiked club. "So, are you a fan of Kaido from One Piece?" Brandon gave a noncommittal shrug. "He's definitely powerful. Mythical Azure Dragon form, all 3 types of haki, he's a monster. Even Luffy had a hard time taking him down." Andrew grinned. "I really never expected Luffy to win, to be honest. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon." Chapter 54, Grinding Levels? Now that's what I call leveling up. After a while, Andrew kept going on about the wild plot twists in One Piece. So then my friend told me, after Kaido beat Luffy, he awakened his devil fruit. But it wasn't just the gum fruit, it's actually the human fruit, mythical Zoan type, Nika form. Some kind of ancient rubber spirit from the island country, apparently with fire and thunder powers, like the sun god or something. The author really hid that plot twist well. I never saw it coming. He rambled on, talking about all the hidden foreshadowing. Brandon, meanwhile, just looked increasingly confused. What is he talking about? Nika form? Wasn't it supposed to be rubber? Now it's the human fruit? When did that happen? He hadn't kept up with One Piece in a long time, so maybe that was on him. But the fruit wasn't just rubber, hey. Brandon was never a diehard One Piece fan, he just vaguely remembered something about Luffy using fire and lightning attacks, but never paid it much mind. Turns out it was a setup all along. He shook his head, but quickly lost interest. Rubber, Nika, whatever, it didn't really matter to him. At best, it'd make for a good chat group topic. Maybe Whitebeard would know more. Compared to me, shouldn't you be more concerned about those two? Brandon interrupted, nodding toward the pair still lying unconscious nearby. He'd checked before, their injuries weren't serious. They'd just hit their heads when they fell and passed out. Honestly, they were pretty lucky. Andrew jumped up, running over in a panic. Hey! Hey! Spirit Energy Bureau, we've got 2 people here who were attacked by a mutant beast and knocked out. Brandon, meanwhile, already had his phone out, dialing the bureau. They're only lightly injured, no real danger. Their bodies are already absorbing spiritual energy from the air. Even if you guys didn't come, they'd probably wake up in an hour or 2. I'll send you the location. Whenever there were mutated creatures involved, the bureau was always on call. Besides, their healers worked much faster than any hospital. Why didn't Brandon just heal them himself? If it was life or death, sure, but for mild bumps and scrapes, it was better to let them recover on their own. A good reminder to be more careful next time. So, what were you guys doing out here? He asked, once he hung up. Curiosity? Exploring? Treasure hunting? Andrew relaxed, realizing things weren't so dire, and hesitated before answering. Grinding levels. What? Was this guy treating real life like a video game? He looked at Andrew like he'd grown a second head. You think you get experience for killing monsters? Andrew flushed. Well, mutant animal meat helps you train faster, plus you can sell it for good money. Their hides make decent armor, their bones are great for forging weapons, and extra meat fetches a high price. So, we usually call it leveling up. The government says it's too dangerous, but I don't know if you realize just how valuable these things are. We can't help ourselves. Brandon just stared at him. Maybe he really had lost touch with the world after spending so much time in the chat group, barely watching the news or any short videos online. So, mutant beast meat was XP, hides and bones were for crafting, and selling extra meat was gold drops. Level grinding, indeed. He had to laugh. Now that's what you call grinding for levels. Are there a lot of people like you guys? He asked, still a bit bemused. At first, there were a ton. But as more and more people died, it dropped off. Mutant beasts are just too strong. Unless you're one of the gifted ones, it takes a whole team to take one down, and even then, you'll probably get hurt. I know I don't look like much, but I've got legit rubber powers, stretching and all. I thought I'd be like Luffy, but he's apparently the sun god Nika now, and just being rubber doesn't cut it. Andrew even demonstrated he could stretch his arms a bit, but nothing like Luffy's earliest days. My 2 friends over there, one's got fire powers, the other can use lightning. Together, we're basically half a Luffy, he joked. But that python? Total fluke. We've barely managed to take out wild boars before. Brandon nodded, then seemed to sense something and glanced down the mountain. The bureau's almost here. Just hang tight for a few minutes, I need to head out. He didn't wait for Andrew to respond, disappearing before his eyes and heading deeper into the mountains. He'd mostly stuck around to make sure nothing else came after the trio before help arrived. With the bureau team on the way, there was nothing left to worry about. Giant mutant python check. Next up, mutant wild boar. Hopefully they're nice and big. If not, I'll just hunt more. And I should find a few mutant rabbits, too. I wonder if spicy rabbit head made with mutant rabbit is even tastier. He licked his lips at the thought. His personal chef team even included a Sichuan specialist. Their spicy cuisine was next level. That night, Brandon looked over his storage ring, now packed with loot, and smiled in satisfaction. The mountains were already pitch black, broken only by the occasional movement of leaves in the wind. But Brandon wasn't the least bit afraid. If anything, he almost hoped another edible beast would show itself. I've been out long enough for today. Tomorrow's another day to hunt, he muttered, looking down at the glowing town lights below. For a moment, his eyes glimmered with a blood-red symbol. Then the rune in his left eye began to spin rapidly. My word is divine. My decree, divine command. I declare, let there be a door connecting this spot to my home. His voice was utterly calm, almost mechanical. In the next instant, space rippled like water, and a magic door straight out of Doraemon appeared before him. On the other side, his own living room. Brandon stepped through, and the doorway disappeared without a trace. All that dramatic language, and I end up conjuring a big pink door like something from a kid's cartoon, he laughed, sprawled out on his sofa. He could have used other ways to get home: teleportation, traveling as pure light, whatever. Technically, the whole world was his house, so traveling around was child's play. But even he needed a sense of direction. He wasn't Superman or a celestial who could just soar home. Chapter 55, Chapter 55, Mythical Zoan Angel Form in Hand. Just how strong was Whitebeard 20 years ago? Brandon chose to return home via a magic door, mostly on a whim. Compared to other ways of traveling, this was just more fun, wasn't it? Come to think of it, will my authority of nature ever let me create life itself one day? He mused. If it does, I really want to make a real-life Doraemon even if it doesn't have a four-dimensional pocket. Who hadn't dreamed of having a Doraemon as a kid? Sure, all those gadgets from the fourth-dimensional pocket were amazing, and borderline cheating, but wasn't the best thing about Doraemon just having a big blue friend who was always there for you? Still a ways off, though. I need to grow a bit more, and so does my authority. Brandon could sense the feedback from his powers. Neither he nor the authority were mature enough yet to create the life he envisioned. Both were still a little too young. Shaking off the thought, Brandon had his kitchen staff take out the giant black python from his storage ring and prep it for dinner along with a couple of mutant rabbits for good measure. He had no idea if mutated python tasted good, but he knew spicy rabbit head would never disappoint. While waiting for the food, Brandon sank his consciousness into the chat group, curious to see what everyone else was talking about. Ordinary group admin, thanks to the old man for sending over the devil fruit. Ordinary group admin, he, I got the human fruit, mythical Zoan, angel form. He. Ordinary group admin, angel. Ordinary group admin, from today on, I'm no longer a loser. All those prodigies of my generation, you're out of luck. You'll have to witness the rise of the most absurdly talented genius in history. Ordinary group admin, it's your fortune and your misfortune to witness me take center stage. Ordinary group admin, wahahaha. Richest man, what's going on? Did the admin finally lose his mind? Child of nature, Brandon looks like the old man handed over a mythical Zoan angel form devil fruit. The group admin's just a little enthusiastic. Child of nature, but hey, it's not every day a former underdog gets their glow up. I get it. Stu Daigu, makes sense, but is it just me or does this all sound a bit like a middle school anime speech? Golden Flash, middle school syndrome? I don't think it's that bad. Actually, it's kind of inspiring. Most evil spirit, says the guy who once named a move Super Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Howl Triple Attack. Of course you'd think this is normal. Richest man, angel form? Don't remember seeing that one in One Piece. Where did Whitebeard find it? Tony was puzzled. He'd watched so many episodes of One Piece, even saw Whitebeard die, but never once did he see any angel form devil fruit. Come be my son, Guerrera. That fruit was originally snatched by the Revolutionary Army before we got there, but they ran into me on the way home. Richest man, so you just robbed them. Come be my son, of course. That fruit showed up in my territory. They barged in, so taking the fruit off their hands was me being generous. If I didn't actually like the Revolutionary Army, I'd have taken more. He was Whitebeard, after all. Even the Navy didn't mess with his territory lightly. If the revolutionaries snatched something under his nose, that was on them. Richest man, if the revolutionary leader came for payback, what would you do? I mean, your body's half ruined now. At Marineford you barely managed to hold your own against Akainu. Richest man, that commander can't be much weaker than Akainu, right? He'd watched the Marineford arc so many times. Sure, 3 admirals went after Whitebeard, but Akainu did the most damage. Sneak attacks, trash talk, dirty tactics, he was brutal. Still, Whitebeard just wouldn't die, no matter how much of him they blew off. Was he even human? Come be my son. Richest man, right, their goal is to overthrow the Navy. Why would they pick a fight with you? Probably ended up apologizing. Richest man, didn't think that one through. My bad. No matter how battered Whitebeard was, he was still Whitebeard. If the Navy hadn't captured Ace and forced that war, nobody would have dared attack him. Besides, just with the quake fruit, one tsunami and half the world could drown. Stu Daigu, if the old man was at his peak, he'd have flattened Akainu for sure. Stu Daigu, too bad. Come be my son, no such thing as too bad. Come be my son, picture.jpg. Item, lifespan plus 20. Ability, after fusion, all physical abilities return to what they were 20 years ago. Uchiha Dance King, what they? You can draw lifespan from the lottery. He never imagined something like lifespan could be a prize. Did that mean you could get your old body back? Maybe even be resurrected if you got lucky? Stu Daigu, looks shocking at first, but think about it, lifespan's tied to every living thing. We just don't think about it much because it's hidden. Stu Daigu, old man 20 years ago, if not his absolute peak, he was still at 90% of full power. Daigu wasn't sure how old Whitebeard really was, but that seemed right. Child of nature, 20 years ago, who knows? But 26 years ago, at age 48, the old man fought Roger for 3 days and 3 nights, no clear winner. Child of nature, back then, he already had the title of world's strongest man. Because of Odin, Whitebeard thought Roger was stealing his family. His anger alone caused seaquakes. It wasn't even the same as what he had to do later at Marineford, channeling everything through his fists. Child of nature, for several years after that, he was probably at his absolute best. Nowadays, with the quake fruit and full mastery of Haki, his techniques are stronger than ever, but his body is too broken to use them properly. Child of nature, if he had his body from 20 years ago, beating Akainu would be a walk in the park. Child of nature, just look at that punch at Marineford. Akainu coughed up blood after one hit. It's kind of ridiculous. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/Soren Eclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 56, just how overpowered is Akainu in the manga? Beast tied in the North Sea. Everyone knows Akainu ate the magma fruit, a Logia-type devil fruit. But if you didn't, you might even think he'd eaten some kind of mythical zoan instead. Honestly, the way he went head-to-head with Whitebeard, for a moment it felt more like he was fighting Kaido than Akainu. And don't get me started on the manga. There, it's almost like the roles are reversed. Whitebeard sneak attacks Akainu, not the other way around. At this point, Brandon just didn't know what to say. Ordinary group admin, the anime version is still better. The old man, Whitebeard, throws out a flawless combo, and Akainu aside from some blood comes out basically fine. But in the manga, Akainu gets to act cool, even jumping up to smash the old man in the head. Of course, he gets smashed right back in the waist. Ordinary group admin, and then there are those who say Whitebeard was the strongest of the last era, and Akainu is the strongest of this one. Ordinary group admin, come on, really? Kaido, Big Mom, Garp, Sengoku, they're all supposed to be from the previous era. What about Shanks? Don't tell me Akainu could beat Shanks. Or even kill him. To be honest, Whitebeard was Roxy's idol right now. That angel form devil fruit alone made her want to call him dad. No way would she let some jerk like Akainu insult him. Child of nature, there's not really any point to this argument anymore. Child of nature, from now on, the strongest of this era is Monkey D. Luffy. Ordinary group admin, your world still has one piece? Oh, right, you do. So? Did Luffy actually become the Pirate King? As soon as Brandon said that, Roxy, King, perked up, her excitement barely contained. Naruto and Luffy were both huge parts of her childhood. Now Naruto was Hokage and even had a kid. All that was left was for Luffy to become king. As for Brandon's claim that Luffy was the strongest, she had no complaints. He is the main character. If Luffy's not the strongest, then who is? Akainu? Child of nature, not yet. Child of nature, I haven't watched it myself, just heard people talking about it. Child of nature, supposedly, Luffy awakened his fruit after fighting Kaido. And it turns out, it wasn't actually the gum fruit, but the human fruit, mythical zoan, Nika form. Child of nature, he has rubber, lightning, fire, smoke, 4 different abilities. Maybe even more, but I haven't kept up. Uchiha Dance King. Ordinary group admin. Most evil spirit. Stu Daigu. Unrivaled in the East. Richest man, what the heck? Nika? What's that supposed to be? Ordinary group admin, so after all this shouting about rubber, it's actually Nika? Didn't the author design the gum powers just for fun? How did it become Nika? Facepalm.jpg. Ordinary group admin, and here I thought Chopper's human fruit was the only one. Turns out Luffy's got the flavored version. Ordinary group admin, I used to naively think Zoro might beat Luffy someday. Guess I was deluding myself. Roxy covered her face, mortified. She'd never expected Luffy's fruit to actually be a completely different type. Wasn't it always said there were no bad devil fruits, just users who didn't unlock their potential? She'd always imagined Luffy would win by creatively using rubber powers. She wondered if Enel on the moon would be mad about all this. The chat group quickly devolved into a mess, everyone clamoring to question Whitebeard about the Nika fruit. Brandon just kept eating his python steak, munching on spicy rabbit head, occasionally checking the web for updates. If it weren't for the Nika fruit news that morning, he might not have bothered checking the internet at all. He used to be glued to his phone like everyone else, but ever since awakening his powers and getting into the chat group, he'd lost all interest in novels, games, and anime. Apart from making calls, he barely picked up his phone these days. Brandon's routine became fairly straightforward: daily physical training, honing his armament haki, and, whenever the food ran out, venturing into the mountains to hunt for more ingredients. The rest of his time went to experimenting with authority of nature, developing even more creative abilities. And what about his official duties with the Ventura City Spirit Bureau? Well, he was a special case. Unless it was something truly urgent or absolutely required his power, they basically left him alone. He took a deep breath as he stepped out of the hot spring, wearing nothing but shorts. Water flowed off his muscles, highlighting the explosive strength beneath his pale skin. If he could, he'd have chosen a bronze tan, but with his current physique, he could sunbathe forever and never get any darker. With a casual wave, he brushed the water from his skin and instantly dried off. Collapsing onto the sofa, Brandon flicked through TV channels, idly searching for something interesting. When his brow suddenly furrowed, he put down the remote. Beast tide strikes a northern village. Several ability users attempted to hold back the surge, but didn't last long. Multiple casualties reported during the defense. Authorities have sealed off the area and dispatched professionals to handle the crisis. If that was all, Brandon might not have cared much. But what caught his eye was the news footage. Firewing was there, right in the thick of it. Normally, a beast tide of mutant rats would be terrifying, but with modern tech still working, it shouldn't be unmanageable. If Firewing was involved, it should be resolved quickly, no need for a full military deployment. So why were there so many soldiers on the scene? Maybe they're using the rat tide as a training scenario for the army's ability users getting ready for a possible real beast tide with more dangerous mutants. Not impossible. After all, top-tier talents like Firewing or Skyla Quinn were rare. They'd be the country's true trump cards, reserved for the most dangerous threats. But who would deal with all the regular mutant beasts? That would fall to everyone else. Even with a monster like Brandon in their ranks, they couldn't always rely on him. Not that he'd want to be the go-to guy for every crisis, anyway. If they annoyed him, who would take responsibility for the fallout? In a way, Brandon was like a living nuclear deterrent, an ace in the hole you never want to use unless it's absolutely necessary. Just because you have nukes doesn't mean you stop developing other weapons or defenses. They knew that too. Nukes are a last resort, and you don't use your last resort lightly. Please give me power stones. Support me on Patreon at patreon.com/SorenEclipse, read 15 chapters ahead on Patreon.